Coming here today for the March 17th workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board. Our action meeting will be tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And so again, really appreciate everyone coming. With that, I'm going to bring the board meeting to order, and we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God.
All right, thank you, everyone. We're going to jump straight into the agenda today. Again, really appreciate everyone coming. We do have a few board members who are not going to be able to join us today. So my understanding is Mr. Minshew will be here. He's a little bit delayed, but he should probably arrive in one of Ms. Pryor's presentations. But we are not going to see Mr. Byers or Mr. Folks. And have you heard from Ms. Green? And Ms. Green may or may not be here, but I just want to let you know we are going to have a few absences in those kind of seats. And so, Ms. Pryor, the floor is yours. Well, actually, I misspoke. Ms. Pryor, the floor is getting ready to be yours. So, board members, I really have to give some context for these presentations. You guys in the one-on-one calls that I was able to have, and I know there's still a few of you I haven't had a chance to do that with, expressed an interest in just kind of getting a level-setting understanding of how the money works, how some of the programs work. And so today is the beginning of that process. That's my way of saying, give us a little bit of grace. If we don't hit the right level of detail or we gave too much, just let us know. We're trying to adapt. I hope you also did see that we sent the presentations out for the most part a week in advance. The side effect of that is occasionally we find a thing after further review that we want to add. And so I appreciate your kind of patience as we made updates along the way. But the direction I'm providing to staff is a week out, these are going. If we have to make occasional updates, that's fine. We'll note where they are so that hopefully you can identify what's wrong. But we're not changing the whole breadth of the presentation. It might be a slide that gets added or something else. And so we're going to keep that up. Let me know how it's working as we move forward. Again, my goal is you shouldn't be surprised by what's being presented to you. You should have had a chance to take a look at it in advance so that you can ask questions as it's being presented. But again, we are starting kind of this level setting. So let's get through today. Let's talk afterwards. Let's see how it's going. We have a lot of programs in transportation. So, we're going to spend a lot of time today talking about smart scale, but we have other programs like the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program that I don't think many members of this board have ever had the opportunity to have kind of a discussion on, and just kind of level set. The amount of money in that program is 50% of the amount of money in smart scale. This is not a small program. So there's lots of really important programs that are out there that we need to talk about in addition to smart scale as we move forward. So with that, the floor is actually now yours, Ms. Pryor. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. I'm going to talk to you today about the Commonwealth Transportation Fund and its major revenues and allocations. I'll start with the revenue sources. You've all seen this chart. When we've had your new CTB member orientation, you've seen this chart. I'm going to walk through it and take a section at a time and break it down for you to get into a little bit more detail. This first section from the top of the chart shows the major revenue sources. The key sources would be the retail sales and use tax, the motor vehicle sales and use tax, statewide fuels tax, the highway user fee, and the insurance premium. All of those funds are deposited into the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. There are a couple of off-the-top distributions, $80 million that has grown over time to the Special Structures Fund. $80 million goes to support Route 58 and the Northern Virginia Transportation District and NVTA. Once those are taken off, the remaining funds are then split. 51% goes to the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund, and 49% goes to the Transportation Trust Fund. And those little A and B boxes at the bottom will link back to the sections that come below them. So I'm starting with let me go back. That box on the bottom left is the regional authorities. I'm going to step through the details of that funding now. This looks a little different because I wanted to break it out for you. There are various taxes and fees provided to support the regional authorities and the WMATA Capital Fund. The regional authorities would be HR Tax, CVTA, and NVTA. In addition, the regional sales tax on motor fuels is applied statewide. It provides support to those regional authorities, as well as the I-81 corridor and the Highway Construction District Grant Program. You've heard us talk about the supplemental highway district grant funding that comes from this regional sales tax on motor fuels.
Well, and Kim, if you, Ms. Pryor, if you could just stay there for a second. So like members of the board, if when you're looking at this, you'll see there's 7 boxes. Question I would ask if I were in your seats, which of these do I get to vote on? You get to vote on 2 of these. So the I-81 corridor fund, this body gets to approve the interstate corridor improvement program for I-81. Those dollars go into that account. We can only use dollars in that account for projects in that fund that are prioritized by this board. So you directly as a board get to influence how those funds are spent, both from a planning perspective. I know you just updated the plan last year, but then also secondarily in an allocation perspective. And the allocation is this additional sales tax as well as some state funds from the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program. The other bucket that you get to influence is the Supplemental Highway Construction District Grant Program. If you'll bear with me for a second, the implementation of this supplemental regional tax across the state happened in 5 stages or 4 stages, if we're being technical. And so in the places where these dollars don't go somewhere else, they go to the district grant program in Smart Scale. And so if you want to think about it a certain way, in Northern Virginia, all of this regional tax already goes somewhere else. So that means when you're looking at the district grant program dollars in Northern Virginia, you have no supplemental or additive money. So in Smart Scale, when you're looking at those funds, you'll see the Culpeper District has more district grant dollars than the Northern Virginia District. That is not more state dollars. That is both a mix of state dollars and these regional dollars, and we're going to be breaking that out in future meetings so that you can see that. The same thing in Stanton. The vast majority of this supplemental money in Stanton goes to the 81 corridor program. And so when you're looking at the Stanton district grant program, you're like, why do I have less than the Salem district? And the main reason you have less is because you get less of these regional dollars because the General Assembly directed those funds to go somewhere else before they imposed it statewide. And then the other way I'd ask you to think about this is there's 3 regional authorities, one in Hampton Roads, one in the Richmond area, and one in Northern Virginia. Those are full-fledged bodies that are staffed up, that allocate, that do planning and allocate these dollars. At times, they will be entering into agreements with VDOT or with DRPT to deliver projects. They often use those funds in coordination with state dollars, but we do not have a role in the allocation of those funds. We do have secondary roles in terms of how those funds interplay with our dollars and the kind of partnership they have with state agencies. And then there's the WMATA Capital Fund. This body does not have a role in the direct allocation of those funds, except for certifying that certain documents have been provided by WMATA to DRPT. And then DRPT, once you certify that those have come, or I believe maybe the director actually certifies to you that they've arrived, those dollars are then dispersed to WMATA to help support capital improvements and debt service for the subway system, in Northern Virginia. So there's a lot of stuff up here. But only a small minority of this money is actually controlled by the board. The vast majority of it is controlled by other actors that operate within the state.
Secretary,
Yes, sir.
did I observe correctly that there is no general fund money going in?
Mr. Smoot, you did observe that correctly. So there was, up until 2020, a small allocation of general funds on an ongoing basis went to transportation purposes. When we restructured the Commonwealth Transportation Fund in 2020, there was a core decision made by the General Assembly that they were going to fully segregate the transportation dollars from the general fund on an ongoing basis. I want to draw that distinction. The General Assembly reserves the right to make one-time appropriations of general funds to transportation dollars, but there is no direct and ongoing commitment of general fund dollars to transportation. If you talk to certain people, they may say a sales tax is a general fund revenue source. I would respectfully note that of the 0.9% sales tax to transportation, 0.8% of it, when it was imposed for a transportation purpose. So there's no ongoing general fund support for transportation, but one-time support does happen and has happened a fair amount in recent years. I would just temper everyone's expectations by saying the revenue estimates are not what they were the last few years, so I don't think we're going to see the same level of one-time appropriations of general funds to transportation.
Okay, continuing on with the major revenue sources. for transportation. We have several active debt programs. The first one I'll talk about we call GARVEEs. It's a grant anticipation revenue notes. These are supported by future federal funds. Projects must meet a VTrans need or be eligible for the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program. Back in November, you approved the allocation of $300 million in GARVEEs to some priority projects. Those funds are fully allocated at this point. The next program is Route 58. It is supported by the Route 58 Fund and dedicated to priority projects that are identified in the code. And then finally, the I-81 revenue bonds. These are limited to projects on the I-81 Corridor Improvement Program. Moving forward, we will add the Special Structures Program to this. So we recently, last year, got authority to issue debt for the Special Structures Program, so we'll add that going forward. And then finally, the federal revenue sources. Most funds from the Federal Highway Administration flow through the construction formula. There are some that do not. By code, certain federal fund types are excluded from the formula. That would be the Congestion Management and Air Quality Program funds. Those are generally allocated by the large MPOs. Transportation Alternatives. Regional Surface Transportation Program funds, again, those are allocated by the large MPOs. And other funds, and this is what the code says, other federal funds with specific rules that include major restrictions on the type of projects that may be funded, excluding restrictions on the location of projects with regard to the highway functional or administrative classification or population. What that means is general funding that is dedicated to the National Highway System, we call it NHPP, flows through the formula. It's not excluded, but it's limited to projects on the NHS. And then we get some population-based funding. We call it Surface Transportation Program funding. That flows through the formula. There are two sources of federal revenues for transportation. I talked about the Federal Highway funds. There are also funds that come to us from the Federal Transit Administration. Similar to the Federal Highway Administration, there's funding provided for planning, for small urban areas, for rural areas, job access, New Freedom Program, and then there are a series of potential opportunities for discretionary rail grants. This gives a more complete look at the funding that comes through FTA. Again, as I mentioned, for planning, for state of good repair, dedicated for human services in rural areas, et cetera. In the transit world, there are some transit agencies, large transit agencies that are called direct recipients. They draw this federal funding down directly from the Federal Transit Administration. Smaller entities receive that funding as it flows through DRPT to those entities. Then moving on from revenues, I'll talk about major allocations now. You've seen this chart as well. I'm going to break it down like I did the first one, so feel free to stop me if you have any questions. If you recall from the first revenue slide, I pointed to the little A and B boxes. When the funds flow through the Commonwealth Transportation Fund, some things are taken off the top, and then what's left is split. 51% goes to the Highway Maintenance and Operating Fund, there in the orange box at the top. 49% goes to the Transportation Trust Fund. A portion of that goes to mass transit and the other modal agencies. The HMOF supports maintenance and operations, financial assistance to localities, and other administrative costs of the department. The TTF is distributed, as I said, to the various modes, and then 53% of it goes to the construction program. Importantly, if revenues, after we get to the bottom of that list, if revenues to the HMOF are not sufficient to support the needs of the maintenance and operations program, funds are transferred from those available for construction back to the HMOF, and we refer to that as the state crossover.
And I just think that's a really important point to note. So we don't go back every year and tinker with the percentages between what goes to maintenance by code and what goes to the basically Transportation Trust Fund. There's a provision in the Appropriations Act that's been there since 2004, so going on 22 years. In the Secretary's section that in my role as the chair of the CTB, we can direct funds that would otherwise go to enhance the system to ensure we are taking care of it when we need to. I believe every single year except for maybe one of those 22 years, we have done that. We are doing that again this year to the tune of several $100 million. We're doing that through a mix of federal and state revenues. I would encourage you not to get overly fixated on whether it's a federal dollar or a state dollar, because the net effect is the same, which is that there's less dollars for construction, but that is an impact on the construction budget. And I expect will continue to be one for the foreseeable future, but it's really important there. So if you ever decide you want to go run the numbers, you're going to see something that looks a little funny, and that's because you probably don't have this transfer out of construction into the maintenance side.
Also, I'd like to point out on this slide of the funds that are available for construction, there are several items that are kind of taken off the top before things flow through that construction formula. This includes some planning money, the revenue sharing money comes off the top, state match for federal dollars, debt service comes off the top, capital outlay, and other programs like that.
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Dunlap.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I wonder if there is a place where there is an actual definition of what constitutes maintenance and operations versus construction or new construction.
No, ma'am. And I would point out that our construction program, it is hard to draw a distinction. Our construction program does, in fact, have some funding programs aimed at state of good repair sorts of work. So there is no hard and fast definition.
Ms. Dunlap, though, as a general distinction, and a way I would encourage you to think about it is capital projects tend to be in construction. So replacing a bridge, while one could call that maintenance, that comes out of construction because it's a capital project. On the maintenance and operating side, though, more normal pavement type of work can be funded out of the HMOF and is funded out of HMOF, as is like snow plowing, grass cutting, ditch clearing, and those types of things. We also in the maintenance budget cannot expand the system. Like we can go fix shoulders and other things of that nature where we are seeing like degradation and needs for repair, but we cannot and would not add a lane to a new roadway or go modify an intersection with maintenance dollars. And so that's the distinction. The way I think about it, to Ms. Pryor's point though, there is no hard and fast definition of maintenance in the code. We have intentionally tried to discourage the General Assembly from doing that, as sometimes things happen, and we don't want to run into a situation where something imminent has happened that requires kind of an immediate response from the department, and we weren't as thoughtful as we should have been in kind of writing that definition into the code. So far, the General Assembly has agreed with us. I'm hopeful they will continue to agree with us in that particular posture, but that is the kind of capital is where I would draw like the line between the two. And Commissioner, I don't know if you have anything you wanted to add to that.
I think you summed it up very well. The other aspect of the clear definition is when we worked on the state of good repair legislation a few years ago to be able to define what cuss bridges were and rehabilitation. We looked at things that would extend the useful life beyond 10 years as being much more of a construction activity than something that is has a lesser of a duration. So as the Secretary has indicated, paving projects are overlay projects that would extend the mill and overlay of an existing asset where there is no capacity expansion that is occurring is much more dedicated to the maintenance program. Daylighting of trees, ditching operations, restoration of pipes and assets that are already in place today. There may be some emergency operations that do enlarge the size of our infrastructure just to be able to make accommodations in an emergency repair service, but that is replacing things in kind for the most part.
So for instance, adding a culvert in a rural area would be considered new construction?
If the culvert did not exist today, then yes, that would be new construction.
Even if it involved maintaining a road?
So I think the distinction, Ms. Dunlap, if I could jump in here, you're saying, let's go for a theoretical. There's a flood, it washes out the road, and we're going to rebuild the road with maintenance funds. If we think putting in a culvert would make it so the road didn't wash out in the future, could we do that? Is that kind of the scenario?
That would be good.
I would say that if there was a pipe there, a smaller pipe, and we put in a larger pipe, then yes. But if the road washed out for some purpose, we would restore it to its original nature. If it needed a pipe, then we would probably put a pipe in under that emergency service.
Okay, the reason, of course, I'm asking is I'm thinking about all of the rural areas we have in Virginia, and unpaved roads oftentimes get washed out more than paved roads do, although we have seen paved roads get washed out in recent years. And sometimes a culvert might be a resolution for that for the long term. But the question would be, would that be new construction, which would be a different budget, or maintenance and operations? That's why I'm asking that.
Some of it would come out of the maintenance and operations. We would restore it and then look to say if we needed a project to be able to rectify that situation more fully.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
As I mentioned on the last slide, of the funds that go to the Transportation Trust Fund, 53% goes to construction, 23% goes to mass transit. Of all the federal and state funding that supports public transportation, 67% of that is what comes from the mass transit fund. 33% of the funding also comes from toll revenues, dedicated revenues to the WMATA Capital Fund, and federal revenues. This does include local revenues. Localities do invest quite heavily in public transportation. Of the federal funds that are available for construction distribution, the first call on those is to satisfy debt service for the GARVEE program. So those come off the top. Federal funds are also used, as I mentioned earlier, to satisfy any deficit in the HMOF. That any funds that are needed to fill that gap, we use a mix of state and federal. And then the remaining funds are used to support construction. Federal funds that have very narrowly defined uses, as I mentioned previously, don't flow through that construction formula. Those are shown up at the top in the green box. Those are the funds that don't go to construction. The remaining federal funds shown at the bottom do flow through the formula. I would point out there's a few new fund sources that would belong in that top block. I did add them. Carbon, Protect, and electric vehicles have been added probably since you saw this. So those are the major fund sources.
Well, and Ms. Pryor, really quick, sorry, go back. We receive about $1.5 billion in federal funds that fall into this, what's in that green box. It's my general understanding that north of $1 billion of that would flow through the formula. I'm trying to give some kind of sense of size and scale of what we're seeing here. So remember, construction is going to get those state dollars, but then it's also supplemented with these federal funds. And so that's another reason why if you're running the formula, you're going to see something that looks a little bit of odd, because when the state dollars go purely through that formula, and then these federal funds by code are just dropped into this part of the formula, it's also kind of aligns with the use of under federal law. This is the program that makes the most sense for it, but it's over $1 billion in federal funds on an annual basis that are added to the construction program by virtue of the federal transportation program.
Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
with regard to GARVEE bonds, the debt service is from federal appropriation, and in the absence of future federal appropriation, is there any look back to the Commonwealth for that debt service?
Mr. Schmidt, I'll let Ms. Pryor answer your question.
Debt service would be reserved from federal funds. In the absence of federal funds, it would go to the TTF or any other legally available source.
So there is an indirect potential responsibility of the Commonwealth for that debt service.
Mr. Smoot, that is correct. I would note, though, that the way the rating agencies look at GARVEE bonds is they have such a high degree of faith that the federal government will continue this program that we do not, in the Commonwealth, include the GARVEE bonds in our debt capacity model, because they have such a, essentially restricting the debt capacity that we otherwise have, because there is such a high degree of faith that the federal government will provide these funds. I would also say we've structured our GARVEE bond authorization to be pretty conservative. And so we are not assuming any like growth in the future program to be able to service this debt. And I think, in fact, I think the debt service is capped at 25% of the apportionment or the amount we receive on an annual basis there. And so even if the federal program were cut by more than half, we would still receive more than enough federal funds to be able to make that debt service payments.
So remember, all those various revenue sources go into the CTF. It gets divided up between maintenance and construction. The money that goes to the TTF goes to the modal agencies. We pass them back to the HMOF by way of crossover. And then what's left at the very bottom is funds available for construction. And at the very bottom of this slide, just to remember where we've come from. And those funds get allocated based on the code to the 5 core formula construction programs. 30% goes to the State of Good Repair program, which is used to address deficient bridges and pavement. The High Priority Projects program and the Construction District Grant program support the Smart Scale prioritization process. The Interstate Operations and Enhancement program provides dedicated revenues for I-95, I-64, 81, and other interstates in general. And then 10% goes to the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. The 6-year improvement program includes projects funded in any of the construction programs and funded with one of these or more of these, in addition to the projects that are funded from revenue sharing or federal funds that aren't going through this formula.
And board members, these are the core programs that we have a lot of say in. So you by code adopt policies for each and every one of these programs that directly influence what is eligible in addition to what's laid out in code. It's also where you get to directly vote on how those funds are allocated specifically to projects. The point I was making earlier is we spend a lot of time talking about buckets 2 and 3. Just doing quick math, that's a minority of the money on this slide. So we need to be also spending time talking about buckets 1, 4, and 5. There's a lot of funds kind of in those buckets as well, and they are very impactful to your communities. And so again, just this is the core area where we have a lot of say. There's clearly other areas beyond that Ms. Pryor's talked about, like revenue sharing, transportation alternatives, et cetera. But like this is a big area, and of all the slides, like this contains like the majority of the money that you as a board have a direct say in. Clearly, there's also a lot of transit dollars you have a say on that aren't included here. But this is probably a majority of the funds that you have a role in influencing both the policy and the allocation of those funds. Mr. Grimm?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just out of curiosity, the State of Good Repair is under the construction formula. So we've already paid for maintenance. Now we're in construction. How do we distinguish between good repair and maintenance?
So the commissioner alluded to this earlier. For example, for bridges, the State of Good Repair program is not used to do routine maintenance on bridges. It's used to do bridge replacement or major rehab or improvements that extend the useful life for a period of 10 years or more. Paving, again, significant repaving to bring an asset up to the conditions that we expect. So it's more extensive work, more capital intensive work.
And Mr. Griffin, I know you're familiar with federal code, so another thing I would throw out to you is before MAP 21 really broadened the breadth of things you could do with pavement, it talked about like reconstruction of pavement. So that's the type of activity. And this does have definitions associated with it in the code. So Ms. Dunlap, to your question earlier, the State of Good Repair program explicitly says what is allowed. And by virtue of what's not there, that otherwise falls to maintenance types of activities. And so as Kim said, there's 3 specific things you can do on bridges. You can replace it. You can do a major rehabilitation of it, or you can do activities that extend the useful life by more than 10 years. Those are kind of State of Good Repair activities in the bridges. On the pavement side, I believe, and I'm going to look straight and to my right to correct me, that is limited just to reconstruction of pavement.
Yes, and limited to the interstate and primary system and primary extensions in urban areas.
That is correct. And then there's a whole host of policy associated with this that the board adopts that outlines how we're looking at these funds. There's a formula that is floating in the code where we're supposed to allocate dollars to try and ensure based on need within a district. And so no district can receive more than, I think it's 17.5%. No district gets less than 5.5%. But that's all determined based on the needs in a district. And so the department undertakes a needs assessment that says it will cost this much to replace or reconstruct all the pavements that are deficient. It will cost this much to do the bridge work in the various districts. We then add that up by district, compare that to the statewide total, and that's how the distribution happens, provided you fall within those bands of nobody gets too much and nobody gets too little, kind of moving forward. And so in future months, the commissioner is going to be coming back and talking about kind of his one comprehensive review of pavement and bridges, of which this is a subset where we're kind of outlining how we take a life cycle view of pavements and bridges to ensure that long-term we have a kind of sustainable set of performance targets that we can meet. So again, and really importantly to me, and then the commissioner will talk about it more, is we're not setting targets now that are so high that put us in a place in the future that we can't meet them. What we're trying to do is kind of get to a place that the public finds acceptable, but it's also a place that we can kind of keep hitting that benchmark moving forward so that we don't set us up where we're going to say we need a whole host of new money because we are aiming for a target we can't actually sustain.
So I wanted to give you just a high-level overview of the 6-year improvement program development process. We're sort of a third of the way through it right now. Typically, the process starts in the fall with a series of public meetings around the state where we share policy changes, information on upcoming initiatives, et cetera. In December, the governor's budget is released, and revenue forecasts from the Department of Taxation provide the basis for an initial 6-year financial plan, which is typically presented to the board in January or February. And then in February through April, the board considers projects that have been submitted for the various programs. We produce a draft 6-year program, which will come to you in April. That will be followed by another series of public meetings around the state, the spring meetings. We will make any revisions to the 6-year financial plan and 6-year improvement program based on legislative actions that occurred during the prior session. And then we will prepare a final 6-year improvement program for your adoption in June.
And one thing, Ms. Pryor, I want to highlight on this slide for those of you who've been on the board, you may be saying, what is a fall transportation meeting, depending on how long you've been on this board. Historically, the board has done 2 sets of public meetings throughout the year in all 9 districts. I understand that may not have happened for a few years. It is my intent to reestablish that engagement and to make sure that we are bringing the leadership and executive team of both VDOT, DRPT, and the Secretary's office out to all 9 districts twice a year. It's obviously very important that we get that feedback when we're talking about the draft 6-year program, but it's also important that there's an opportunity for those folks to tell us generally what they're thinking about on policies and how things are going. And so that is something that for most of the time I was in the Secretary's office, we did. And we're going to be moving back to doing those kind of twice a year where we go out and make sure that we get FaceTime with folks across the state. Ms. Sellers?
The thing I hear from local governments, especially the local elected officials, is those fall meetings and not having those. They would like to see, at least in the Fredericksburg area, they would like to see those. So they'll be happy to hear that.
I mean, I personally found them very useful. It gives a chance for people to provide feedback when there's not this upcoming vote where they try to limit their feedback specifically to that one particular programming document. And so it's much more of a open type of forum where they can discuss things without trying to influence a specific vote or allocation that's upcoming.
So in a normal year, we go through this process once. This year, we've gone through it a few times, and that will be the subject of my next presentation.
But Ms. Pryor, before you go there, I just want to look around, members of the board. Do you have, I know that was a lot of information, and I know some of it, some of you have heard before, but we heard from a lot of folks that you wanted to hear kind of more about, like, I get $1, then what happens to it? Are there any kind of just high-level types of questions you have for myself or Ms. Pryor about how the funding works?
Mr. Secretary,
Mr. Schmidt?
I did not hear anything about smart scale in this excellent presentation. What I would like to know is how is the amount available in smart scale every 2 years determined, and including the breakdown between the so-called statewide pot and the district pots?
Sure, thank you for the question. The funding by formula for the highway priority, high priority projects in the construction district grant is split. Each get 20% of those funds that flow through the construction formula. For the district grant program, we add to that the supplemental district grant, which comes from that regional motor fuels tax. And then with regard to the amount of money for the next round, we reserved the funds available in years 5 and 6 of the 6-year improvement program for the next round, in addition to any uplift in revenues that occur in the preceding years, and that determines the amount for the next round.
Well, Ms. Pryor, you said the upside. We also addressed the downside condition, which we haven't had in a few years, but we size it based, as Ms. Pryor said, in years 5 and 6. if there were increases in those first 4 years, we also can add that to the size. But I want to be very clear, I've seen more down than up in my time in the secretary's office. It cuts both ways. And so there's then that downside effect as well that you see there. And then as Ms. Pryor said, we can go back really quick. So the formula for the Highway Construction District Program is not something that we as kind of the executive branch get to determine. It is set out in code. If you read it, I think it has 15 or 16 factors. And if you're wondering how did they agree on that, they didn't. It's still the old formula that's been in place since 1986. We just took 3 programs and proportionally shoved them together and created a unified formula based on a formula they agreed to in 1986. So I'm not here to say it's good or bad. I'm here to say it is, and it exists, and it is in the code, and there's essentially no discretion in that. And I think there's 2 or 3% that is based on a need factor there, but 98 or 97% is what is the population of counties or cities in a given district? What is the population of counties in a given district? What are the number of primary lane miles, et cetera, and so on and so forth until you run out to the 10, 12, or 15 that are listed there. Please don't ask me what they all are because I don't remember. But it was just a formula that existed in 1986. We smashed it together in 2015 proportionally, and that is the formula that is used to distribute these funds. Ms. Sellers.
To kind of piggyback on Dr. Smoot, Smart Scale is a prioritization process, and maybe that's to understand that relationship. And I know when I was in local government, especially, I thought of Smart Scale or HB2 as a program. It's not. It's a prioritization process of funding an HPP and DGP. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I would point out that each of these programs has a data-driven, transparent project selection process. You're just more aware and involved in the Smart Scale process.
And let's be clear, there's a reason you're more aware of it. This is the one where the communities in your districts can directly apply for those funds. And so it's what you hear about from those communities. I would argue the State of Good Repair program is equally impactful to communities because we're determining whether or not we're replacing bridges that might be weight posted or other things of that nature. But that is kind of a VDOT-led process, or in the case of certain cities or locally maintained folks, kind of a process led by what their needs are. And so it's not something where a city or county in your district is directly applying for funds for the most part in that. And the same thing with the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program. Very impactful, right, to the communities that you represent, but that is a board-driven process, not something where the local governments directly submit kind of applications for consideration there. And then the same thing with the Highway Safety Improvement Program.
Mr. Secretary?
Sir.
If I might, Kim, can you go back one slide? I think to also answer Dr. Smoot's question with regard to the amount of funds that are available for construction, we have to recognize that box A, that if we have overruns, such as emergency snow that's part of Kim's presentation, that maintenance is going to be paid first. And so if you go all the way down to that trapezoidal box down at the bottom under the yellow column that says HMOF deficit, if there's a deficit, we're going to make maintenance whole, which limits the amount of money that will then flow through the rest of this diagram that ultimately ends at those 5 boxes of construction.
So that could be a reason that Smart Scale in round 6 was considerably less than it was in round 5.
Correct.
I'd also call this foreshadowing for our next presentation. For anyone who wasn't picking up on his theme there.
And one other question, the district grant funds, as you show, you get 20% plus, I believe we said fuel tax revenue.
Yes, sir.
But some districts have already had the fuel tax revenue directed otherwise, like to the I-81 improvement program and some other interstate projects too. So aren't they at a disadvantage with funding projects?
Mr. Smith, I'll take that question from Ms. Pryor. what I would say is the General Assembly made policy decisions about how those funds would be used. I would say they have less money available for that. I could easily see how you would call that a disadvantage. I'm just going to say it's a factual condition in which those districts find themselves. I think if you talk to certain members of the Assembly, they would say $4 billion in I-81 is being paid out of tax dollars is a real benefit to those districts through which it runs. Nevertheless, the side consequence and effect of that is there's less district grant money available to those districts. I want to be clear. I'm not saying good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just telling you the things you will hear if you talk to other folks kind of about those circumstances and situations there. But yes, if you look at the base highway construction district grant program, and there were no supplemental fuel dollars, Northern Virginia would have the highest amount of district grant program dollars. If you look at the round 6 spreadsheet, Northern Virginia has like the 5th most dollars. They get something like 21% of all dollars from the state formula. The Culpeper district, which is somewhere around like 7%, has more district grant program dollars. It's not because they're getting more statewide money. It's because they have a healthy amount of supplemental gas tax from that district that is added to those state dollars. Same thing for Lynchburg. Lynchburg gets around 7.2 or 7.3% of the district grant funds, but it has those supplemental dollars there, which then pushes its district grant total above Northern Virginia, but also above Salem, which has a higher percentage of the state dollars. So again, we're going to be showing those things broken out a little bit differently in the future, because I think consolidating that can create communication challenges perhaps for some of you when you're back home in your districts. Any other questions? Kim does have another presentation, but I think she's happy to keep answering questions about this one.
This is a much more joyful topic.
Mr. Griffin.
Just one real quick comment, not even a question, but this is incredibly helpful. And I particularly appreciate putting it in context, the historical context, and pointing out, all right, here are areas where the board has a decision to make. Because part of where I get lost anyway is all this thing is going on, and it's like, okay, well, when do I as a board member need to lean into this? And so thank you for all this.
Well, I appreciate that comment, Mr. Griffin. That's also kind of the intent behind the calendar, a draft of which we'll be giving you either later today or tomorrow, is to kind of give you that runway and visibility into like what's upcoming, and then importantly, like when do you break bread kind of over something. It shouldn't be a mystery to you, your communities, or the public about when we're kind of moving forward with that. There's still going to be ad hoc stuff, right? But we can try to schedule a lot more of this, and things may slip a month, et cetera, as we move forward. But we're going to try and create that expectation both for you and the communities that you represent here, so we can kind of make sure everyone knows what's happening and when it's taking place. Well, Ms. Pryor, I think we are done with this one, and it's on to your second.
On to the next one. The next presentation, while they're pulling it up, is on VDOT's FY 2026 emergency response budget. VDOT budgeted $225 million for FY 2026 for emergency response. Emergency response also includes our winter weather operations. As you're all painfully aware, we experienced multiple statewide events in December through February. VDOT continues to collect invoices from those statewide storms. Our current estimate for expenditures is actually, it's a little bit north of this now, $385 million, resulting in an anticipated deficit of $160 million. I do want to stress these are preliminary numbers. We're still paying invoices. As of Saturday, it was $5 million higher than that. So,
Mr. Secretary,
sir.
I might add that we still have a quarter left of the year that still can result in landslides, heavy rains, and other emergency responses that are not anticipated within this budget as well. So let's just recognize that we have another quarter of the calendar left. Winter is not gone, as you may have seen Michigan experiencing record snowfall that has gone into the 1800s, late 1800s, that have been exceeded yesterday or the day before. So let's just recognize that some of the heaviest snow that we have experienced are the final weeks of March and the first couple weeks of April. Bristol had snow last night, so there's still operations that the agency is conducting in response to weather events.
We appreciate that update, Commissioner. But in all seriousness, this is the emergency response budget. I think in years past, we've called it the snow budget. We are seeing more, we had a really big and significant issues with Route 58 a few years ago with Hurricane Helene. And so just, this is, if you look back at past presentations, we call it the snow budget. This is not the snow budget. This is the emergency response budget. It is a year-round thing. We typically spend the majority of it during snow season, but we do have things that happen outside of that that can be very kind of costly and do require attention and have expenses associated with it.
As of March 5th, our expenditures were $340 million. We estimate an additional $45 million in anticipated expenditures for a total of $385. Again, all subject to change. I know that's a little bit low right now. Our current budget was $225 million, so we're projecting a shortfall of at least $160 million. In addition, the General Assembly passed and the governor approved revised FY26 caboose budget that included an employee bonus of $1,500 that was not included in our FY26 budget. And so that is an additional cost of $12 million to the department, bringing the anticipated deficit to $172 million. And just to add to that, VDOT is not a general fund agency, as Dr. Smoot brought up earlier, so the department has to cover the costs of salary increases and bonuses. So in late February, we implemented several administrative actions to begin tightening our belt and save money. We paused recruitment for certain positions. We've limited travel and shifted to virtual options where possible. We've deferred planned purchases and consolidated training and recognition events. We've limited discretionary spending, and we've reviewed balances across all programs outside of the highway construction program. These efforts have identified an estimated roughly $35 million in administrative and other savings. That number is likely to shift a little bit as well, as we're still finalizing numbers. The districts also identified potential savings in the maintenance operations program. This means they're deferring planned activities. They've identified program reserves, which would be funds not allocated to other initiatives. They swept surpluses from prior commitments and completed projects and delayed implementation of planned work. These efforts we estimate to result in about $35 million in savings to the maintenance and operations program. Again, that's a tentative number. We're still finalizing everything.
Ms. Sellers.
What does the percentage look like of that to these programs? Because it seems like 35 million is quite, it seems high, but if this is $1 billion budget, it's really not that high.
I'd have to get that number back to
Okay.
you, but it's painful, right? Because it's planned work, especially in the maintenance and operations program that's being deferred, so it will be impacting next year's maintenance and operations budget.
Mr. Secretary, if I might,
Sure.
there are a couple things. Can you go back to that slide, Kim? To slide 7. Ms. Sellers, you asked, the 35 million, is that significant to the overall operations of a $2 billion budget? The answer is yes, when we have it programmed out, because the majority of these funds for the maintenance program is going to pay the salaries of the 4,000 people that are really allocated to this. So that's a fixed cost. I will be coming back next month and starting to talk about the maintenance and operations program, the comprehensive review, and where those monies go. And if you look at the full breakdown and the breadth of the, and I'll be presenting a graph or a picture of where that $2 billion breakdown is. Mr. Gregg has presented that to you each October to show the distribution of funds within the program and how that's allocated. We are going to be deferring maintenance activities associated with this. This includes not cleaning out pipes, not ditching operations, not clearing out trees, vegetation, mowing, litter, and other things that are right in the forefront of your communities. So while 35 million to the grand scheme of things does not appear to be big, these are the things that we would be doing in the spring and only adding to reducing the amount of activities that we're going to be doing next after July 1st. So this is a true deferral of activities. We're not cleaning out a pipe or a ditch, could have a flood or have run over that exists. If we're not doing something, we're negatively impacting the system today. So having said that, I want to highlight that there's also tensions that we have. With the conflict that has erupted in the Middle East, we need to recognize that fuel prices are going up. We have our safety service patrol, our fleet vehicles that are driving each and every day, our ferry operations that are there. Asphalt prices will be going up that have an impact back to our maintenance program, our overlay system, but also our construction program. Let me give you an idea of what this is. And we're monitoring this very closely. We're hoping that the price per barrel comes down, but if the price goes up right now, at least in the maintenance program where it is today, we would see about another, roughly about a $3 million increase at about $100 a barrel. If prices go up to $150 million, and this is only for the maintenance program, we're looking at about $16 million. It really shoots up to $200 a barrel. It's another $30 million to the maintenance program. Now, at $108 a barrel, $110 a barrel for the construction program, we're looking about a $50 million increase on those construction contracts. We're monitoring this in real time. So when we're talking about increases to the construction program, but also increases to the maintenance program, this is where the maintenance program ebbs and flows, but also recognize that at the year end, being June 30th, we'll need to tally up what these true costs are. And if there's still a shortfall in the program, in the maintenance program, then we're going to have to shift money from the construction program, which then offsets the amount of monies that are available in round 6 of Smart Scale or 7 of Smart Scale and all those state of good repair, the safety program. That's a waterfall that exists today. All of those programs then see a reduction. So Kim's got another slide that's going to talk about what we're going to do budgetarily leading up to this once we get these costs back into the cycle. We're hoping that the fuel costs will come down. This will be normalized. We're looking at spending really roughly about $9-10 million on fuel, and that's all out of the maintenance program.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Sellers?
And does that, the increased fuel costs, are those also going to be in this emergency response or?
They would come out of the maintenance program for what we're tracking overall. I don't believe that this is truly an emergency response. It's part of our daily operations program. The maintenance contracts or the paving contracts will see an increase in cost simply because of asphalt being a byproduct of fuel, and we'll see that increase. The fortunate thing right now is when those contracts were let, fuel was lower. If fuel continues to stay high, then there's opportunities for the contractors to come back in and recover those increased costs for fuel and asphalt. So if this, why I'm raising this now is that if we continue to see that fuel continues to be higher, we could see a net increase of $50 million into the paving program that was not anticipated. So we've got a tough choice. Either we reduce the number of lane miles that we're going to pave in this next year, or transfer that money over from the construction program and the maintenance program. And I'd remind the board, and it will be reminded next month, that we've set targets for where we want our paving program and our interstate pavements primary and secondary pavements to be?
Ms. Sellers, directly to your question, it would happen through crossover if we needed to, if we decided that the best course was to not have any further reductions in maintenance activities, we would increase crossover. At some point, we would bring a revised budget back to this body to approve that would reflect that transfer. But it would just be a generic increase, as the commissioner was saying, in maintenance spending. It wouldn't be in this emergency budget.
So that's on the VDOT side. When it comes to the transit agencies, how are they gonna cover that cost? Because, you know,
I believe Director Zimmerman has some comments on that. Do you want to start now, or do you want to save them for later?
No, I can jump in on it since the question was asked right now. So we have been surveying transit agencies on the gas price issue as well, and we've heard back from actually 41 agencies across the Commonwealth. As folks know, operating costs are a significant cost for transit agencies, and in those surveys, we see it ranges from about 5 to 14% of their operating budget is fuel costs. Particularly for rural transit agencies, they travel longer distances. It tends to be a higher percentage cost of that. So we are monitoring this. We are looking to see if there might be some emergency funds that we might be able to make available to agencies that are particularly hard pressed on this issue. But we're also kind of waiting to see how long the issue is at play with rising fuel costs. But it may be something we come back to you with next month as well. Just to kind of keep you updated on where things are at and if we think it warrants taking some action or not. But we do have some flexibility in being able to potentially transfer some of our capital funds to operating to do a one-time boost or something like that. So we're closely monitoring this, and we'll come back to you if there is action we need from CTB to approve going forward.
And Ms. Sellers, I would note we're in a slightly different circumstance with much of the transit service relative to like VDOT. So VDOT itself, the agency here, is like the operating entity, whereas on the transit side, we make grants to operating entities. So as Director Zimmerman said, we have flexibility there. But we also, they may make certain decisions at that local level that we may or may not have input into because they are the operating entities in that circumstance, whereas VDOT is the operating entity when we're talking about this highway work.
And kind of similar along those veins, if I may jump in, Mr. Secretary, we know when we're trying to get more information, some transit agencies contract out service. They may have some of that volatility, flexibility within that. It may be the contractor who's carrying more of that increased fuel price. Others do not have that. And so we're really trying to get a better handle on what is that state of play, even as it varies across localities around the Commonwealth and transit agencies.
it's real consideration. And, you know, my time on the Board of Supervisors, the school division and their fuel costs would break a budget in a year like this. And to hear $100 a barrel or $200 a barrel, you know, we would quickly see that increase, and there was nothing we could do. We still had to run buses to go pick kids up for school. So it's a real cost that I hope folks are listening to. And thank you.
As the commissioner said, we will be monitoring this. Director Zimmerman will be coordinating with those local transit agencies. And so this is the first meeting we're talking about it, but it's not going to be the last. Mr. Davis.
Sir. And Kim, the first number on here we started out with was 225 million for our emergency response budget. Is there, I'm trying to look at the genesis of that number. Why is that number 225 million? Is it just historical context? Does it index itself for the size of the network that continues to grow? What does that look like? Is 225 the right number? Should it be 250? Should it be 210? Secondly, what would be an example of a year? This is not the year for this example, but what would be an example if we had a budget of 225 million but only spent 200 million? What then happens?
Okay, to the commissioner.
Mr. Secretary, to answer your question, Mr. Davis, let me start with the last one first. If we had an underrun of the emergency budget, we would look at funding maintenance activities that were associated with those items that were deferred from years past. We have, and I'll be presenting this a little bit next month, or starting the conversation next month, that we have a host of assets that are not being maintained today that have not been part of the asset. They're part of the asset inventory that we have, but have not been under a routine maintenance activity. For example, sound walls and dilapidation of sound walls that we have, commuter park and ride lots. And you will recall that the board has dedicated in, I believe, fiscal year 24, fiscal year 25, $50 million to go to commuter lots and some additional ditching operations, as well as sound wall improvements. Those items were deferred in years past, such as what we're doing here today. We're talking about the pain that we're going to feel within the community. That is exactly where we have an underrun. We come back in and try and catch up on the work that was deferred. Where we have overruns, we either cut the program as we've done, or we seek additional monies out of crossover. And the right sizing of the 225, it really has been something that has been looked at almost status quo. When I came in, I believe it was about 200 million at that point, maybe 210. It has not changed. It has not been indexed. It's really been held constant. To your question about whether it needs to be changed, that is what we intend to bring back to the board this year through the conversations on the sizing and the sustainability of the maintenance and operations program, to be able to make sure that we're right sized. If we go back to 2016, when the last large Commonwealth storm was, we spent about $300 million. If we look at today's dollars and inflating it, or 200 million then inflating it to today's dollars, we spent the same amount in this year as what we spent in 2016, inflated for CPI and other inflationary factors. But we need to right size. This is about right sizing the program. Is it right where it is? The answer is probably no. It has not been indexed over the last several years.
That would be my observation. The network itself continues to grow, so therefore that number can't stay stagnant. If your network was shrinking, then maybe there's an argument to leave the number alone or even bring it down. But as the network continues to grow, we keep plowing money into new capacity and making improvements through the system, and it's more expensive to put these improvements in. It's going to be more expensive in the future to maintain those in emergency situations. So it seems to me that the number needs to be looked at and potentially for growing it. So,
Mr. Secretary, I'll be back again next month and highlighting the number of lane miles that we've added since 2019, as well as the number of structures that we've added. So our inventory, to your point, continues to grow, but we've been really much more flatlined in the allocations to some of these program areas.
And Mr. Davis, you actually are highlighting a discussion we were having just the past several weeks, the commissioner, myself, and others, and so there's looking at what is the amount. Do we also want to have some sort of reserve to handle particularly like robust years? So whether or not 220 or 225 is the right number is one discussion. I think there's a separate discussion of like, we don't want to plan every year for the worst case, because that's not going to happen every year. You can hear we've been about 10 years since something this significant. When it happens, obviously the financial impacts are pretty significant as well. And so are there other ways we could try and handle that as we move forward? And so that's part of all the stuff we'll be bringing back to the board as we kind of reconcile everything that happened this year. And the other thing I just also think we should talk about is we sit here and look at like the dollars and cents is like, I just want to again, like commend the commissioner and all the folks at VDOT for all the work that went in to dealing with this storm. I know that was one of the worst storms I personally can remember in my life. And I think, Commissioner, your team did a great job. So like right now we're looking at the black and white and some of the consequences of that. And I don't say consequences to mean negative, though in this case, like it is taking money from other activities. But at the end of the day, like this was work that was needed. I think the team did a great job in doing it. And now what we have to do as a board is just figure out how to address those financial implications as we move forward. But again, I just want to say like, thank you again, Commissioner, to you and your team, because again, I thought it was really, really well handled.
Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Lawson.
Ms. Pryor, speaking to that and the estimated savings, refresh my memory. I think we went through the same or similar exercise in prior years, and I don't know why, but I'm thinking for the hurricane in particular. What did we beat out of estimated savings for that?
Sure. So we, if you recall last year, you approved an intra-agency loan where we kind of, not profited, we utilized cash balances in the construction program to pay those bills in anticipation of receiving reimbursements from FEMA and Federal Highway Administration. So while we did do some cost cutting, a good portion of those costs were being reimbursed from FEMA and FHWA.
That was going to be my follow-up. So we did recoup the bulk of that?
Yes, we're still a process that we're going through, but yes.
Okay.
Mr. Secretary. Mr. Lawson, I'd add to it, but in the slides the preceding slides 5 and 6 of this, that estimate the administrative program cuts that we made, as well as deferring other maintenance items. It was a holistic reduction in services that we did in addition to the loan, the interagency loan that we took out from ourselves. So I just want to reiterate, we did halt travel. We halted recruitment processes. I'd say in that case, we hurt ourselves in a number of program areas because even without recruitment, in delaying those hirings, we delayed other things to happen within the organization that were anticipated to happen. We deferred other maintenance activities as well, pipes, ditches, and other things of that nature. So I don't want to present the case that we just took out a loan and continued our business as usual. We reduced as much as we could and then sized the loan appropriately, inclusive of what we anticipated to be recovered through FEMA activities.
If I could,
Mr. Lawson.
my memory was that we estimated significantly more savings, but the difference between that and this is, I assume we did recoup that money through FEMA and other sources.
Because of an emergency declaration and the type of recovery it was, those were recoverable costs to the agency. Snow is not a recoverable cost.
Mr. Secretary?
Ms. Dunlap?
Yes, thank you. These storms were occurring while the General Assembly was in session.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if, since in past years, oftentimes they borrowed from the Transportation Trust Fund, if there was any discussion during this General Assembly period about actually making VDOT whole, knowing that this kind of deficit was coming. Did those discussions occur?
Ms. Dunlap, if they did, I was not aware of them. That's not to say someone somewhere didn't have them, but they never reached out to us to have that engagement. Mr. Minshew?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Given that we do not have a biennial budget adopted yet, and we might see that come to the House's third week of April, do we think there might be some opportunities through working with the conferees as they caucus or whatever to address that deficit in the context of the upcoming biennial budget?
Mr. Minshew, I am loath to predict outcome of engagement with the Assembly and how it might go. But what I would say is the governor's office, myself, and others in the governor's office are obviously in consultation with the conferees as they have those discussions. I think there's a number of moving parts right now in terms of the debate over the budget. I think the opportunity to have additional resources in transportation are directly linked to other tax policy decisions. And with respect to my position in this board, I don't believe we will be the driving determinant of the answer to those tax policy decisions there. And so I think depending on how things go, there may be additional revenues, and depending on if they go another way, there may not be. And for better or worse, I do not believe it will be related to whether or not folks want to address this or certain other transportation issues. I think they're higher level types of discussions, and how those play out, I think, will have a direct role in what takes place.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Just in terms of next steps on this particular item, we will continue implementing those savings strategies that I mentioned before. We will prepare a revised FY26 budget for you. We will apply those identified savings from other program areas as well as the savings identified in the maintenance and operations budget. We will increase crossover to fill the remaining deficit. We do anticipate currently being able to offset the decreases in FY26 with uplift in anticipated revenues that we will see in fiscal year 27 without negatively impacting projects in the construction program.
And Ms. Pryor, I want to jump in here. So for folks, just as a quick reminder, in the financial update you got at the last board meeting, we were seeing potentially revenues to the CTF in about 100 million more coming in FY27 than we previously had projected. I want to be clear, that's an estimate. And so tax just put out its revenue collections for the previous month. They were a little down, so we're still tracking ahead of the forecast, but the amount by which we are tracking ahead is going down as the year closes. And so I'm hopeful that what Ms. Pryor is saying here is what we will be able to do, that those increased revenues we didn't have budgeted will cover that $100 million. I want to be clear-eyed that they may not cover all of it. We will understand that in July. We are in a place right now where we should feel confident that the vast majority can be covered, but we don't know what that exactly will be until we get the year-end results, which will happen in July. And again, clearly, we will come talk to you all about that as we learn more. And as we see each month's revenue collections come in, we'll clearly be monitoring to see whether or not the amount we're running ahead of forecast is going up or down. We were going up month over month, but last month we went down. Sellers.
Know what's driving that in the revenue? Which revenue stream is going up versus down?
Ms. Sellers, I think we can get back to you. I don't know off the top of my head, but we can get that information for you.
Probably look it up too.
Secretary,
Mr. Laird?
thank you, sir. Will the shortfall be allocated equally over the 5 programs?
Ms. Pryor, do you want to handle that question?
Sure. It will impact each of the 5 programs based on the percentage they receive from the construction formula. So district grant and high priority receive 20% of the funds available for construction. So roughly 20% would come from each of those programs, for example. So just finally, we'll be bringing a revised budget to you in May. I anticipate that by the May timeframe, some of these unknowns hopefully will be resolved and we'll have a pretty firm understanding of the final costs of our emergency response. So we'll bring that revised budget to you in May for approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Pryor before she retires for the moment?
Under duress.
Well, thank you, Ms. Pryor.
Thank you.
Next, we have Director Stadler with the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority.
Morning, Mr. Secretary, members of the board. It's good to see everybody this morning. I am here to present 3 different things. Number 1, an update on Virginia Passenger Rail Authority's capital projects. Also want to give you an update on our recent ridership. And then finally, a review of VPRA's 2027 capital budget, which I believe was sent to you all the 1st of February, and hopefully you all have. First, though, in the interest of the continuing theme of baselining, just a reminder, the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority was created by the General Assembly in 2020. We're a fully state governmental entity. We're an independent subdivision, political subdivision, actually. But what we can do is we can provide the infrastructure, the rail infrastructure across the Commonwealth that others are going to ride on. So, for example, we don't operate the Amtrak trains. We have a contract with Amtrak. We obviously don't operate VRE, but VRE has an access agreement with us to run over our infrastructure. We were created basically because the highways were overly congested and the passenger rail had been such a success here in the Commonwealth that it was a good alternative for getting more people where they want to go when they want to get there. We have a 15-member board, similar to this board. The members are appointed by the governor on an annual basis. 3 folks roll off and 3 folks are appointed. That way it gives us some stability and some protection from the situation where we have a 1-term gubernatorial state and we can continue our mission even though the political winds tend to change, so to speak. The board has the authority to hire the executive director. I think, as you know, was the first executive director, best executive director it's ever had, only executive director. But that's what the board does, and we report to them on a regular basis. Here is just a snapshot of our passenger rail network. You can see we've got lines that go all across the Commonwealth. Right now, we have 6 round trip that we contract with Amtrak every single day. When we first started VPRA, there were 5 of them. We got that as high as 8. But we recently reduced that to 6, and I'll talk about that in a moment. In addition, there are 6 Amtrak long-distance trains that go through the state every day. That's not entirely true because the Cardinals 3 times a week, but go through the state. And then there's one North Carolina state-supported train that comes up from North Carolina through the state. We don't pay for that. It just goes through our state and folks can buy tickets, get on and off. And then, of course, you're well of the 16 daily round trip VPRA trains on the Manassas line and the Fredericksburg line. I'm here today because the Virginia Code requires that you all receive, are updated on, and approve our capital budget each and every year. I intend to, in the third portion of this presentation, go over that capital budget and then hopefully come back at next month's action meeting and get approval of that budget. Happy to answer any questions as we go along. Again, we were sent that out in February, and we've already answered some questions from folks. So any questions about why I'm here? Okay, so far so good. First section, I want to update you all on the VPRA capital projects. I'm going to start at Union Station and kind of work our way down here, down south. The purpose of VPRA, again, is to provide dedicated passenger track, and what we're going to do is make it so coming from Union Station south, there are dedicated tracks where freight and passenger can coexist in a friendly manner. This is the list of I-95 capital corridor projects. We've come a long way since 2020, and we're proud to say, if you look at the second column from the left, that's our estimate level. It gauges from 1, which is rough order of magnitude, all the way to 7, which is we know the positive exact cost. Most of our big dollar projects are at 60% design or further, and especially the Long Bridge, we're under contract on those, so those construction costs are going to be really close. The fluctuation of cost as you go through the design, we found out pretty early that when you have something that's not yet at 30% design, you think it's going to cost X, it rarely costs X, and it even less often costs less than X. So we have been pretty good since the first couple months in not committing to a cost until we actually get final design. That's why if you see about 5 lines from the bottom, the Richmond Layer Facility, that has an asterisk, so that's still in planning. We think that's going to be about $70 million, but until we get it to 30% design, we're not going to commit to a cost, and that's why you only see the $10 million design cost there. Critical piece of our network, though. So this is the list of capital projects on 95. Again, I'll start from the north and head south. The overhead shot of Long Bridge is here. When we first started this journey, we went to the freight railroads and said, what do we need to do to add more passenger service? And CSX very clearly said, the biggest bottleneck in Virginia and really on the whole East Coast is the Long Bridge. It's a 120-year-old bridge. Two tracks go over the Potomac River. They're at 98% capacity during peak periods. We've got to add capacity there. So what we agreed to do is we agreed to build a separate Long Bridge with 2 new tracks that will be dedicated passenger tracks. What this will do is this will provide a connection from on the right, you'll see in the bottom right, it's Union Station's a little bit off the screen, all the way across the water into the Commonwealth. We split that into 2 packages, the South package and the North package, because they're really 2 different projects. The South package, don't tell the designer or the builder I said this, that's the easy part. It's over the river, it's not touching the railroad. You can really do that with a lot less drama when, I probably shouldn't have said that out loud, but when you get to the northern bank of the river and head into DC, that's where it gets complicated because you're actually co-joining where the existing railroad is. So you've got to do work and foul the track is what it's called. And that is a series of about 6 bridges. You go over a couple highways, go over the Washington Channel. We've got the pedestrian bike bridge, not the one that goes over the river, but that goes from the Salamander Hotel to the Washington Marina. So it's a very different project. And so we've got the 2 different design teams, 2 different build teams. Both are under contract and thrilled to say construction on both of those are underway. I talked earlier about the fact that we had 8 round-trip trains, and currently we have 6. This is because when we're building the Long Bridge in the District of Columbia, they have very clear regulations that say you can do construction only from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., no earlier, no later. Unfortunately, that's the time when the most trains go through. So what we negotiated with CSX, with Amtrak and VPRA was a work window in the morning from about 8:15 until 1, where all of the work will be done to foul the railroad. And that, because of that, we had to reduce some of the service. You see on the bottom right, we used to have 5 trains, that went from Hampton Roads. Now we have 4 and 2 buses, direct buses that go to DC. We found that the need for people to move was so great that we added a couple buses from Richmond to Washington, DC. And then of course the Breeze runs from Richmond to DC as well. We've been pleased with the feedback. I mean, it's never a good thing to change somebody's commute, but we were transparent about it and we gave folks tons of notice. So far, so good, knock on wood. We continue to work with the district to try to get some waivers or exemptions to that 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. window. Those conversations have gone well, but we don't have approval for that yet.
Yeah, and Director Stadler, I just want to hit for the board. We are working with the district. We're engaged with the mayor's office. We're trying to see if we can get some flexibility here. I want to be clear, we're not trying to pile drive at 2 a.m. We're trying to just add some additional hours there. What that will do is, one, let us do work faster, but also, as Director Stadler noted, is potentially reduce some of these impacts to service. So, like, for example, I'm particularly concerned about the reduction in VRE service. Having those trains into Alexandria still sounds like a train going most of the way in, but if you're going into the district, we just added 30 minutes to your trip. And I think if we did that on I-95, I'd be getting a lot of phone calls about that. And so at the end of Long Bridge, we're going to have a lot more VRE service. And so I want to make sure we don't make that service a lot less reliable and convenient for folks in the lead up to an expansion of that service. At the same time, like, we are doing construction work in another jurisdiction outside of the Commonwealth, and so we need to respect that and work in partnership with that jurisdiction. We are doing that, as the director said. I really want to applaud his team for the engagement work that they've done with DC. I hope we can get to a good resolution, but as Director Stadler said, that process is still ongoing, and maybe by the next meeting we'll have some updates for you. But time will tell, because again, we are working through a process in a different jurisdiction outside of the boundaries of the Commonwealth.
Secretary.
Ms. Sellers.
I see it says noise and vibration. What is the district's justification for that? There aren't many people that live there in that vicinity.
Well, that's an interesting question. So where we're doing work by the Salamander Hotel, the hotel, and there are some apartment buildings there that have some strong concerns. I agree with you 100% over the water. It's not as critical. The rules are the rules, and we're working with them. I mean, you could make an argument. Some are making the argument that the sound travels faster over the water.
Stop it. I mean, I recognize
Some
that,
are making the argument that's out, and that's, we're having those conversations. And to their credit, DC has been really open, and they don't disagree with you, Ms. Sellers.
And I would stress, there are opportunities under the policy as it exists within the District of Columbia to seek waivers. So we're hoping to engage with them in a constructive way to exercise the existing flexibilities that are within that policy. I guess I'd leave it there. Like, right, we're actively talking to the mayor's office, and they're engaging with other stakeholders in that region. And again, they've been very helpful, and they've held public meetings, and they've done other things. Some additional engagement is necessary, and I think if we keep working with the district, I hope we can get to a place where we can get some additional flexibility. I understand the point you're raising, Ms. Sellers. I think we're just hoping to work within the policy as it exists today to see what flexibility we can get out of the district.
Mr. Secretary, from the standpoint of Northern Virginia Regional Transit, this is one of the biggest projects, the most important projects going. I'm curious, have we obtained all needed NEPA, EPA, federal, state permits? Whenever you cross Potomac River, there is a bulk of permits required. I wonder, how are we on that permitting process, which is, shall we say, complicated to say the least?
Mr. Minshew, I'll give you one example of how complicated it is, and I'll let Director Stadler answer that for you. You may or may not know that there was the Long Bridge Act of, I think, 2020 or 2021, that we had to get an act of Congress passed to be able to actually construct this bridge over the Potomac River with regard to getting temporary easements, I believe it was, from the National Park Service, who was allowed to provide it for certain types of projects, but not for transportation projects. And so we actively engaged Congress at that time during COVID, and we're luckily successful in getting them to pass legislation that would clear the way, because there literally was no authority for an entity to do the thing it needed to do to allow us to build the bridge. So that was clearly the hardest hurdle, and it is cleared, but I'll let Director Stadler answer the rest of that.
You're spot on, Mr. Secretary, that we're doing quite well with the permits. DC has been a great partner. We've had to acquire slivers of land around the marina, and DC DOT, Amtrak, they've all been right there. We have one permit now that is outstanding, and unfortunately it's coming from the Coast Guard with the federal funding situation in the Coast Guard. Not all of them are working. That's something we're watching closely. It's not impacting us yet, But if there's not an answer to the federal funding issue in the next 5 or 6 weeks, it may become a problem for us. It may become something in the schedule that we have to do some redirecting. But we've had Army Corps of Engineer, we've had MPS, it's gone quite well. And Mr. Secretary, you said it earlier, the team, this has nothing to do with me. The team has done a fantastic job of reaching out to folks 18 months ahead of when we need the permit and saying, hey, this is coming, what do you need from us? So no one was surprised. No one has been surprised.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Here are just some pictures of the construction, and if you go over the bridge any time of the day, either the rail bridge or the 14th Street Bridge, you can look to your right or to your left, I guess it doesn't, towards the construction and see the construction is moving. We've got construction cameras. We lost a couple days because of the weather, but the folks did a really nice job of moving that around. A lot of utility work is already taking place. It is amazing when you look at a bridge that was built 120 years ago, how you don't really have as-built plans. It's kind of a surprise, the spaghetti of wires that's underneath it. But again, we're in a good place with that. Here's just a funding chart, and we have this on our website every month. We do an executive director's report that gives us the status of every single project to include what's been spent, where it is. This just shows the North package. We're in a good place on budget, and you see the big construction years, 26, 27, 2029. That's where the money's really going to ramp up. And then you see the same display for South package, where it continues to be a good news story, and knock on wood, it will stay on that path. Going further south, so the Long Bridge takes us to about the Long Bridge Aquatic Center. And then south of that, there are currently 3 tracks. So we need to add a 4th track. So we have 2 passenger, 2 freight. So we're doing the Alexander 4th track project. This is actually a project that we're overseeing, but CSX is going to, they're procuring it and they're doing the work. That is well on its way. It's important to note, and you see the bottom few bullets, this goes through where they're doing a new Crystal City station with VRE. It goes into Alexandria Station, the Amtrak/VRE station that's there, right next to the metro station. On the northern side of that station, there are 2 bridges, the King and Commonwealth bridges. They were due for major rehab sometime in the next 10 years. And so we worked with CSX and said, you know what, we've got to take care of that now, because to tear up that area and cause huge construction stress, and then high five in 2030 when Long Bridge is done, and then do it once again in 2032 didn't make a whole lot of sense. So the community's been good, Alexander's been good. We're moving forward with those as well. That coordination is complicated, but again, it's smooth.
Mr. Stant?
Is that contract with CSX, are they paying for that Alexandria 4th track, or are we participating in the
We are
finance?
participating in a very large amount, let's say 100%. Yeah, it's all us.
I didn't think a railroad did anything for free, so.
Let the
Not
record show that
surprised.
those were your words, not mine, sir, but I'm not
Well,
disagreeing.
and Mr. Stant, I would say there are certain rules about operating where you're within a certain distance of CSX tracks. And so with the exception of Long Bridge and this flyover, all of the other improvements that are a part of this, $4 billion package of improvements are being constructed with CSX. Now, Mr. Stadler and his team have a whole host of checks and balances there to ensure we're getting good prices and other things out of CSX. And there are certain consequences to them in terms of the amount of track we build, depending on how costs go up or down. And so, there's a fair amount of oversight that's going into that. But due to some of the agreements they have, both with their unions, but also how they operate, they are building all of those projects. The other thing I just really want to stress here is with the 4th track and Long Bridge, we are fixing on this rail corridor the prototypical definition of a bottleneck, right? So in DC, there are 4 tracks. We then neck down to 2. In Alexandria, you were 3 tracks. And then south of that, you had 2 tracks coming from Western Virginia and 2 tracks coming up from Richmond. And so you had 4 tracks shoving into 2 tracks. And when this work is complete, you will have 4 tracks through that whole area. And the fluidity that creates on this whole rail corridor, I cannot overstate the benefits that has. Today, CSX holds freight trains south of Fredericksburg because of the lack of fluidity. You can't think of a railroad like a highway where you can just switch lanes as you want. There has to be kind of like a crossover. And because trains travel at different speeds, there's, freight goes at one speed, passenger goes another, VRE goes at a third. It's not like in an interstate where everyone's going should be going 65 miles per hour. And so this just makes a really big difference. And that impact is throughout the Commonwealth, both in Western Virginia as well as in the 95 corridor and also down to Hampton Roads. Mr. Director Zimmerman.
I also just
Secretary.
wanted to jump in. I think as we're getting a sense, this is an incredibly important set of projects that's happening up there, not only for Virginia, but really for the entire nation, I would argue, but especially the whole East Coast from Florida all the way up to Maine and what's happening here in this area. And I had a chance, I got a great tour of some of this work that you're talking us through last month. I did just want to say anyone could have their own kind of at least peek into this. If you are up in Northern Virginia and if you go to the Long Branch Aquatic Center there in Arlington, you can actually stand right there on the trail and literally watch a lot of what's going on, both with the fourth track project as well as what's going on with the bridge across the river. Or maybe you want to go over to the marina and enjoy a lovely lunch or dinner or something there. And again, you can see kind of what it's looking like from the DC side of things. I just want to thank the work that the VPRA staff and the contractors are doing. It really is quite incredible. And also just the partnership you've managed with the localities, the city of Alexandria, the cities of Arlington, all the Northern Virginia partners and DC, as we've mentioned. So it's not an insubstantial amount of effort. And I just really want to acknowledge and appreciate the work that the full team is doing.
I told my mom to watch. Thank you.
Uh,
The
Mr.
other thing on that, if I may, I'm sorry, it's not only benefiting passenger up and down the East Coast, but also freight. It's a huge benefit freight. Sorry.
Ms. Dunlop?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I noticed the Crystal City VRE station. Would Amtrak consider actually doing a stop there as well?
Director Stadler?
Yes, and that's in the plan. That was part of our negotiation with Amtrak. They intend to do that.
Mr. Coleman?
Thank you. I have curiosity, are these upgrades going to allow for faster speeds by the passenger rail particularly, and improvement? Because I know a lot of the shared rails with the cargo tracks, they have to go to lower speed. So I'm curious if this will allow, I know the bottleneck, it'll help with that, but will allow for faster rail.
These rails will be at a class so they can go up to 79 miles an hour with the curves. However, if there's no congestion in the way, that's how fast they go now. So it won't increase the speed that's allowed by the track, but because there's more capacity, it will, the actual speed or the realized speed should go up, yes. But it won't allow the trains to go any faster than they're allowed to go now. And then here is our sheet on fourth track, again, CSX led, but things are going well. Further south, I'm going to go forward though. Heading further south, we talked about this a little bit, Alexandria Station, King and Commonwealth bridges. We are funding about $100 million of these projects. They're actually being procured and led by VRE. And again, good partnership from the city of Alexandria as well. You'll see construction there actually in the next couple months. We're going to have cranes moving in there, and that's really going to start moving quickly. Heading further south, then you get to the Franconia-Springfield bypass. The secretary said this earlier, this is not like a highway. You can't just change lanes. You've got to have crossovers and switches. One of the things we found as we started designing this way back in 2020 is that for reasons no one can explain, north of Franconia, all of the passenger platforms are on the west side of the railroad. South of Franconia, all the passenger platforms are on the east side of the railroad. So when you're heading south, you're going to take a hard left turn to get to the other side of the right of way. And CSX said, no, we're not going to put a bunch of switches in there because that's like cutting across a highway. So what we developed in partnership with them is this bypass that basically is a bridge that goes up and over. That's a project that we are constructing. CSX is part of it, and they're going to do part of the work, but we put out a contract. That construction is also well underway. That'll be done in 2029. And I thought we had some pictures of that, but I guess the only pictures are the design. Here's the sheet. This is 100% design. We've got the contract signed. Flatiron Herzog is a joint venture that's doing that. And again, that's construction you can see from the trains as you go by. Heading further south, Franconia to Lorton third track. This just continues having that third track. So there won't be four, there'll be three, a north track, a south track, and a passenger track. This will take you all the way down to Lorton. This is work that CSX is doing, and again, well underway. And then finally, we get all the way down to Richmond. We talk a little bit about the work that's being done at Staples Mill. We got a grant to bring that to ADA compliance and also do some state of good repair improvements. And then there's a grant in Ettrick, Petersburg as well for that. I talked earlier about the Richmond Layer facility. So what that is going to do, that's a layer facility that's going to be south of Main Street Station. That will allow, once Long Bridge is done, we go from the current 5 round trips to 13 round trips, and that will allow trains to stay overnight south of Main Street. Right now, most of the trains only get you to Staples Mill. These will now allow us, with that layer facility, to go to Main Street and go a little further south and stay the night there, get serviced, the toilets get dumped, get ready for a morning trip up. It'll allow the 13 basically hourly service during peak hour once 2030 comes.
Mr. Davis?
By way of an update, could you provide a little update on the Fulton Yard project by virtue of CVTA's recent contribution to that project?
We were thrilled to get a $15 million grant from CVTA. We have a partnership with Amtrak where they're going to put in some money as well. We've got about just over $20 million gap there in what we think the estimated price is going to be. We put in for a grant, a couple different grants with DOT. We're hopeful that those are going to be positive. Meanwhile, design is ongoing. There's some drainage issues there that we've got to make sure get designed out well so they don't surprise us later. But we're hopeful that that design will be done this year and we can start construction sometime next year. It's close to fully funded. We're missing about just over 20 million, maybe 25 million. Sir. All right, heading to the west and rest of Virginia. Here's a list of the projects that we are doing outside of that 95 corridor. The biggest one and the one we've talked about the most is at the New River Valley. Construction's well underway. This is the project that's going to let us extend service from Roanoke to Christiansburg, New River Valley. Norfolk Southern, on our behalf, we're writing the checks, is creating a new platform actually at the old station building that was providing passenger rail from 1906 or so to 1979. We were fortunate enough to come up with a deal with Norfolk Southern where the train's coming right back where it always was. I have never seen a community more excited than this community. I mean, it's really been fantastic. This will be done. We'll have service starting in 2027. And then as I think folks are aware, we are also contracting with them to build a layover site in Radford, which is about 9 miles further west. That's where the trains will lay overnight and do the maintenance and everything. That service again will start in 2027. And here's just our one page, pretty straightforward. Any questions on the capital projects? Okay. The reason we're doing this is to grow ridership. You've seen this map before. I'm not going to talk about it again. But the ridership that we see when we started this journey, MPRA was passed back in 2008, Passenger Rail Investment and Improvement Act. That is the act that put the responsibility for passenger rail onto the state. So any passenger route that is 750 miles or fewer, the state has to fund. And when we first started this, actually Shannon Valentine, former secretary, was a big advocate for this, partnered with Amtrak, and we thought that there'd be about 30,000 riders on that first train. She stuck her neck out and said, you know what, we'll make sure it's covered. And we had over 100,000 riders that first year. So you see that's on the bottom left. Since then, we've added service and service has grown. It really shows us that if we put trains out there, people are going to ride them. You see the ridership from FY25. Obviously, 5 and 6 there, the dip during COVID, there were a lot of concerns all over public transportation, but we've rebounded and far exceeded the records we were setting in 2019.
Mr. Stant?
Question, between Richmond and Charlottesville, between Richmond and Lynchburg, I don't see any, it looks like there's a missing link there. Is there any plan to construct anything to go west of Richmond to Charlottesville or Lynchburg?
Yes, but so there you can get there. You've got to go all the way up to Alexandria and all the way back down. Incredibly inefficient. That I would recommend it. Take the train. But when we purchased this right away from CSX, we also purchased the line from Doswell to Clifton Forge.
So, yes.
So we own that line. I just want to temper expectations. Right now, the fastest you'll be able to go on that line is 25 miles an hour. So it's really not conducive for passenger rail. That said, and this is more of a DRPT question, DRPT has applied for a corridor improvement grant with FRA to do some planning to see what it would take to do. It's the Commonwealth corridor. Basically, the vision is you could get on a train at Virginia Beach and take it all the way to Christiansburg. And that is in the early stages of planning, but it's definitely something we're looking at.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary,
Director Zimmerman?
you well stated that, Mr. Statler. We are looking at it. It has been slow to kind of get that program up and running with FRA, but we are in the early stages of looking into that. We also, I'll be mentioning later, we're kicking off our statewide rail plan, which is an opportunity to really look out over the next 5 years and what we think some of those future investments could be to move us forward. I just want to make a plug for the good old bus. We are going to be starting intercity breeze service that will connect from Virginia Beach, excuse me, to Harrisonburg. So connecting Virginia Beach, Richmond, Charlottesville, that's going to be opening up next month. So I encourage folks to think about the bus option as well as we're working to improve rail.
And Mr. Stan, if you ever hear anyone say the Commonwealth corridor, in terms of talking about rail, what they're talking about is the corridor you're referencing here. And so there is some effort as out there, but as was noted by Director Stadler and Director Zimmerman, I think we're in the preliminary stages. And so I think that the first question here is like, what might it cost? Because today I don't even think we could tell you if you wanted it to go at 79 miles per hour, what that cost would be. And the like honest truth, guys, with this rail line versus where we do have service today is that line was in such an interesting position before where it was owned by CSX but operated under a lease to a third party and all these other things that we never could have even had the discussion about passenger service before. And so that's why that one I think is kind of in a different posture in addition to the state of the infrastructure than those other corridors where we did have discussions and there was pre-existing Amtrak service of some variety. Mr. Stanton.
I used to catch the train from, I don't know whether it's Norfolk or Newport News, been so long, but I used to ride from Norfolk to Charlottesville on the train. It cost $10 each way. And it went through Crewe, Virginia. That must have been the CSX line.
Stadler, I think that might be the lower line, right?
I believe it is the lower line. I don't think it's the same line that we're talking about going on.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same line either, but there was a line that had passenger rail service from Newport News to Charlottesville on the CSX line. Now, I don't know what train track it used, but I do recall it going through Crewe, because I was told that the reason for Crewe was because that's where the Crewe changed.
Yeah,
Back in the
that
day.
went further out to Dr. Smoot's neck of the woods.
Love that.
Here's just another chart showing the ridership. This is just Virginia State supported, you see, for the last year. We were ahead of last year, you see, until January. And then in January, when we did the service reductions, you see that the numbers dipped a little bit. One of the things, and we talked a little bit about this earlier with VRE, what we don't want to do is go through the entire Long Bridge construction, and then when the bridge is over, have no one on the train and just it no longer be viable. We, as the previous slide showed, we've had great momentum and great excitement about the train. We want to balance keeping that excitement going while also getting this bridge done. Here's just the ridership route by route. It's a pretty similar story on all of them. It's every route that we put into place, people tend to ride. And then finally on ridership, this shows Virginia on a per train number of riders compared to the other big states in the state-supported network, Pennsylvania, New York, and North Carolina. We're consistently getting more folks per train. I'd love to say that that's because we're doing a fantastic job, but it's really because there's so much congestion and traffic up here that it's a good option for folks. And then finally, I want to just go over our 2027 capital budget. Again, this was sent to you on the 1st of February. You've seen this chart earlier, although you've seen a much more modernized, nice chart. Thank you, Ms. Pryor. But this is kind of the same chart that shows you how the money flows from revenues down to the Transportation Trust Fund. From the Transportation Trust Fund that Ms. Pryor talked about, 7.5% of that becomes the Commonwealth Rail Fund. And the Commonwealth Rail Fund, 93% of that goes to VPRA. And then 7% goes to DRPT. Part of that 93% we use actually to help VRE, but you see the stretch on the bottom, that's what we assume is coming from that Commonwealth Rail Fund from previous years through 2031. Going forward, this is a pie chart that shows you all of the different funding sources. On the bottom, basically you see the VPRA fund. That's the fund I just showed you. Someone's gonna say, wait a second, the numbers are different. The other things that go in there like investment income and other contributions we get. So that's just VPRA ourselves. And then if you go around the circle, there are various other funding sources, passenger ticket revenues, Amtrak, as I said, on Long Bridge and other projects is providing some capital for us. We've got about $925 million worth of federal grants. We have coming up a couple financings. Number one, we're going to issue a financing on passenger ticket revenue, where the revenue that comes in from people to pay for tickets, we're going to leverage that into some debt. And then also CTV allocated, we've got debt coming from the I-66 money that we talked about last meeting, and then tomorrow should come up at the action meeting. So a good kind of group of funding that really moves the portfolio forward. Here are those same categories broken out between I-95 and Western Rail. I do this only to show that we're getting a lot of the federal and other support specifically for 95. Western Rail is really here, us, and that's about it. Here's a chart that shows our capital budget. This is the capital budget that we are proposing for 2027. Here is a breakout of the revenues, where it's coming from year by year. And then moving forward to the changes from last year. This is a good news story for us, because quite frequently when these multi-year projects move forward, you find, oh, we have cost overruns. We only have a change of about $25 million year over year, and a big part of that is one of our sidings. But these are the changes compared to last year's capital budget that you all approved. And then finally, I remind you of the code that you all review the budget and approve it hopefully next month, and even more hopefully before May 30th. Here's the timeline: March, that's today; April, next month, as we talked about. And then in May, we'll bring the budget to our board. So we brought it in January to get them to approve its presentation to you all. And then we go back to May with the final budget. If there are any major changes, as we've done in the past, we then come back to you and say, hey, there have been some changes. The timing, last year, you may recall, we were in the midst of negotiations for the Long Bridge contract. And so when we came to you, we had mock numbers or estimates, but because of negotiations, we didn't want to have actual numbers. So then we came back in the July timeframe or August timeframe and said, okay, negotiations are done. Here are the numbers. Here's what's changed. And so you all are always kept in the loop.
Any questions for Director Stadler? Mr. Coleman?
Thank you, Secretary. Quick question. You're going through the slides rather quickly, but I was on the revenue side. Is it true that 11% of your total revenue is generated through ticket sales?
That sounds like the right number. I can.
Passenger ticket revenues.
Yes, 11%. Yeah, yes. Now, it's important to note that 11% is from ticket revenues, 11% of the whole portfolio. If you look at what we spend outside of the capital budget, that goes out to pay for the operations. And it costs us more to pay Amtrak to operate those trains than we get in ticket revenue. So part of the VPRA fund goes to covering that shortfall. We're proud of the fact that we have a cost recovery of over 70%. So for every dollar we spend on operations, over 70 cents of it comes from those passenger ticket revenues, but it's not self-sustaining. It continues, as public transportation, it continues to need some kind of subsidy.
Is there any discussions to maybe increase the ticket prices in order to, I know there was a cost benefit. I mean, is there a point of no return where you peak and passengers will choose another form of transportation, but do you review the prices of tickets in order to right-size the ticket prices to not affect the ridership, but to gain more revenue?
Yeah, so I've got two answers to that. The first answer is we've got a pretty, unfortunately, way too complex structure for pricing. It's similar to the airlines, where when the train is empty, the prices are really low, but as it fills up, the prices get higher. And we work with Amtrak on that, and it works pretty well. But the second piece of the question, I think, is the more important one, in that we want to achieve a balance of that sweet spot. So we don't want to make the prices so high that nobody rides, but we're also not here to charge $1 a ride and have everybody come on. So we want to find that spot where you get, again, the sweet spot, and it's an art, not a science. So we work with Amtrak. To answer your question, are there discussions? Yes, all the time. We have regular meetings with Amtrak about, is this the right one? Is it the right one? Also, we look at ridership trends and bookings and say, last year in May, we had many more bookings by the end of March than we do now. Let's run a sale. Let's do this geo-fenced marketing where anybody that's at like a highway rest station throw out the, hey, you could be on a train, click this for 10% off, those kinds of things. And it's a really dynamic set of conversations we have with Amtrak.
This expands, you're going to find opportunities for greater ridership, which should increase that number.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what we have found is when we add frequencies, so for example, when we had one frequency to Roanoke and we add a second one, ridership tends to more than double because people then have that additional option. You know, oh, I would take the train, but it only comes back at this time and it doesn't work for me. Once you get a second or third frequency, it really increases exponentially.
Ms. Sellers?
Just want to add or comment really that 10 years ago when some of these conversations were really happening on higher speed rail or high speed rail, being in the Fredericksburg area, we always saw investment in the western part. So it is nice to see that there is investment along the 95 corridor because that has been absent for many years prior to this. So it's good work. A big
Promise you,
headache.
it has nothing to do with the fact that I live in Fredericksburg. It's just a coincidence.
Hey, I don't care why it happens. It's just nice to see this happening and having spent so much time on PRTC and with VRE. Again, it is nice to see that actually happening.
Any other questions for Director Stadler? All right, well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And just as a reminder, folks, there's an action item on that coming at our next meeting. And so if you think of anything after this meeting, please let us know sooner rather than later, and we'll make sure to get you answers to those questions as quickly as we can. Next, we have Mr. Fye with DRPT. And Mr. Minshew, this is a presentation as a direct response of a request you made at our last meeting about could we get an update on DMV Moves and kind of what was discussed in that plan and what are kind of the outcomes of that effort. And so Mr. Fye here is here to walk us through what was done.
Appreciate that. Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Alan Fye. I'm the Deputy Director at DRPT, and I'm happy to walk you through at a very high level, covering about 2 years worth of really important work that happened through DMV Moves and SJ28, two really important efforts that are really helping define what transit is like in the Northern Virginia area. So I'll start first of all with the vision of what DMV Moves imagine. Basically, if folks have been up to Northern Virginia, you've probably ridden the metro, you've ridden VRE, you've taken potentially a bus up there. It's a pretty comprehensive transit network. So the vision that DMV Moves across DC, Maryland, and Virginia is what does that network look like? What do we want it to be? You have to have a vision before you get to the point of how we're going to get there. So the vision is a backbone of integrated world-class mobility network for the National Capital Region. It's a preferred home, leader in innovation, environmental sustainability, and social equity. A lot of work went in to figure out what that vision is. We're going to talk a little bit now about how we get to that vision. Some steps have been taken, some things are starting, and some of them have a pretty long runway, which I think we'll see going forward. I think it's important to recognize how significant and unprecedented the collaboration was. There have been many times over the course of the years dealing with metro and transit in the DC area. There's been a blue ribbon panel. There's been other efforts that have taken place, but this one was pretty significant. And over the course of several years and a lot of work by a lot of folks across the entire region, coming together, pulling together partnerships from government, partnerships from the community, from labor, and all kinds of every different aspect you can possibly think of, really coming together in a structured way to figure out what that vision is, and then also how are we going to implement it going forward. So this is a quick snapshot of how folks kind of came together to come up with that plan, and it really was an unprecedented effort.
And Mr. Fye, if I get interrupted, I think this is probably the point where I should just disclose to the board, as you might have seen in that picture, in a past life, in a different role, I was involved in that process. So just wanted to state that at the outset as we start to move into the details of this particular effort.
So looking at the DC area, it's complicated. I think people recognize that. I think the complex context, there's a lot of play on words there, but it really does help define how we're going to navigate through some of the solutions to really figure out how to advance transit, how to get to that vision. You do have to understand the complexity across the entire region and then within Virginia. So I'm not going to read all the elements that are up here, but there's multiple transit agencies, multiple funding partners, multiple planning partners. Then you look at that, okay, we've got 12 bus systems, 3 commuter bus systems, commuter railroads, light rail line in Maryland coming online. How do you really integrate all that in a thoughtful, strategic way that makes it really, really easy for folks to navigate on transit throughout the DC region? Next layer down of complexity is with all those different transit systems, they each have their own structure, their own administration, their own policies for fare, their own facilities, how they do procurements, how they put that money together to actually pay for things. So diving deeper and deeper and deeper into the layers of the complexity of navigating through this. Now, come over to the Virginia side of the river, and it gets a little bit deeper again. There's a lot of organizations here. You probably have interacted with folks there, talked to these different agencies over the course of time. There are multiple agencies that provide transit service in Virginia. We've got Metro Rail, we've got bus, we have Metro Access, but also each one of those other agencies provides local bus service, commuter service, and then paratransit as well, a very vital source of mobility for folks. We've got obviously VPRA. That's the service side of things. How do we pay for this? It's really complicated. I've worked in local government in Northern Virginia and a regional government up there. It's messy and complicated, but it works and there's a logic to it. How do we pay for it all? Transit funding, obviously, you all talked a lot about DRPT funding that goes out across the Commonwealth and up to Northern Virginia. There are funding sources within the MVTC district, the PRTC district. Federal funds flow down in, and then all of those locals and counties have skin in the game when it comes to investing in transit. And the governance side of things get a little bit messy again. VRE is co-owned by 2 of the commissions. So the decisions that are made there have to go through those different processes to move forward and tie in. WMATA, obviously I'm sure you've talked a lot about Metro as well. The Commonwealth has 2 seats, well, the Commonwealth has 1, MVTC has another. So another one of those layers and layers and layers of governance. How are we going to navigate through these?
Well, and Mr. Fidus, on the governance issue at WMATA, like it is ruled by an interstate compact. So I just want to be like very clear, like there are 8 seats. There's 2 for Virginia. As Mr. Fye noted, they're distributed, 1 between the region, 1 between the state. There's 2 from Maryland, there's 2 from DC, and there's 2 from the federal government. The General Assembly cannot pass a law and say, actually, there's 3 from Virginia. Or I guess we can, but it doesn't matter, right? Because it's run by an interstate compact. So unless all 4 parties pass a bill that changes the structure of how WMATA is governed, it does not happen, right? And so that's just a way of saying like the governance there can be tricky and challenging. You might argue that's on purpose because it's through an interstate compact. But either again, just as a factual statement, like we cannot change how many seats Virginia has. We do have the ability to influence who has those seats, right? And we can do that through state law. But the number of seats we have vis-a-vis the other funding partners that make up that board, that is a matter that requires an act of Congress, an act of the Virginia General Assembly, an act of the Maryland General Assembly, and an act of the DC Council with all of the commas in the exact same place, or it does not take effect. So again, it's a complicated governance structure because of the nature of that organization and where it provides service.
So as the DMV Moves group got together, they really were facing an urgent challenge. Now you'll see a lot of the conversation is going to be focused on Metro, but it does expand wider than Metro. Metro is the big one, it's the most expensive, it's the largest, but there are, as I saw earlier, there are a significant number of other transit providers up there that have needs as well. And they are all integrated. They don't function without each other. So there was an urgency of moving forward with how do we make sure that system continues to work. This is a very, very high level snapshot and we could spend literally 3 or 4 hours per each one of these topics, but we're not going to. We're just gonna give you a quick snapshot. So on the capital side of things, focus on Metro. Back in 2018, Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia came together for capital funding to rebuild the system. We've seen a lot of conversations, a lot of events over the years to really, really see that going from a system that was very challenged, lots of disruptions, lots of unreliability, to a system that's really, really functioning pretty well right now. Now, the benefit of that money is we asked Metro as a region to go in, invest, spend money, rebuild the system. They did that. That costs money. They floated debt, which is what the anticipation was. Get the money out there. Now you're going forward 10, 11 years now, we're about to expend all the capacity of that debt. So pretty soon, almost all the money is going to go towards debt service. Basically, you're paying down your mortgage on the money that you borrowed. All that money, all the $500 million, minus a little bit of PAYGO money that comes from the Commonwealth, is covering debt service. Moving forward to continuing the conversations, DMV was really pivotal, making sure that conversation continued about how do we keep moving past that? How do we continue to make sure that the system is invested in? There we do have existing commitments, obviously, to continue to fund capital. Maryland's talking about a couple things. There were some conversations this year in the General Assembly. We'll see what happens with the budget. But there are conversations continue to make sure that Metro is well funded so they can continue. We'll talk about that need for state of good repair in a couple minutes as well. On the operating side of things, it's the only major transit system Metro is without direct dedicated funding. There's money that flows from the Commonwealth Mass Transit Fund to then MVTC and then to Metro, but doesn't go directly to Metro. They are kind of an outlier when it comes to that. They are predicting to have deficits even with a lot of cost-saving efforts. They have worked diligently to make sure they're trying to save money so that money gets reinvested back in. And when we talk about reinvesting money back in and saving money, it's not just to save money so it sits back with the jurisdictions of the Commonwealth. It's about making sure that the money we can save, we can run more service, which then gets at your more revenue and gets more riders and more reliability. One thing I think is really important to note also as well, 70% of the operating budget is personnel and associated with collective bargaining agreements. This is very much in line with industry peers from across the country, so it makes sense that those numbers are there. A big part of it, we got to make sure our drivers are out there and operators and maintainers are running the system. On the operating side, obviously there's funds that flow from all those different sources we talked about a little bit earlier to make sure that the existing service that does continue to flow out there continues to serve and continues to serve the region well. So DMV Moves came up with kind of 5 buckets of really key action areas. I'm not going to read through these right now, I'm going to go through them step by step in a minute, but it's really important that this is, again, about Metro at its core, but then about some of the other transit systems as well, and making sure they all work together. But before we dive into each one of those, I want to do a little bit of a step back of like, okay, the justification, the discussion of we need more money for operating, we need more money for capital. We've done that already, like we talked about in 2018. What are some of the benefits we saw out of that? And there's a couple snapshots and graphics. I'm not going to walk through them in detail, but these are from Metro's budget proposals, from some of their performance reports. But thematically, what we're seeing is we reinvested into Metro. The system is running reliable. People have returned back. You can see most of these numbers are post-COVID, the worst of COVID, slowly coming back and recovering. And one of the things you'll see in here, and it reflects a little bit of what Mr. Statler said a couple of minutes ago, when you add service, people come. People want to ride on the system. So you see that trend of adding service and getting people back onto the system. This is a quick dive into when you start providing more service, it gives people more access, more frequency, especially on the bus and rail side. The more frequently it runs, the more reliable it is. Case in point myself, last several years when I lived in Northern Virginia, I didn't have to use an app for the longest time because it was so reliable and so frequent. It was nice to do. And that's kind of where you want transit to get to that point where they have that reliability on the bus side, on the rail side. So performance and the investments that have been made into Metro and into the transit systems have been paying off, and these are just a couple examples of what that looks like. Slightly out of order. So one of the things here I want to talk about is that investment, and I think you'll hear a lot of conversations about investing in the capital, and it's not just buying stuff and building stuff. That's important. But there is actually a very, very closely associated operating savings as well, which then gets to the idea that if you can save money on your operating costs, you can run more service and provide better access and provide better mobility. So all those things all tie together. And this is just one example of how Metro has done it, how they're starting to do that. There's a continuum on the left-hand side of different types of automation. I'm not an automation expert, so I'm going to go by my notes here. They're on automation level 2, which basically gets to automatic train operations, which started back in June 2025. We got the entire system there. So basically, you're seeing things running a little bit more smooth, a little bit quicker, stopping the trains on time, the doors opening quicker, all those types of things that make it a little bit more efficient. And when you look over on the right-hand side, you see a table of, there's a lot of numbers there, but the idea is that the more you automate, the more you invest in that technology, the more you can squeeze out of the system in a safe way. So one of the point at the bottom is basically 10% operating savings to provide the same level of service. So it's costing you a little bit less. You're getting the same level of service. If you have some of those savings, you can reinvest that money back in, potentially back into the system to run even more service.
And Mr. Fye, before you leave this slide, so Mr. Minshew, because you and I were both there in 2018 and 2017, and we repeatedly made ask of WMATA at that time, show us how you have capital investments that can help bend the operating cost curve down. I don't think we got everything we were looking for at that time. I want to give real credit to the current management team at WMATA, because throughout the DMV Moves process, they repeatedly brought to us, here's a capital investment, and here is how it will bend that operating cost curve down. So what Mr. Fye is talking about here is, WMATA has a signaling system which controls how the trains communicate on that system. It's how you run the trains. They know where each other are. That thing was designed when the rotary phone was the primary form of communication. Now, I know Mr. Gribben and Mr. Mitchell, you both live in Loudoun County. Yes, you have a brand new rotary phone on the Silver Line. So it is new, but it's still a rotary phone. They need to replace that, clearly, right? And so that's part of the state of good repair needs they have, is to replace that system. But if we spend a small increment above that, we then get this add-on benefit of we will bend the operating cost curve down. So each unit of service we run costs less. And then the flip side of that, on these little like blue bars, that's like your experience as a passenger on a train. And so what we could do here for someone taking a long distance trip, so we could save them 5 minutes. 5 minutes may not sound like a lot, but I've read a lot of like highway NEPA documents, and let me tell you, 5 minutes of savings on like the core line is a big deal in terms of kind of how it influences behavior and the impacts it potentially has on ridership. I bring all of this up to say, just like, I really think the WMATA team and management challenged their team to come up with these types of ideas. I'm under no delusion like the management itself came up with this. I want to applaud them for encouraging their team to like bring forth these types of ideas, because we're fixing something that's old and has to be replaced. And I went into a signaling room. We may get a chance to do that, I think, in May. It is an interesting sight, is all I'll say, and you'll understand my rotary phone analogy when you see what the inside of one of those things like looks like. So we have to replace that, and then we're going to do it in a way that's lowering the cost and, again, making the service faster. And so to me, like, those are the types of capital investments where we're not just replacing a bus or replacing a train car that we need to be looking at for these types of systems for the long-term sustainability.
Next, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the needs that we're talking about. Can you kind of move over to the financial side and the state of good repair? We talked a little bit about the fact that debt capacity is going to run out and the capital investments that are going to move forward with Metro. So I think it's important to step back a little bit and really talk about the state of good repair and kind of what that looks like out over the next 10 years or so. Metro has made a significant amount of headway with reducing that backlog. I think we also want to be clear, you're never done with state of good repair. State of good repair is always going to be there. You're always repairing, you're always replacing. So we're never going to get to zero. So, but the idea is that if you have a backlog and in years you deferred doing something, you're trying to play catch up with that. And part of that dedicated funding that we talked about did help really remove some of that backlog. We also talked about the challenge of if that funding goes away and that buying capacity goes away, it has an impact. The other part of it, mentioned up here, the buying power of that money has decreased by 32% over the course of several years. We talked about historic events that are affecting prices now, inflation that have affected things over the last several years. So how do you get back that buying capacity that you need? One of the examples I think the Metro put out there, if Metro is no longer able to issue debt because of that running out of capacity, their current CIP is going to go from $2.2 billion, which is helping keep that state of good repair backlog in check. It'll drop down to $1.4 billion. That's an $800 million drop in the ability to make sure the system is maintained and safe. So that's one challenge on the operating side. Talk a little bit about
And one other thing, Mr. Fye, here, like the dedicated funding we provided to them in 2018 is flat. if we had indexed that in 2018 to inflation, I'm not sure we would be here having this discussion, because this cliff they're running into wouldn't have happened, right? Because so we gave them a fixed amount of money. We knew costs were going up. The system is not shrinking. It has stayed the exact same size. In fact, it's grown to an extent since we did that. And so it's kind of a predictable circumstance in which we found ourselves, because obviously over time, if we're saying go embark on a major capital program and sell debt, and by the way, it's fixed, there's an end date. But the system still has to be maintained. And so I think if we had made different decisions in 2018, we may not be where we are right now. Because again, this along with their federal PREA funds that they get, which is their other major source of dedicated capital funding, that's been $300 million since 2009. So it's also a huge amount of purchasing power. The dedicated funding has been $500 million since 2018. It's also lost purchasing power. And if both of those had been indexed, I really don't think we'd be having this discussion today, for better or worse.
That's a little bit of the context on capital. So now some of the context on operating. I think it's really important to understand. We talked a little bit about the second bullet point about the 70% of the operating budget is personnel. We need drivers. We need folks out there driving the train, driving the buses, maintaining things. The other part of it is, I think, is a little bit of a nuance here, but it gets into the discussion where people are like, well, just cut rail service because there's too much rail service, and that's how we can save a lot of money. I think one of the things we wanted to try to be clear about is Metro Rail as a system has very significant fixed costs that are there no matter what level of service you run. You still have to maintain the tracks, you have to pay for those rail cars, you have to pay for the track and signals, you still have to buy electricity. Those are fixed costs, as 80% of the Metro Rail costs. So moving things around on the service side doesn't really significantly shift the overall grand scheme of what Metro's budget is. The variable costs are obviously the train drivers, the folks you have in there, station maintenance, things like that, that can move up and down with how frequently you send folks out and how frequently you send the trains out. So I think those are some of the nuances of the operating side of things as we try to figure out through the DMV Moves and other efforts, how do you make sure that things are funded long-term in a sustainable way. So those are just some high-level context. Again, we could spend many, many days talking about this. Getting back to some of the key action items, one of those was reinvesting in and modernizing.
Mr. Vi, one second.
Please.
Mr. Stant?
I'm confused. Fixed costs are 80% versus 20% variable costs. And in fixed costs, I mean, you don't include union contracts in the fixed costs? I mean, I don't understand how these numbers are working.
Mr. Five, I'll jump into this one. So, Mr. Stant, I understand why you're saying that. So, an impression that I had and had for a long time until I was involved in the DMV Moves process is that the majority of staff on Metro Rail were actually involved in running the trains, and that is not the case. The rail operators are a minority of the employees that undertake work for Metro Rail. And so, if you break down the employees there. So the reason 70% of the operating cost can be related to personnel, but 78% of the cost can be non-service related is track maintenance, rail car maintenance, police officers, all of those types of things are not people running trains. If you want to really push on it, you could say, hey, we could change some of those non-service related costs. Like we could, I'm not saying this to be flippant, but I'm just picking things I know I can say that are accurate. You could not run as much AC during the summer. You could not run as much heat in the winter. You could have less police officers. Those are not service-related things, right, that are within that kind of 78%. But I think the point we were trying to convey with this slide is a lot of times people say, well, we should be reducing service on the WMATA to balance with ridership or to do other things. That's still a value judgment and a policy decision that can be made. I think what we wanted to make sure that this board understood is that if you do that, you're not actually getting a lot of that money back. So like, for example, I think today the headways on the Orange Line are something like 6 or 7 minutes during rush hour. If you cut one of those trains out, you increase people's waits by like 3 minutes, and the percentage savings in the budget would be like under 1%. And so I think that's what we're kind of trying to convey here. And again, with these two bullets, the reason that can be true is the majority of those people in the operating budget are doing something besides actually running a train. They're doing something that's not directly related to the amount of service. It was candidly a surprise to me as well. When I learned that, I was kind of very surprised by the high percentage of non-service related costs.
Thank you.
Mr. Davis.
A few slides ago, you mentioned fare improvements. It's on slide 8, but we don't have to go back there. It's fine. Can someone define for me what fare improvements means? Because I have it in my mind of what I think it means, but I'm not quite sure I'm on the mark. Can someone help me out?
I think two things are meant by that, Mr. Davis. One is addressing fare evasion, which became a more significant issue during the pandemic. So WMATA has systematically gone in at a number of stations and installed higher fare gates. I don't know if you've seen them. I personally saw them before and after, and there was maybe a small chance I could have gotten over the smaller ones. There's no chance whatsoever I can get over these new ones, that they are dramatically higher, and so they've had a significant impact on fare evasion along with deployment of officers. The other thing, though, that we talked about as a part of DMV Moves, and as one of the assumptions built into the whole scenario, is that on a regular basis, say every 3 years, and again, that could be every 2, it could be 4, but on a cadence, that fares would be increased to take into account inflation, to help make sure we were bringing in more revenue from riders over time. And so WMATA just increased their fares, I believe it was like last year, to take into account the increases in inflation there. So I think it was about a 12.5% increase to reflect what had changed since the last time fares were done. And, you know, they had one of the more surprising outcomes where both ridership and revenue went up. I want to be clear. If we do this every 3 years into the future, we're not going to come to you and say that that's happened every single time, because that is a rather unique thing that what happens. What normally happens is you get more revenue and have some smaller impact to the number of riders. But I think the more important part is WMATA is saying on a regular basis, we're going to make sure that the cost of using the system is kind of generically staying in line with inflation, and that is a core assumption built into the DMV Moves kind of framework.
Secretary?
Mr. Mitchell.
This may be later in Mr. Fry's presentation concerning the 3% cap. You probably have some, if you have some slides on that, I'll delay that, but it's interesting that there's a 3% cap that was adopted 2018 or so, where we cap the operating subsidy increases to WMATA. And I think there's language that says, unless it's waived, this board can reduce the funding to the Northern Virginia localities. And so that's baked into the law. And that's, it's been fiscally prudent, it's worked well, but it probably, in the context of what is currently going on, is worthy of reconsideration. But I don't want to jump ahead, since Mr. Fry probably has a 3% slide coming up.
Looking ahead. Slide.
That is coming up at a very high level. All right. So back to the kind of the core concept of what the DMV's looked at, some of those key action items. We talked a little bit about the reinvesting and modernizing Metro. What does that look like? There's numbers on the right-hand side. I say take those with a grain of salt. Those types of numbers are always moving around as you work through Metro's formulas, which are complicated on a good day to understand, but making sure that we understand that this is a partnership between Virginia, Maryland, and the District of Columbia, and what does that fair share look like? If you look on the right-hand side, looking at some of the numbers of what they want to look at, if we set aside the numbers for just a second, but focusing on what the Secretary mentioned a little bit ago, the growth of any revenue that goes in. Can it keep up with inflation? Is it reliable and predictable? That's something Metro has always wanted. Is it bondable? Again, are we able to go out there and float debt to really pay for some of those really big projects you need to float debt up front for to keep the system in a state of good repair? And minimal number of restrictions on how those dollars flow and where they sit.
And Mr. Fry, one point for this board's just edification. To be bondable in Virginia, you can be a state revenue or a regional revenue, but in the letter of the law, in practice, this needs to be a regional revenue source. The state has never traditionally given an outside body the ability to sell bonds on any kind of reoccurring basis with statewide revenue. So there'd be like a gap in the kind of authority that we've never crossed, and I don't anticipate we'll be crossing anytime soon. The other thing is the state would then have to factor that into its debt capacity model, which would reduce the bonds that would otherwise be available for universities and the capital program of the state. And so it has long been the position of the money committees in the General Assembly that any revenue that was going to be used on this regional way and bonding need to be generated from regional sources so that it did not impact the state's debt capacity. And we, for the most part, were able to do that in 2018. But I just wanted to flag for folks, this is not something that would likely come out of the Commonwealth Transportation Fund.
Alan, you not show any federal funding here. I thought earlier in your presentation, you made mention of some federal funding.
Yes, Metro does take advantage of formula funds that kind of flow through. There's a split letter in the DC area where federal formula funds that help pay for state of good repair, those do flow into the pot. And then PREA, as the secretary mentioned, as Mr. Sadler mentioned, those PREA funds that come down from an act of Congress every year, which is matched by the Commonwealth and Maryland and DC. So those are two parts of the pie. This is the part of the pie right here we're talking about, where it's like the funding for capital from the region, the Northern Virginia region, and then potentially from the Commonwealth. But those other ones are definitely playing into the overall capital budget. Accountability at Metro is our 3% cap. And many of the years I spent up in Northern Virginia working on this, the 3% cap is one of those things that's been around for a while. I think Mr. Minshew talked about some of the benefits of it, but also some of the challenges of it. And a lot of analysis has been done at the district level up there with MVTC, and then also DMV Moves, looking at the concept of what it is and are there different ways to approach that 3% cap. So that is a tool to basically keep their costs within a certain reasonable amount of growth. How you apply it has different types of implications. Currently, it's applied at the aggregate state level. So Virginia's can't increase by more than a certain amount. Maryland's a certain amount. There are exemptions in the law. So looking at options to examine, are there other options to how we apply that and what that methodology might be? That's consistent, again, with some findings that SJ 28 had as well, looking at that. So I think that's an open conversation at the moment. Accountability also with Metro, I think one thing that's out there right now is a 20-year capital plan. Always go, all of our agencies do some sort of plan projecting out. 20 years is a little bit of a longer horizon than most, but when you think about some of the really big projects that Metro and some of the bigger agencies might have, it might take 20 years to really get to that point. A new rail station, an infill station, an extension, some pretty big capital things. You need that kind of runway to get to those points. But basically what the concept is, ask Metro, updated every 5 years, look at the opportunities for how you fund that, but also, again, back to the conversation we had earlier, whenever we're making those types of big capital investments, are there operating cost savings that can be achieved? I think the automation kind of fits well into this example of how do you do that? Can you invest a big amount of money into the automation, then get those operating savings and get more service out there? Another part is making sure with transparency, Metro is, you heard a little bit earlier mentioned that Metro is required to put different type of reports together, whether it's to the Commonwealth, to NVTC, to COG, to the Transportation Planning Board, to Congress. There's all kinds of different mechanisms and ways that we can make sure that Metro is being accountable. We are investing a lot of money every single year from the Commonwealth, but also from the other parts of the state to make sure that there is good oversight of what that accountability for those public dollars look like.
And just a few points that I wanted to kind of hit on here. One of the things coming out of 2018 that was very clear is if there were 5 people in the room, there were 6 recollections of what the outcome was supposed to be. And so we intentionally this time said, no, we need to document the assumptions and expectations for what is going to take place here. And so that's a part of what this annual report is supposed to be getting at. Say, if we said X was going to happen, or we were going to do X and we expected Y to happen, WMATA should be reporting on that, and we should be seeing whether or not we're in line there. And importantly, as the region, we have the ability to course correct over time if we see something heading in a different direction. More importantly is we can't predict the future. So if in 15 years, and I hope this is not the case, we are back here having another discussion about some urgent capital funding need at WMATA, we will know, were we wrong on some pretty big assumptions where we all agreed it was reasonable in 2025 and 2026? And if so, like, We'll have a discussion about that. The flip side is if all the assumptions generically took place the way we thought, we need to have some very, very difficult conversations with the WMATA board and the WMATA management team at that point, because they should have been able to deliver those types of outcomes. And so that's kind of the intent of that report. And then also with the 20-year plan is we should have that look ahead. We should not be surprised with some sort of major need that's coming out. And so if you're updating this every 5 years, we're always going to be looking at least 15 years out into the future, and we'll have that visibility to understand what we expect the condition of that system to be and what it's going to cost us to do that. We don't have that today. And like this will kind of change that there. And so I think like these sound kind of like, oh, thank you for the report. Like, how does that get at accountability? That's how it's trying to drive at those accountability outcomes, because we can't be back here again in 8 years having another discussion about urgent capital funding needs at WMATA. We need to really try to address this in a sustainable way, kind of looking out long term. And I think we have done a good job of doing that through this process. I'm certain there's something that will happen that wasn't kind of anticipated right as we move forward, but at least now we'll be able to compare that to what we thought was happening and understand what the impacts of that unforeseen variable have on kind of the outcomes that we're driving towards. And so there's a lot of lessons learned from the 2018 effort that we've tried to bake into this one to ensure, again, that we're not back here again anytime soon.
Secretary, I note that if you read those COG and TPB annual reports starting in 2018 up to their last one, you can see a trend in the right direction, that there is enhanced accountability. So that 3% cap, if it was trying to encourage WMATA to run a better system, it's working. It's good to see policy actually give you a therapeutic result. And it's amazing looking back that there's 7 subway systems in America. I'm including the elevated system in Chicago, and there's a few miles in Los Angeles that are underground, but 7, I guess. This is the only one that doesn't have a sustainable funding system. And also, it's the only one you've got this 4-way sharing between Maryland, DC, and Virginia, the federal government. And you think back, it's amazing that back in the 1960s, during the Kennedy administration, they were able to pull this off and get the people together. I think the National Capital Area Transportation Agency, I guess, got together some really smart thinkers and pulled it off. And here we are in 2026, and we still have a system that's working pretty well and improving, still without sustainable funding source. And it's just amazing that the system is working as well as it has without that over these many decades.
Dr. Zimmerman?
Yes to that. I'll plus one on that. But I also wanted to note on the theme of accountability, in kind of a similar time frame of our agreements around 2020 and at the federal level, the State Safety Oversight Program that was created in the Washington Metropolitan Safety Commission. They are a lens of accountability on just safety issues and what's happening with WMATA. If you look at their annual reports, you will also see a trend line moving in the direction we want in terms of improvements to the elevators, improvements to safety training. Some of you may remember some of the rather alarming safety incidents that had happened 2018, 2019 in that time frame. That is something the state is also providing some investment in and sits at that table. But it's another unique in the United States in that each of the states, DC, Maryland, and Virginia are partners in that. And then we also have the process here annually of hearing from WMATA, getting that update. So we have the recommendations here on DMV Moves, but I also wanted to note there are other layers of accountability that we have as the CTV and as the state and at DRPT that are happening in addition to what's shown here on this slide.
All right. We talked all about Metro Rail and the heavy system, but also there's a significant bus network. And I think the DMV Moves get into that as well. How do we really make sure that as part of this mobility and really that world-class transit system includes bus? Some years there's just as many bus riders as there are rail riders because it's a pretty significant system. We talked about all the different layers in Northern Virginia, all the different providers that feed into each other. But the DMV Moves did pull out a regional bus priority network. You see the map of it there. I just wanted to hone in on what the Virginia routes are. You probably heard about some of them in different times. There's the Route 7 BRT, which runs from Tyson's to Alexandria, Duke Street BRT, which is underway, and then premium service on Columbia Pike. So again, another layer, and all of those touch the rail system and some of them the VPRA system at the same time. So again, that integration is really, really important.
Well, and this is another example of the opportunity for capital investments to bend down the operating cost curve. So the bus is kind of an odd thing to think about. A lot of times we say, well, why are transit costs increasing faster than inflation? And there could be a lot of reasons for it, but I think there's one we often don't talk about. And so clearly you have labor that goes up. We have fuel. We've had a lot of discussions today about fuel, so I'm not going to go down that particular hole. But they have a third one, which we almost never talk about, which is congestion. And so on a lot of these high ridership routes, they also tend to be on routes where the travel speed goes down over time. And so in a lot of instances, transit agencies are forced to run or add an extra bus to an existing bus line, not to make things better, but to make sure the bus still shows up at the same cadence. And so if you have a bus coming every 10 minutes, travel speeds go down 5 or 6 or 7 or 8%, you have to add a whole nother bus to that line to be able to run that service. And that is an additive cost that really has bad impacts for the kind of the operating circumstance of that line. And so one of the things that DMV Moves was recommending, and again, this is a capital investment aimed at maintaining operating costs, is that in particular locations and with a mind to understanding the impact to drivers, you look at bus lanes, bus priority treatments, and other things that can preserve the travel speed of those buses long term so that we don't have to keep adding more and more buses just to run the same service, and also have the service get slower and slower and less convenient and reliable for those users. I really want to be clear for anyone watching or for those on the board, this doesn't mean we're going to carpet bomb a region in bus lanes, right? You put these in particular places where they drive high impact and real results. We also have to be flexible as we do that. So you see Columbia Pike here as a line. There may be certain intersections in Columbia Pike that don't have the bus lane because due to physical constraints and turning volumes, that would create just a really, really bad repercussion for all the other users of the roadway. But that doesn't mean we can't potentially do bus lanes on 80% of Columbia Pike. It just means you might skip 3 particular intersections where, because of the way it functions, that would really have negative impacts there. But that would still drive a lot of efficiencies on the operating side for those who are running that type of service, and also speed up the trips for those who are using the service long term. So just like the signaling upgrades we talked about earlier, this is another example of those types of improvements that I was really pleased to see WMATA bring out as a part of the DMV Moves process.
Now that we have a really cool picture of some transit signal priorities, we do have actually a real world example of directly what the Secretary was talking about in Alexandria and Arlington. It's the Metroway, it's a BRT system. It's exactly what he described. There's a section where it runs in mixed traffic because it's not feasible to do it. Then it moves over into dedicated lanes. Then it comes out of the dedicated lanes because it's trying to make sure it connects with the metro station. But then when it gets back into Arlington, there are temporal lanes, which means there are dedicated lanes for certain periods of time, but not all day. And then it moves back and forth. So that adaptability, I think, is exactly what he's getting at. And we have a case study there of how exactly you do that. One of the ones I mentioned was the Route 7 BRT. That's kind of based on the same model. Are we going to go through downtown Falls Church and bulldoze everything? Absolutely not. But we can really get good service through there, get buses there faster by building some really good infrastructure leading up into that. So being very sensitive to the environment in which we're providing transit service. There's a lot of words on this screen. I'm not going to get into all of them, but this gets into that. How do we make sure that the customer experience is really good? Make sure that people want to ride transit. They can get to it easily. They know how to get there. There's options to get there. How do we make sure that the fare policy, I think that's an important part of things we'll be talking about a little bit later this year when we talk about the TRIP program, is how can we influence that fare policy? A lot of folks out there have reduced fare for seniors or for kids or for folks who are disabled, lots of different options. What do those look like? And then in a complicated region like Northern Virginia, the District of Columbia area, how do you make sure they're all similar? So if you have a fare policy that's different in Alexandria, it's different than Arlington, that's different than DC, how can you make some kind of some consistency between those to make it easy for folks to really navigate through the system.
I wonder if, because of recent incidents in our country, how much effort is being put into safety? Because I know that's on the minds of everybody. So what can you tell us about that?
I think from the safety point of view, you can look at it from a couple different angles. From a transit system point of view, generally is one of the safer ways to move around, but also I know there is a pretty significant effort of Metro with their safety teams that they have out there, their police force, but also they work very closely with all of the different agencies that have bus service. Not all of the local transit services have their own transit police department. I use the city of Alexandria, for example. They work closely with the city police department and Arlington County Police Department, but they have agreements with the transit agencies to make sure that if there's an incident on a rail station or if there's an incident on a bus, they're talking to each other, they can communicate, they need support because something happened, they know who to call. So I think that safety is always paramount there. They have a lot of agreements in place just to make sure that we do keep it as a very safe option for it's safer than driving in the car sometimes, but then also it's safe to ride. The physical individual safety is very paramount for these agencies. All right, Bill.
Recognize.
Mr. Mincho.
Yes, on the point that Mr. Coleman raised, there were some real challenges with metro safety circa 2016 to 18. In 2019, there was this new commission created, the Washington Metro Safety Commission, 2019 or so. They hit the ground running. And can you tell us what they've done in the 7 years they've been around to improve metro safety, or if you know? Or
I will defer to, if I may.
Mr. Secretary. Yes, so that was the organization I was referring to earlier. They do issue an annual report if you want to get into the details and look at things. But there is one of the FTA programs that we had shown earlier. There is FTA funding that comes to Virginia for a whole new federal safety oversight program that is specific to rail. So for Virginia, the 7.2 miles of the tide in that Hampton Roads runs, that is overseen by this federal safety oversight program that DRPT administers and does the oversight for that program. VRE is actually covered through the safety oversight that's happening with the State Safety Commission and the two commissions, the transportation commissions, Amtrak, and that oversight is not part of FTA. That's overseen through the Federal Railroad Administration. But WMATA is also funded, and there is very specific federal regulation. The Metropolitan Safety Commission does numerous audits all throughout the year on safety oversight that looks at everything of elevator and escalator safety. It looks at track safety issues. There's requirements around training, and it has specific audit findings that will come out from that and really works with WMATA in really a very positive relationship that they have, where there's separate safety commission staff who are on there to really do that oversight and work with them to flag issues that need more investment, need some retroactive plan. And so we have seen, if you look through that report, and I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but you will see that they have reduced the number of incidents that have happened over the lifespan. They are improving the conditions of track and different things that they flagged as safety issues. So there is quite a body of information, and it's not just a one-time thing. It's really a very interactive process that's going. FTA certifies and reviews that process as well and does their own audits for both our Hampton Road system and that Washington Metropolitan Safety Commission. So it is a pretty robust safety oversight piece. I will mention, in addition to Mr. Coleman's comments, we've been having conversations at DRPT that there's this very strong safety oversight on the rail side of transit. We don't necessarily have that same safety oversight on the bus side. And so we have been talking about, are there ways as a statewide agency with responsibilities over transit, that we can do more to support our transit agencies. I'd underscore transit is the safest mode of transportation, but I think there are things we can do, even including cybersecurity, which is really, transportation is one of the most vulnerable systems, both on the road side, the rail side, the aviation side, but also the transit side. And so I think it's an area that we agree that there's more that we can be doing to support both the operators and the riders of transit. So thanks for the questions.
That safety commission, they're completely independent of WMATA, right?
They are
No
100% independent of WMATA. We, as the Commonwealth, have 2 board members who are on that. We actually were just talking to the secretary and I about that. One of the commission members is actually retiring April 1st, so we're looking to put a new commissioner on there. And then we also have an alternate to the Safety Commission. Similarly, Maryland has its 2 representatives. DC has its representatives, but it is completely separate. The staffing separate, all the oversight, and that's part of the federal regulation. We are required to have this be truly objective safety oversight role that is played.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
That's the second interstate compact that deals with Metro. There's 2 of them that deal with that. All right, back to some of the key actions. I'm almost wrapping up here on the DMV Moves side, but the transition from commuter rail to regional rail, we talked about, Mr. Sadler talked a lot about what's going on there, the projects and the facilities they're building at the authority, making sure that it allows that VRE transition to a regional rail system, all day bi-directional service. We have a new CEO at VRE. This is one of her top priorities. I've heard her talk about several times. So what does that look like over the course of the next several years? Making sure that, again, we're getting those longer haul folks that are coming in to have easy connections to Metro, easy connections to bus, and thinking about this as a truly integrated system.
Ms. Sellers?
So on that, is the assumption that people who ride the VRE are then going to get on Metro after?
I think it depends on where they're going. But the pattern we're seeing today is there is a significant amount of transfer activity onto the Metro system, putting aside the construction at the moment. But when you get to the Alexandria, Crystal City, and mainly L'Enfant Plaza, those are the areas you really see that big transition. You've got multiple Metro rail connections along the way. And then obviously the Union Station for folks that are going further. So I think the idea is that it is fully integrated, and there is an expectation that they're going to transfer, but I would say probably a significant number of folks that ride VRE and have a Smart Trip card in their pocket as well.
Yeah, I would just be hesitant to make that assumption because, especially with the buses and coming up the 95 corridor, taking VRE, it depends on where you live and how much it makes sense. And as we've seen some of these commuter bus systems build out, we haven't needed the same infrastructure. And so with OmniRide going right into the Pentagon, people don't have to take the VRE anymore. And to assume that you're gonna stop at Crystal City to then get on the Metro to go to the Pentagon, I would ask who is doing that, because that's adding 45 minutes to your commute both ways. So just make sure you're planning that, not just putting things out because it sounds like, oh, this would be really cool. Understanding who uses these different modes to get into where they're going before we spend the money. Because there has been an assumption that everybody's either taking VRE or they're going to Metro. And I think that's an inaccurate assumption coming out of the Virginia area, but at least along the 95 corridor.
Mr. Secretary,
Smoot?
I've seen some discussion of running rail through Washington rather than just to Washington. Could you tell us briefly how that's coming along?
I know there have been conversations between Maryland and Virginia about what does that look like. Basically, is there demand for folks coming down on Mark? Mark is the commuter railroad that Maryland runs, coming down into Virginia. How far does that go? Is there demand for riders from the VRE system to go, as you say, past Union Station up further into Maryland? I know a couple studies, I don't have them off the top of my head, but they have looked at that. There is demand, I think, for what the studies show. There also are a lot of logistical issues with that because you go into one territory, it's electrified, one's not. different heights of platforms. There's a lot of technical things that need to be worked on to figure that out. But I think that is something that I think as the vision moves forward for truly regional rail, you have to look at what does that look like on those next steps. So I think that's a good consideration.
Well, and Mr. Smoot, to your point, we've never been able to have those discussions before because Long Bridge was a bottleneck. And so it wasn't possible. And so I don't know what the right answer is for the future, but I think it's something that we should spend the next few years figuring out what that solution might be so that when Long Bridge is done, we're not then saying, oh, let's figure this out. We figured it out before. So if there's an opportunity to capitalize on, we can capitalize on it. You know, one of the things I'm particularly interested in as it relates to VRE is Maryland has something similar called MARC. I think it's it doesn't matter. It's the Maryland VRE. Both systems are planning to replace their train sets in the 2030s. Do we need to buy as many train sets if the trains actually run through and we share trains? There's a whole host of other things that may make it so that it doesn't work even if sharing trains makes sense. But I think the more important thing is now that that opportunity exists, we should figure out what the issues are, what the potential benefits could be, and whether something kind of makes sense. I don't think we have all the answers now. I think what we know is that we have an issue that requires evaluation and that we should be coming back to this body and other bodies to kind of have some of those discussions about what might make sense now that we have the ability to do something we've never had as long as VRE has existed.
And finally, just we've talked a lot about things at a very, very high level. We've stated 40, 50,000 feet for this conversation, but just so you know that the DMV Moves effort is still going on. There have been many presentations by the group to go out and talk to different jurisdictions across the greater DC area, get endorsement into these bigger level concepts of what they want to do. And this is just an example of how they're kind of operationalizing that. There are several working groups. You see the down at the bottom, there are multiple working groups that hit on some of those themes we talked about. And just so you all know, DRPT staff is involved in those staff level working groups. These are staff level at the moment, trying to work through what are those challenges, what are the ideas that are there, and how can we then advance them and then bring them up to the point where future decisions are being made. That wraps up DMV Moves. Any other questions before I move on to SJ28, which was a parallel but complementary effort that took place in 2024 and 2025. They do dovetail. I don't have quite as many slides.
Dementia?
Maybe you may be covering this, but you know, the General Assembly just wrapped up their long session, full 60 days this past Saturday. Obviously, no budget's been adopted, but I'd be curious of finding out, were there any bits of organic legislation adopted, implementing, setting up, or whatever the recommendations that came out of the SJ28 subcommittee, or do you think we'll see that in the forthcoming budget document? I realize your crystal ball can't predict what's going to happen in the budget, but I might be curious on the implementation side, either through legislation or through the budget. How do we see this, going forward? And you might already have a slide coming up on that.
Mr. Mitchell, I'll handle that one. Deputy Secretary Hutchinson is going to give a presentation later on the legislative update where he'll get into some of those matters, but
Great.
generally it's the budget.
Thank you.
How is the Greenbelt discussion for FBI headquarters impacting what Metro is thinking about doing? And is the federal government putting money towards some of these improvements to go to Greenbelt in the similar way, like we call it BRAC, or in DOD it's called the BRAC, where there's extra money? How's that impacting it?
I have to get back to you on that one as a follow-up because I don't know off the top of my head. I know discussions have been happening for multiple administrations on the location of the FBI. It's moved around a lot. It's been a political hot potato. I don't think I'm saying anything inappropriate there, but the discussion is going on. We can find out what that looks like and what that means for Metro and investments potentially if that does happen. So a little bit of background. SJ28 was a study sponsored by previous Senator Eben in 2024, again, to look at what we've been talking about for the last, several minutes, I'm not sure how long I've been up here, last half hour or so, talking about that long-term sustainable dedicated funding for operating and capital. But it's not just about Metro, it's about all of those transit agencies in Virginia. This is now focused on the Virginia side of things. What are those needs? What do they have? How does this relate to the policy goals that DMV Moves has? How are we going to implement that on the Virginia side of things? How do those integrate? So And keep this again very high level. Three focus areas kind of came out of this, and we've actually hit on some of these already. So there is a nexus between them. What are the needs? This effort dived a little bit deeper into what are the financial needs of the systems in the MVTC district, OmniRide and VRE. What does that look like over the shorter term and longer term? Cost containment, we talked a little bit about that already. What is a 3% cap? Are there options to revisit that? Are there other tools to control costs? I think that doesn't just apply to Metro. I think that applies to all of our transit systems, making sure that they're trying to be as efficient as they can so we can provide as much service as possible. And then what are some of the funding options? They looked at a menu of regional, statewide taxes to potentially for the General Assembly to consider to fund transit. Very, very high level here. This is a snapshot of what those potential needs may look like. I'm not going to get into the granular details because we talked a little bit about Metro's operating, their capital, some of the context that goes into their VRE. We've talked a little bit about longer term. You see notes there, like when the long bridge opens, what are their needs for that point to really turn it into that regional system to truly leverage all the work that VPRA is doing. The local bus systems, how do they make sure they keep them sustainably funded going forward? And then OmniRide as well, because they're that one of those core, really, really fundamental service that really moves a lot of people up and down the 66 and 95 corridors, primarily using the express lanes, or really leveraging that as a really, really high capacity transit option for folks on those corridors. And then finally, cost containment. I don't think I need to repeat this all again. We've talked a lot about this already. It applies everywhere. It's not just Metro. Being smart about things. How can we make those strategic capital investments that save money on the operating side? How can we make sure that we're being very wise and we're making sure that our transit agencies are wisely investing the funding that flows up to them? How are we making sure that we're doing that in a way that we're in coordination with Maryland and DC as well, especially on the Metro side? We're trying to make sure that our policy goals are as aligned as they can possibly be to make sure that we're all trying to move in the same directions. Again, I think it's something that DMV Moves accomplish a lot of, and we have now, I think, a pretty good framework to work within. And at that point, I'm happy to answer any questions about S228 or DMV Moves.
Any questions for Mr. Fye? Mr. Ribbon?
Mr. Secretary, when you had your opening comments in our very first meeting, you talked about we're never going to have enough funding to meet everyone's needs. So I guess I'm just curious. I live in Northern Virginia, district representative, very, very conscious of how important Metro and WMATA is to our region and to the Commonwealth as a whole. But when you think about the amount of funding that's going in this direction, how do we explain to people that this is the highest priority use of those funds, that this is better to invest on this than other alternatives there may be? Do we have investigation what other alternatives there are? And I'd just be curious as how do we put this in a little bit more of a cost benefit context in terms of alternatives? And then the last little bit, I can repeat these if I'm asking many questions at the same time, is I noticed that there was a breakdown by how much funding is going from each jurisdiction, Maryland, Virginia, DC, to WMATA. Is there the opposite side of that equation, which is what are the benefits that are coming to Virginia, and how does that compare to what it is that we're spending?
I think I can answer that in a couple different ways. I think when you talk, I'll start with the benefit side of things. I know there have been multiple studies done over the years about what is for every dollar that the Commonwealth puts into transit, what do we get back out? MVTC did a study back in, 2023, 24. For every dollar it goes in to transit in Northern Virginia, the Commonwealth gets $1.60 back. That's a pretty good return on investment. You're getting that dollar back and the extra $1.60. So that's one side of things. The other benefit is the benefit that accrues to the local jurisdictions that are there. The land use decisions that are made around high capacity transit, around even their bus systems, around their rail systems, and around the VRE system. What are those benefits that accrue to that? You get more density, you get more opportunities, you get those benefits of property taxes, sales tax, things that accrue directly to the local jurisdiction. So I think there's a multi-layered benefit of what that is. I think that is part of the story of transit out there. I think we do a good job at DRPT telling that story of like, this is a really, really good investment. It does make sense. The prioritization process, that's always going to be a challenge, as the Secretary said. There's a finite amount of money. Where do those priorities live? and where do those sit? I think that's where we take guidance from boards like this, from direction we get from the General Assembly and other bodies that are out there that are responsible for making decisions about those investments. I think DRPT, we sit on multiple of those boards in Northern Virginia to make sure we're part of that conversation. So people are understanding what that is. Is there a transit consideration we need to be thinking about when we're talking about service at PRTC or VRE levels of service, or at MVTC when they're making decisions about how to invest limited funds into operating or capital projects? There's a lot of ways that we're able to get into those places and have those conversations, but ultimately, as DRPT and the other agencies, we follow the guidance from boards like this and other commissions that are responsible for giving us direction to how to invest that money.
And Mr. Graven, I'll be very specific on your very first question. No, I don't think there's an opportunity cost like analysis between this or something else. That like the work of SJ28 was specifically focused in a certain way. I hear and very much respect your point about like we don't print money in Virginia. We have a limited number of dollars. And so I think, ultimately a whole host of trade-offs and opportunity cost decisions will be made by the assembly as they figure out whether or not they want to, whether and how they want to provide resources. And the how, I mean like how they tell us we can use them, right? And where they can go. On the WMATA side or on the rail side, I would like to draw a bit of a distinction there. And that's not to, for any of the bus agencies watching, that's not to diminish the needs analysis that was done there. But on the WMATA side, particularly because the bulk of this is about maintaining the system that we have an asset worth tens of billions of dollars that short what I consider relative to the value of that asset, a small infusion, the condition will deteriorate pretty quickly over time. To me, like that's kind of the way I think about the WMATA investments is what is the value of that asset? What are we going to be able to use that asset if we don't maintain it? And are we okay with that if we don't? Because I do think that's actually kind of the choice longer term there. Because if we don't make those investments on the WMATA, particularly Metro Rail side, that backlog in like less than 10 years is going to be back to where it was before 2018. And the service at that time was unreliable. We had an unfortunate incident where Virginia actually died in a tunnel, not because of a crash, but because of smoke from an electrical like wire arcing, I think is the technical term. And if I screwed that up as an electrician, I'm sorry. But there was smoke from a thing that provides electricity. And again, it was a very unfortunate event. I don't mean to make light of it, sorry. And so to me, like that's how I think about those WMATA investments. And then related to that is like, are we asking the things of WMATA when we give them the money to make sure that if they're telling us this investment achieves X, that we can make sure we're actually going to get X. Because I think at the end of the day, we could never recreate the WMATA system. And so like losing that to me would be, and again, we're not at risk of like losing it right now, but over time, if we let that deteriorate to the point where it couldn't provide that fast and reliable service, we'll never be able to recreate that in the region. And so to me, there's both like, what do we get for it? And then how are we through like policy and accountability, making sure that we actually get what we were told we were going to get? Because that's as important there.
That is very helpful clarification. I was asking, in addition, a little bit more parochial question, which is how do we go to Virginians and say, hey, we're paying this as Virginians, but we're getting a similar benefit as Maryland and DC? I'm just curious as to, and maybe we don't want to make that argument.
No, I think we can. I misunderstood. I think I was answering a slightly different question than maybe you asked. So apologies.
Well, I asked 3 questions and you nailed 2 of them.
Okay.
There's a third one.
So on the third one, that is based on a formula that WMATA recently, I believe, updated that gets specifically into what are the number of track miles, what are the number of hours of service, what are the number of stations, what is the ridership, et cetera, types of things. So I think we could certainly provide you guys with some stuff on it. But I do think it is intended, I should say, to be based on a proportionality of the benefits kind of received by a jurisdiction. I think there are other benefits like Mr. Fye, where it was hitting in his kind of response that are different than what's in the formula, but the formula is intended to ensure that we're kind of paying relative to what we get. I'm sure there are areas where you or I might write it differently, right, than they wrote it, but I think they've tried very hard to try and balance the formula there. So we can certainly give you more on that.
Thank you.
Mr. Secretary.
Ms. Sellers and then Mr. Smoot.
And I truly don't know the answer to this, but when they do land use applications in Northern Virginia, is Metro a consideration in adding capacity to the system specifically in the same way that land use applications require a TIA, a Transportation Impact Analysis? And then that gets to, does the General Assembly allow Northern Virginia localities to levy proffers or to issue proffers that directly benefit WMATA or directly go to WMATA?
That's a complicated question that gets into local land use rules. I know there were some legal decisions about proffers over the last several years, so if you don't mind, we would love to follow up with you and get you some more detail about what that looks like. From a philosophical point of view, I think the fact that Metro is there and VRE and some significant investments are there help drive the type of density, help drive the land use that folks are looking for around there. The technicalities of how things move between and funding, I think we can follow up with you.
Well, and we've seen in Arlington where you take a single family house and it becomes a small apartment complex, or a couple of them become a huge apartment complex. And, you know, is that taken into the same, is that viewed the same as a new neighborhood would in Stafford County, where we would discuss, this is what you're doing to these intersections, and this is what you need to pay for. And so since WMATA has a capital improvement program, you know, in theory, you could go and discuss those proffers with the developer, you know, and then other things. So then and I knew it was complicated, and there are some carve outs for Northern Virginia that are along the Metro line. They have a little bit more authority there than a lot of the other localities. I just didn't know if this was one of them. And then, you know, my other kind of comment is when we think about the maintenance and pushing off maintenance, if there's a discussion to be had at Metro or VRE, then we've also heard for VDOT. So to me, it would be really hard to see WMATA get a dedicated fund so that they don't have to push back maintenance costs when we're hearing VDOT's having to do the same. And Metro is very exclusive to Northern Virginia. Sure, it has a great benefit, but, you know, try selling that to somebody in Lancaster County, Virginia, who, you know, has a flooded road because the ditch wasn't cleaned out. And so to me, it's very hard that we would have that conversation separate as a state and not together with what are we doing to maintain this? And it would be, you know, interesting to see an independent agency receive a dedicated, almost general fund type expenditure from the General Assembly before VDOT. You know, that is a Virginia agency. And so, again, I hope if we're going to have that conversation, you have it in as a whole, and not just look at WMATA and say, look at all the great things they do, but also bring, you know, to the discussion that these things are happening in other agencies too.
Ms. Sellers, I hear and appreciate the point very much. I would, just one quick reminder is I think the dedicated regional funding we're talking about from WMATA would not be raised from Lancaster County or anywhere outside of the WMATA compact jurisdictions. So it would be a regional tax in Northern Virginia.
As long as I don't know where it comes from, but if you're going to have the discussion, the point is that as you have the discussion of we are deferring maintenance and it's creating a backlog and it's jeopardizing the system, to me, from a transportation perspective, we have to also show the same thing to be true at VDOT. So it's not just WMATA doing this. We're all having to do this. And so, you know, I think, you know, the tagline then would be, hey, General Assembly, what are you going to do about it? Because this is happening everywhere. So what are we going to do about it? Because the current funding structure is not working. So would be what I would say.
I understand the point you're making there, and it's fair. Mr. Smoot?
Alan, the $400 million per year adjusted for inflation that you used, is that the portion that Virginia needs to come up with, or is that the overall portion to be shared by Maryland, D.C., and Virginia?
That is the Virginia portion.
That's the Virginia portion.
And just as one small point of clarification, that is the results that was put together by the SJ28 study committee. So that was adopted by this group of legislators, both from the House and Senate, that were appointed by their various bodies to serve on this joint committee.
Well, I am pleased to see this work as someone whose district is 225 miles away from WMATA. It seems to me that this is indeed a statewide concern. We cannot have a transit system in Northern Virginia or anywhere else for that matter that is not meeting the needs of the region. And I commend the work that is being done to try to find a way, and recognizing that it is going to take more money as well as efficiency and cost containment to get us there. But I do think we need to view this as a challenge for the entire Commonwealth and come up with a way to try to address it.
I think Mr. Hutchinson will say some more later about various proposals that were before the Assembly to give you a sense of how they were talking about it this past session. Mr. Minshew.
I think, Mr. Secretary, concerning the local bus performs or cost containment, the Metro bus, that's the WMATA run bus system, that is only in certain areas of Northern Virginia, right? Because there's about 8 other transit systems. There's even the Virginia Breeze that Dr. Smoot could take from Blacksburg to Dulles Airport. And I'm curious, did the cost containment element that was discussed focus only on the Metro bus, the WMATA bus, or did that extend to the other bus transit systems in Northern Virginia? Because the Metro bus does have a problem with fare evasion that is just pretty sizable. But I'm just curious that given that we have 8 bus systems in Northern Virginia, did the cost containment measure or study only focus on the Metro bus or to all 8 of them?
I believe it did focus on all of them, not the Breeze. I don't think the Virginia Breeze was a part of that discussion at all because this was focused on ones that were exclusively in the Northern Virginia district. But that, like I said, that concept of cost containment and fare evasion, all those are regular occurrence, regular discussions that all of those transit agencies are facing. They're working very closely together, trying to make sure that they're mitigating that where they can. But that whole fiscal lens that we've applied mostly when we're talking about to Metro is being applied at other places as well.
Mr. Secretary, that looks like that of the bus systems in Northern Virginia, we have a number of them that they're very efficient. They work very well. The Metro bus is the one that doesn't work very well. At least that's my, non-professional view of that system working. We don't even see the Metro bus come to Loudoun County, for example. That only serves Fairfax and points east.
Understood the perspective there. I think there's some history maybe related to the lack of service in Loudon that we could maybe have Director Zimmer and some other folks brief you on later. But I believe the county has intentionally decided not to participate in Metro Bus. But we can certainly provide some additional background on that. Ms. Dunlap?
Yes, I'm just wondering, thank you, Mr. Secretary. I'm just wondering, I have two really questions that might not be relevant at this point in time, but one is, has any study been done of the Northern Virginia transportation system by an entity that is skeptical of what exists there now? And 2, what are the transportation experts who think futuristically? What are they thinking about as people mover systems that might be coming online? I mean, I just remember there didn't used to be an Uber, and now there's Uber and Lyft and who all knows what else. And then there are other changes in transportation for other things. And those are my questions.
Number one, I'm not sure I know how to answer because it's been studied by a ton of people. I don't know to the extent to which they're skeptical of the system. And so I don't mean to punt, but I truly just don't know the answer to that question there. I think on your second point, I think the uncertainty and lack of clarity that we have today on what the future holds. I think it's a very like fair type of point there, you know, because like I used to, when I came back the second time, like these phones were 7 years old. And it was like, you know, if I told you all the things I could do today, 7, 8 years ago, you would have laughed me out of the room. Right. And so we clearly have like a whole host of like technological change that is like, you know, will be happening moving forward. When I look at a lot of this, which doesn't mean it's a perspective you should take or that I am right, the way I try to think about it, particularly again on the Metro Rail side, is nothing we're saying here is about adding a new rail line. It's all about taking care of the existing system that we have, or about making much lower cost investments to make the buses work better where there's high ridership buses today. And so I think it's kind of in a way a hedge, if you will, about like the future. We're not making 40, 50-year types of investments because we don't know how the system's going to work in that time. And let's also be like very direct. We can't afford them, right? If someone said like, let's build, I think they called it the Bloop, the Blue Line Loop through like Virginia and DC, it was like $40 billion. And I understand there were lots of people who really wanted to see that happen, but there's no place I know we can find $40 billion to build that type of project, right? But I do think, you know, we need to make sure what we have today that we've invested a lot of money in works. And then like what are step increment types of investments that we can make that are more modest in scale, but provide lasting benefits, but don't have a $40 billion price tag, right? They're not creating a whole host of set assets that then become responsibilities we have kind of far into the future. So I know that's maybe an unsatisfactory or not a fulsome answer to your question, but I think it's like the best one that I have. And I do think like we don't know what that future holds. And so we need to be like very humble about that, I think, as we make decisions about the future there. Director Zimmerman?
If I could also just weigh in, I'm not going to, just to warn folks, I'm not going to talk through all of the director's report slide today because I'm one of the last items on a very packed agenda. But I did want to remind folks, so last year, WMATA carried 92 million rides. 92 million rides were provided last year, which is a lot of rides. So I think it does play an important and critical role moving people around the greater DC area and a benefit to Virginians. And even on your comment, Commissioner Sellers, on the state of good repair, I just also wanted to note WMATA does directly receive federal formula funds for large urban areas. And there are some of that formula funding really is looking at the asset management, and there are requirements around that. And so in the system, thinking about how it's meeting kind of those bare minimums, one of the things that I think has been a challenge for WMATA compared to its peers, and we heard about it from Mr. Minshew, is within FTA, there's also discretionary grant funding under the Capital Improvement Grant Program, the SIG program, and there's a specific state of good repair pot of funding that other systems like Boston, Chicago, others have gone to get that funding. We haven't had the same ability to compete for those federal funds because of not having kind of this dedicated source of funding that WMATA could look at out in a large scale capital piece like that. So I do think part of the study and these funding conversations to think about what are we doing both, yes, to be accountable, but also we're not the only player who is bringing accountability to Metro, thinking about state of good repair. That very much is part of their radar. Again, the Federal Transit Administration requires all of its recipients to think about the average life cycle for a bus, for a rail vehicle. They have to report annually on their asset management program and have an asset management plan, but that does come with a price tag. And we're a little bit handicapped that we can't go for some of those state of good repair funds at the federal level because we haven't had this dedicated funding for WMATA to kind of be able to use to have some of those conversations with the federal government and bring that match that other peers might have. I'll also note those other peer systems are similar to where we're at in Virginia of really struggling with how to meet some of those costs. And so we're not the only state that the state legislature has been having some robust conversations about transit funding needs, particularly in the state of good repair category.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Davis?
We talked about lots of other services up there in Northern Virginia. to handle mass transit. Are these things architected in a way to complement existing services, or is there any effective cannibalism that affects ridership on one versus another? Or within our own WMATA network, is there any cannibalization that's going back and forth there? Because, I mean, these are tax dollars at work here, so we wouldn't want competing. That's a zero-sum game in my mind, because, okay, well, to attract more ridership, we got more tax dollars in our model, so we're gonna drop fare to get more ridership, and that's a road to nowhere. So, just if you could, that's just a question that I have. So, yeah.
I think a lot of the work that's going on up there is trying to avoid that from happening. NVTC, one of the agencies up there, and the DRPT has been on a lot of different groups up there to make sure that folks are coordinating. I think DMV Moves, that effort really helped reinforce how important that is, that they meet on a regular basis, coordinating their schedules, coordinating their fares whenever they can, things like that, because they have that idea. It's like, we don't want to be running like, okay, 4 buses came and then 4 different agencies did it, we're going to the same place. There are trade-offs of that when you're going between the different jurisdictions. How can they do that? Is it 100% mutually exclusive or nobody overlaps? No, but that's actually a good thing, because folks that are going from Fairfax County coming in, they want to get somewhere else in Alexandria, they're transferring over. So you have a little bit of overlap. So I think there is a lot of work that happens at the local and regional level to make sure that they are talking to each other on a regular basis. Even folks from PRTC, as they're coming in, are people transferring to other things, or are they going to their destination? So more opportunities for more coordination and transparency, absolutely. But I think they do a pretty good job right now trying to maximize, as you said, that small pot of money to make sure we're getting the most for it.
Yeah, Mr. Davis, I think my concern is less about cannibalization, but people obviously need to monitor that. It's more about making sure people understand how to use the various systems. So today, like, I don't know if you've taken the train at Union Station, you walk outside, there's a bus flag, and there's like 5 flags on it. They all have information presented in a different way with a different set of colors. And like, if you're someone new to the region, like, you're just going to stare at that, and then you're going to get overwhelmed. And so, like, one of the big things we kind of worked on in DMV Moves is like, have one bus flag for the region that presents information in the same way. People don't really need to care if it's a dash bus or a metro bus if it goes from A to B. They need to know this bus goes from A to B and it comes this frequently. And so I think that was one of the areas where we saw like a real opportunity for improvement. And I know that's something the region is actually moving forward with in the coming years there, and also making sure like the maps look the same, right? So like the maps actually look different at the bus stops for one company versus another, and that just like makes it confusing to kind of use. And so like if we're going to be spending, to your point, these are tax dollars, like how do we get the most out of them? We need to make sure it's easy and more seamless to use those types of systems as a customer. And I think people have been trying to do that in the past, right? Like it wasn't an afterthought, right? It's just when you're in your silo, you care more about your silo. And so it's trying to highlight the opportunities between these silos to make them function kind of better in the future. Any other questions? Okay, folks, it is 12:20. I'm going to suspend the workshop meeting for an hour for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:20, and we're going to go slightly out of order when we reconvene. So we'll do the EDA presentation. We're then going to do the consent agenda presentation before we move into Smart Scale. I want to let Ms. Schul get through the quick, and then have her here for the duration on Smart Scale. And then we'll proceed with the rest of the agenda. The other administrative item I need to note is we're going to be suspending today's workshop at 4:15. I just wanted to kind of say that in advance. Anything we haven't gotten through, we'll handle tomorrow as a part of the action meeting. But I just wanted to note that in advance so no one is caught off guard at 4:15 when they hear the gavel bang. Thank you. We're in suspense. I'm going to bring the March 17th workshop meeting of the Commonwealth Transportation Board back to order. Our next presentation is Ms. Deem.
Good afternoon, Secretary, members of the board. I have for you an Economic Development Access Program proposal, or EDA for short, from Allegheny County for the Allegheny Regional Commerce Center. And as you may recognize, this is our standard slide that we've gravitated towards to provide a quick snapshot overview of the EDA program. It provides state funding for the design or the construction of projects that will expand access to economic development access sites. Applications are received on a rolling basis, so this isn't an annual submission program like many of our others. Projects can be for design only or for construction, and today's is a design only project. And then you see the table at the bottom provides the funding thresholds for the state funding, as well as an uplift in that if the locality provides the requisite dollar for dollar match. VEDP is a partner in this program. They determine eligibility as a basic employer for these sites, and they also oversee the MEI process should a site be categorized as an MEI site. And by way of reminder, those are sites that generate at least $250 million in capital investment and 400 full-time jobs. Today's proposal is not an MEI site, however. So in the not too distant past, the board updated its policy in regards to allocations for design-only sites. The design-only paradigm affords localities the opportunity to address their capital investment lead times, increasing the site's level of readiness for potential businesses and ultimately making the site more attractive for development. The maximum allocation is $200,000 for these sites. It has to be accompanied by an assurity from the locality, which is released once VDOT accepts the final plans. Okay, so now on to the specific application for your consideration. This again is a non-MEI site for design only in Allegheny County. The Allegheny Regional Commerce Center is a 104-acre industrial park that currently serves several existing businesses. It is a cooperative partnership between the county and the city of Covington. The site, as you can see from the map, is just 1 mile from Interstate 64. The design project proposes to provide an extension of Piney Ridge Road to provide access to the 2 graded pad sites that you see outlined in dark blue. It is anticipated to be a half-mile long, 24-foot wide access road to provide access to these 2 sites, which will total 21 acres and support up to 500 square feet of additional development. VEDP has designated these 2 sites as Tier 5 in their business readiness program, and Tier 5 being the top tier, meaning the site has full infrastructure and permits in place. So the county is requesting a state allocation of $175,000, so that's $150,000 unmatched and then $25,000 matched. So looking ahead next month, we will provide a resolution for the board to establish this as an EDA project. If the board so chooses, then VDOT and the county will enter into a standard state aid agreement with the presumption that the county will administer the project. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Deem. And folks, I know we talked about EDA presentations, whether they be coming to the board. You have a presentation right after this that will determine whether we have future EDA presentations on a regular basis before the board. Just want to kind of note that, and obviously there's a resolution tomorrow that we'll talk about here shortly. But with that, I want to see if there are any questions for Ms. Deem. Thanks so much. Ms. Schul?
Hello. So as the secretary just mentioned, let's first talk about our consent agenda concept. Next. So last meeting, we discussed, I'd say informally, the concept of moving certain items to a consent agenda. A consent agenda is purely to make these meetings more effective, have more time for meaningful conversation, discussion, decision-making. It is not intended to change transparency or make anything less visible to you or to the public. Consent agenda items will be shared in advance with CTB. They will be voted on in a single vote. By default, they will not be presented during the workshop. However, if there's a consent agenda item you want presented during the workshop, any board member may request that it be pulled out and presented during the workshop. You can request that it just be presented and voted on in consent, or that it be pulled out of the consent for presentation and for the vote. So lots of flexibility, right? We're just talking about what the default is. In addition, the secretary may move items into a workshop meeting himself as a board member. We have given some examples of proposed items to be moved to consent agenda. There are more. These are just examples. The full list is the rail industrial access grants, the EDAs, like the presentation we just saw, the limited access control changes, smart scale cancellations, other abandonments and discontinuations, and acknowledgements of shared reports. There are many things that fall into the category of acknowledgement on shared reports. That is the presentation. Are there any questions?
And so, folks, there's a resolution tomorrow. That's the first resolution on the action agenda. I want to note it is slightly unique in that it would take effect immediately upon approval, as in it will affect the action agenda if it is approved by the board. So I just wanted to note that you have a copy of it. We're obviously happy to take any questions. Mr. Coleman.
Thank you, Secretary. The only comment that I have is a concern about the rail industrial access, because to me, it's unknown by a lot of the people who could benefit from them across the state. And I think as our board is an economic driver, I'm concerned that out of sight, out of mind, and it needs to be more marketed. And I'm fearful that if it's a part of this action, that it may not get the attention it deserves throughout the Commonwealth.
So, Mr. Coleman, I think what we're thinking, and I'm saying this out loud, and please obviously respond, is the presentations would still be available. They'd still be posted on the website. We just simply during the workshop wouldn't take the time to go through that. I think I can talk with Director Zimmerman to see if there's other opportunities to make sure folks are more aware of that. Maybe some stuff at some of the VACO, the county or city conferences to try and make folks aware of it. I assure everyone the intent is not to reduce participation. But I think you raise a fair point there. And so Director Zimmerman and I can communicate, and maybe next month we can come back with some ideas that we can do to make sure the visibility in that program is not lost.
Mr. Secretary?
Yep.
I just want to note, we are still planning and we'll always do press release when the action is taken. So we do have one queued up for the item that's on the consent agenda for today, and happy to work with you and all CTB members how we can get the word out on this program.
Mr. Lawson?
Too. On the bids that are within range, are we going to, so we're going to see the bids ahead of time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
And then
you
we'll
will
know
see-
if we want to flag them or not, or if there's only one.
That's right.
That's been a issue.
Yeah, so the key to all of this is, in the resolution says this more deeply, you would get everything in advance. If it's not in advance, it cannot be on the consent agenda. And so that would give you a chance there to kind of raise a flag. Carol should be your person that you raise this flag to. Please don't email me to ensure that to make sure it actually gets yanked. Let's email Carol. There's a chance I might miss that email or others might miss it. And so, yes, absolutely, Mr. Lawson. The intent is you'd get everything in advance. You would see it. If you saw something there, you would have up until the moment of the start of the board meeting. And candidly, you could even do it during the meeting itself and ask that it be removed.
So that'd be true for all these items, because my other
Yes, sir.
was limited access breaks. I've been schooled recently on that by Mr. Thrasher as to how important those are, and only we can authorize that, and we ought to do it in a limited manner. I don't want to appear that we're abdicating that to staff with a consent agenda, but we'll see that ahead of time.
Yes, sir.
And be able to raise it.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, all things will be treated the exact same way as I've laid out there. Any other questions for Ms. Schul? All right, well, thank you all. Again, this is action item number 1 on tomorrow's action agenda, so appreciate you all working through this issue with us. Ms. Schul, you are still here.
Am. All right, let's call up the next presentation on Smart Scale. So in conversation after our discussion on the HPP inclusion for innovative intersections last time, when we talked with several of y'all one-on-one, got emails, et cetera, it became clear that we should take a step back and talk about Smart Scale more broadly to improve everybody's understanding and put everybody on the same page, ask questions, get them answered, etc. So my goal is to realign us on the fundamental goals and workings of the SMART scale. Our goal is to be more transparent to you as a board about this program. So by the end of this presentation, I hope you understand this program better than you do right now. You may not like it or parts of it still. That is not my goal, but the goal is understanding. I'm also in the rather odd position of presenting this program to several board members who wrote it, who led the development of it, and who voted on it, were actively involved in its passing in the legislature. So for those folks, I expect them to pop in, and I hope that all of y'all will feel comfortable asking questions and engaging in debate throughout. That is the goal. All right, so we're going to go through the origins and goals. I will not read the law to you, but we'll be able to refer to the law if we want to, strengths and concerns, and then a high-level overview of what impacts what gets funded, and talking about the scoring process. So this is how it's designed to work. Smart Scale's goal is to get the maximum return on investment out of limited states dollars. The legislator, their job was to lay out a broad definition of how we measure ROI. What type of return are we looking for? They define this as congestion, safety, accessibility, economic development, land use, and environmental impact. This board, CTB's job, is to guide the details and nuances of measuring the return as long as it fits within that policy. And this board also gets to apply their judgment at the end of the process to determine what is ultimately funded. The staff, across several different agencies, they execute this policy. They develop the Smart Scale base case, which is the first thing that's brought to you all. They don't influence outcomes or determine results, they just execute what we have designed here. And it is absolutely true that this scoring has complexities, but it is also meant to be very transparent, and our administration will strive to ensure that the complexity does not mask the transparency wherever we can. Right, so, well, first, I just wanted to remind us from Ms. Pryor's presentation where we are in the funding diagram. We are in those two orange boxes. Again, this is actually a relatively small percent of the total transportation funding that the Commonwealth provides.
It is 8%. Just to say that out loud, it is less than 8% of the money that flows through here when you put the federal dollars and the CTF dollars that are available for these purposes.
All right. So Smart Scale really began following an expansion of transportation revenue and change in transportation revenue in 2013. Anybody, Secretary, who was around at that time, want to share with us what was going on with transportation funding before?
Why, thank you for that cue, Mitchell. So again, we're going to talk about what was like the intent in the discussion. I know, Mr. Mitchell, you were also around at that time, but let's just lay it out there. There was a fair amount of concern by public and the legislature about the types of projects that had been picked previously, and just to be like, I'm not placing any value judgments on the projects. I'm, without naming names, using examples of things people said to me. And so, actually, I think this was in the paper, so I will name name. For example, a senator from Northern Virginia expressed extreme concern that $1.7 billion was allocated to build a new 55-mile limited access highway next to what they considered to be a 55-mile 4-lane uncongested U.S. highway. And that was essentially, appropriation straight by this board to that project. And there was just real kind of concerns about what are we picking? Are we focusing on projects that are delivering results? And is there too much politics driving a lot of the decision-making being made by the board? One of the other things that was happening a lot of times is we also had a ton of money in the program that was, I call it this, I don't think anyone else did, but I call it I'm thinking about you money. So we would go to one of the public hearings and you would bring a crowd of people in and they would say, oh, Mr. Secretary, you can't believe like this is the worst safety project in the whole state, which you also heard 12 times in 9 meetings. And they would say that and you'd be like, okay, well, we're going to do something for them. They have a $50 million project. Here's $5 million in year 5. That clearly doesn't move that project forward, right? But what you can then tell someone is you're in the program. You've made the first step. You're on your way. A lot of times those monies just sat there in those outer years, kind of unallocated. That is not an efficient way to use money. You have a ton of dollars kind of sitting unencumbered. The agency can't plan well because they don't know what's actually coming next. And then with, the uniqueness of Virginia and their one-term governors, priorities could completely shift from one administration to another. And then also you all as board members, prior to the implementation of Smart Scale, you served at the pleasure of the governor. And there were board members who were removed by governors for voting against projects that they thought were bad for their community, but that a particular administration wanted. And so there was a whole suite of changes that were implemented over a 2-year process that put in place Smart Scale. The first was, well, actually 3, I guess. There was the new revenue in 2013 that we were talking about earlier, Mr. Minshew. That was then followed by a bipartisan effort led by then Republican Speaker Howe and then Democratic Governor Terry McAuliffe to say, we are going to do a better job of picking projects, and we are going to make sure that we are reducing, I stress the word reducing, right? Because democracy actually is politics, right? So there should be some realm of that type of influence in there, but we're reducing the role of politics, and we're going to be more transparent about the projects we're picking and why we're picking them. I think importantly, discretion has always been left for this board in the Smart Scale process, right? And so no quantitative process is going to take into account all things that matter, because some things that matter are qualitative. And we are not going to seek to quantitate that which is qualitative. That is why you all are here, and that is your role, and you have the flexibility, again, to change projects that are come in the base case scenario to be selected. The other 2 things we did at that time frame was we rewrote the transportation programs. So that structure you see there today with state of good repair, the statewide Smart Scale distribution, and the district Smart Scale distribution, that was put in place as Smart Scale was being developed. That same piece of legislation said that this board can only be removed at cause. Said differently, you can give me a bunch of grief and say you're concerned about something and how it affects your community without fear of kind of retribution and being removed for expressing kind of your concerns about a particular project and how it may impact your community. The whole goal of all of this was we have just raised taxes for transportation. We need to demonstrate to the public that we are trying to use these dollars to the greatest effect that we can. There are always going to be shortcomings I want to express in any process like this, and I would ask you all to keep in mind that if you are advocating for a set of changes and at the end of those set of changes you think this process is perfect, somebody else is going to be really, really, really upset. Like no one should think this is absolutely perfect because at the end of the day we are balancing a whole set of kind of competing needs. But we can always make any process better, and we will always strive in the appropriate instances to do the work to try and improve policies. That's not a Smart Scale only philosophy, right? That's true for revenue sharing. That's true for our transit programs. That's true for the State of Good Repair program. That's why we're gonna have a whole host of other types of discussions. And it also gets to the whole point of like this consent agenda. Let's pull some of the easy stuff off to create more capacity to talk about the harder stuff that actually impacts more money. But that was really kind of the intent there. And I wanna stress, like, this was something that the Republican Speaker Bill Howell announced before the November election in 2013. It happened to weirdly in a Venn diagram overlap dramatically with something that the then Democratic candidate for governor was saying. And I remember they introduced this bill. It was House Bill 2. It was part of the Republican speaker's package for that year. And we talked with the governor within the first week of the administration because the General Assembly does this fun thing, as I talked about earlier, in the first year of administration where they start a few days before the governor just to give themselves a little head start. We went and met with Republican Speaker Bill Howell and said, we want to work on this with you. And so we actually sat down in his office and wrote this statute. It was a collective team effort between the administration and the General Assembly at that time to draft this bill. And so you had Bill Howe, Chris Stolley, Jim Lamontian, a number of other folks. We sat in the room and we actually wrote out this one-page piece of legislation, knowing then that a whole host of follow-on things were going to have to happen by this body. So we really appreciate you guys taking the time to have these discussions with us. And again, I just want to stress, you know, that's the intent, that's the goal. We're always going to try and work to do better. We learn things in each round of Smart Scale. There are new, apps and tools and other things that come available. And so, my goal here is incremental progress. I would urge you not to seek perfection because I just don't think there is such a thing as perfection for something this complicated, particularly when we all have our own kind of perspective on what we think is right. The goal is to get a lot of overlap there, but I don't think there's ever going to be kind of full overlap in any of those realms. And so with that, I'm going to be quiet and let Laura talk for a long time, or do my best to be quiet
Well,
and let
everybody else
Laura
can
talk
interrupt
for a
too.
long time.
Sure
Mr. Minshew?
thing. Yes. So I think,
Laura, really quick. Mr. Minshew?
Mr. Minshew.
I just note that during the drafting of HB2, which is now, we had to stop using that term HB2 because North Carolina adopted a version of HB2 that we didn't want to be associated with here in the
Was that
Commonwealth.
very unfortunate timing. It was during the solicitation of projects.
Yes, it was. So smart scale name works, but it's interesting. There was a time when the General Assembly thought that, well, we legislators, we can put into the code these criteria. And there was actually some legislative attempts to do that. Then luckily a bright bulb went off in someone's brain and said, let's not do that. Let's have those really smart men and women on the Commonwealth Transportation Board work that up themselves rather than the legislature actually trying to come up with these standards. So all the legislature did is just say the prioritization program shall be based on objective and quantifiable analysis that considers at a minimum the following factors relative to the cost of the project or strategy: congestion mitigation, economic development, accessibility, safety, and environmental quality. That's it. And then they turn the keys over to the CTB and its good staff with DOT to come up with it. So I'm really glad that the legislature didn't try to actually come up with code language for those standards, because it would have been a mess.
Agreed. All right, so I think also important to emphasize that partially funded situation was a big problem for all of our agencies as well, because you had all of these things in limbo. I also think it's indicative of how far we've come that this was a top-line campaign item. That's Terry McAuliffe, then Governor McAuliffe campaign website. We don't have transportation funding prioritization as top-line political items anymore because we've made so much progress. I'm going to refer back to the process that the CTB went through in 2015 a couple times in the future. Thank you for calling that out. It was 14 months. There were lots of different stakeholders consulted, NPOs, localities, agencies, and it was the first round of funding was completed by this board 10 years ago. All right, so what does the law say? I won't read it to you, but the main things it says is that smart scale must be multimodal. We must consider road, train, bus projects together, must be quantifiable. It must consider the ratio of benefit to cost, considering the 5 factors. And land use for areas over 200K was added in the 6th reenactment, and we can bring out that language too, but it didn't fit on my slide. It also says that it must be aligned with VTrans, which is the term we use for our statewide corridors of statewide significance, designation, regional networks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Strategy. Yeah. All right. Also in high priority projects, it is in code what high priority projects mean. It means they must be of regional and statewide significance, such as projects that reduce congestion, increase safety, improve accessibility. We're coming back to these 5 categories. And it is in code that they must address a corridor of statewide significance or a regional network. Any more questions on code?
Laura, I'm going to break what I said I was going to do. So again, the intent here, guys, we wrote this in 2015 as restructuring the programs to work with smart scale. And so the idea of a high priority project is it can't meet any need in the long range plan, but it has to meet a need on a corridor of statewide significance or a need on a regional network. And that is intended to be kind of the link to whether or not a project is eligible for high priority projects. And again, this is just the statewide discretionary money. The unsaid part there is like, this isn't really supposed to be going to secondary roads or like, local growth types of issues. It's supposed to be hitting bigger types of needs, which doesn't mean a bigger project per se. It may, right, very well, but it's more on what is the type of need that it's meeting. Is it on one of these statewide corridors or in one of these like regional networks?
And it also says that the staff must make a list of projects and strategies based on the results of the quantitative process. In the past, that has been called the staff recommendation scenario. That has led to some confusion. We found that the staff had an opinion about the recommendation. In fact, it is the pure outcome of the mathematical process. So we're going to call it the base scenario in this presentation. And lastly, the board, the CTB, may modify this list through majority vote with no particular restrictions on how it could be modified.
And I just want to stress that last part that Laura said. The list that comes out in January is a list that is set out in law as to how it is put together. And then this body, but through a open and majority vote can change that list. To be clear, as Ms. Schul noted, sorry for calling you Laura, you could choose to pick the lowest rated project in the entire state if you can get 7 of your peers to vote with you. I would strongly recommend we not do that. But I want to be clear, that authority does rest within this body. It is like fully within the rights of this body to do that if you, again, get a majority vote. And just as a reminder, a majority vote is 8. So you have that ability. The law does not restrict what you can or cannot do at that time, except for the fact that there's only a certain amount of statewide discretionary money, and there's only a certain amount of money in a given district, and we are required to fully fund projects. And so you can't half fund a project with district grant money. Any project that gets money out of either of these programs between the two or through an individual program must be fully funded, or it cannot be added to the program. That is a real constraint, Dr. Smoot, to the point you raised earlier, on the projects in a lot of places that at times can be funded. So if somebody had a $500 million project that they wanted funded in round 6 of Smart Scale, you can't do it. There was not enough statewide money to put that much money on any single project. So, and just to like level set there, a lot of times people say, well, I want to see a project of a certain size. When you get to a certain size, if you're really, really big, this board actually cannot fund it, depending on how big it is, because of how the law is structured.
So Nick, what you're saying, I think, correct me, is that in order to approve any project, it must be fully funded.
Yes, sir.
It must be the last dollars in.
Though not necessarily with Smart Scale money, it
yes.
could be other sources too.
Yes, to Ms. Schul's point, if you have a $500 million project and you put $250 million of something else on it, I don't know what something else is, so I'm not going to guess. And then you come to the state and you can get 8 members of this body to say, I want to put $250 million on that project. As long as it was evaluated, this body can do that. But it must be fully funded with other sources or what's available in Smart Scale. And those other sources are effectively considered a commitment. And so for anyone who's wondering, like, well, what if they take their money away? If they take their money away, they lose the state money, is what the current board policy says. So that local money is effectively considered a true commitment, and the impact for failing to meet that commitment is you don't keep your state money.
Right. So let's talk about some of the strengths. As we have gone over, it's not based on politics or behind the scenes negotiations or connections. All of that, if it does happen, happens in public, streaming media, right here in this room. It is focused on return on investment, and it does balance spending across the state with the DGP approach. Also, and this was very important during the development, it acknowledges that different regions have different priorities and needs. Whereas congestion is the driving need in Northern Virginia, that is not necessarily Bristol's top concern. So the system adjusts to allow different regions to weight different things that matter to them.
That was added, right? That wasn't in the original HB.
It was.
Too, was it?
It was.
Okay. There was some negotiation in the second round.
So
when they
the
updated it.
statute for Smart Scale has effectively not been modified since it was put in place. I think it was updated to include a code reference to something, but generically the subsection A and subsection B that outline how it works have not changed since 2014 when it was first enacted.
And it must have been a CTB policy that changed. Something had changed because in the first round, I know from FAMPA, we were competing against Northern Virginia, and so there was something that changed.
So Ms. Sellers, what we did in the first round is we had to figure all this out the first time, right? And so it said, weight things differently in different parts of the state. And so like we sat in this room like, well, how many ways do we want to do it? And someone's like, well, you could do it 18 ways. We're like, well, that's too many. And then someone's like, how about 2? And then everybody argued, like, well, 2's not enough. So we settled on 4. Is there like a magic behind 4? No, it's what the board agreed to at that time because they thought 18 was too many and 2 was too little. And then we created those 4 area types. There was one that was like big urban, if you will, kind of in the discussion. And that was where Hampton roads in Northern Virginia have to be, because by law, congestion has to be the highest weighted factor in that area, which again does not mean a majority. It means the highest weighted factor, which could be by a single point or 20 points as the case is now. Fredericksburg in round, I think 1 and 2 said, I want to be in that area type. And we said, okay, congratulations, you're in area type A. After 2 rounds, I think they said, I'm not so sure I want to be in this area type anymore. Can I move to kind of the smaller urban ones, which is where like Richmond, Charlottesville, Roanoke, etc. were. And so that's what happened. There's always been these different area types. And to be very clear, the PDCs and MPOs have the ability after each round to kind of write to this board and say, hey, I know I'm in area type C or D or A or B, but I'd really love to see my life in this other area type. And if 8 of you agree, they can move area types and be in that different thing. And so that's what happened is after, I think it was 2 rounds, they came back and they said, we know we said we wanted to be an A. We now actually think B is a better fit for us.
I think that's because we had failed to get you to change the congestion factor, and we couldn't compete with Northern Virginia in sheer numbers. If I remember correctly, it had something to do with, there's other factors there, but yeah, they can change. So that's been, but I thought it was the law that had changed. I was
Oh,
going
no,
to
so
give,
no region is forced, with the exception of Hampton Roads in Northern Virginia, to be in any particular area type. I think clearly the area types have certain qualities and characteristics that have led to a self-selecting that hasn't changed a bunch, but with the exception of those 2 districts and PDCs, everyone else could be somewhere else.
All right, it is mode neutral. We consider road alongside bus, alongside rail investments, along the same scoring criteria. And our scores focus not on, is there a problem here, but on the impact the proposed intervention will have. So we're not just saying there's a problem here, we're saying there's a problem here, and we predict that this particular solution will improve the problem. I'm going to come back to that also. It rewards districts and encourages them to collaborate and think about their projects together between the districts, the MBOs, and localities. It aligns with VTrans because it would be very silly if we had one process to make a strategy and then a funding process that did not align. It is transparent but complex. And a benefit is that CTP can make changes each year. I should have said each round to improve and adjust to a changing Virginia context. Because things change and we learn each time, and each time we get better. We've also heard from this board, we have heard from our localities, we've heard from the public, there are concerns. So I'm going to walk through the concerns and then I'm going to talk about some of our immediate ideas to ameliorate those concerns. Most of the concerns stem directly from the strengths because there is always a trade-off when you make an important decision. So return on investment. We have heard a concern that this leads to projects that are small, always winning. As I'll show you later on in the presentation, that's not actually true. Also depends on your definition of small. I think when people say small, they mean under 10 million. That is what we are inferring. It is not, in fact, the case, but it is also a feature of this program, not a bug, that it rewards projects that if you can get 5 accidents reduced for $10 versus 5 accidents reduced for $100, this program will always choose that $10 option. So there is, in any ROI system, a favor towards the same results at lower cost. And we'll talk about some examples of projects and how that played out in specific contexts later on. The next concern is that this can favor regions who can leverage their own financing to bring down the smart scale ask. So Secretary had an example before of, say, a region had a really big project, smart scale was not capable of funding the whole thing, and that region could bring 50 or 80% of it. Again, that is by design. Smart scale focuses on absolute dollars. It doesn't have a concept of matching percentages, which is in transportation funding something that people are used to thinking of. If you can get $20 million and you matched 20 million of them from your locality, or you can get $20 million and you matched 0 from them from your locality, the program still sees that as you got $20 million. All right, next. As we have heard, there's often a concern that we cannot fund very large projects, which I'm going to define as $100 million plus. Again, that is a direct result of the interest in balancing spending across the state. So you see that in splitting into the district grant program and the HPP, so that already splits the money in half. And then you'll hear very clearly, we heard last month, concerns that the high priority project wasn't balanced enough across the state. If you're balancing limited funding across 9 districts, it is going to be just less probable that a $100 million plus investment is going to happen. It has happened. There have been several 9-figure fundings from Smart Scale in the past. So it absolutely has happened when those projects are just overwhelmingly beneficial. It's just less likely when we're balancing so tightly across the state. Questions, concerns before we keep going? Mr. Smoot?
Thank you. Balancing spending across the state. I have not, probably my own fault, picked up on that one before. Now, without any implication of good or bad, right or wrong, I would suggest that if that is true, we did not do a very good job in the past Smart Scale, when I think one district, and again, I'm not right or wrong, good or bad, I'm not going there. But one district got about 2/3 of the statewide pot money. Was it 90?
We will talk about that district in a few slides.
Yeah. So I'd like to hear it at the appropriate time. Let's just hear a little bit more about that.
Sure. So I will say there's no statute that says balancing is important, except what is implied by the DGP program and the HPP program being separate. What we are saying is that we hear from CTB members a concern specifically, or most recently about round 6, that it feels unbalanced. So it is up to this board, if they so choose that balance is important, then they could make consensus votes to accommodate that. We are just noting that if that continues to be important, it drives down the odd that very large programs will get money. I think we should also note that localities can team up for proposals as well, which is something we're thinking about if we're thinking about very large projects.
And Mr. Smoot, I would say there is part of the way that the money is balanced, and that's through the formula in the district grant program, right?
Yes.
There's no, we could have a world that I'll describe for purposes because we're never going there. It's the wild, wild west, right? Where there's like a bucket of money and we set it out and then everybody goes and whoever's like, standing last gets the biggest amount from that bucket and like walks home very happy with what happened. And 13 of you are then very disappointed with what happened. Like we could do that. We could say, we're going to put all the money on one project. We have $1 billion. Like the General Assembly could have given us that ability. They didn't. They said at least half of this money is going to be distributed around the state based on a formula. And I'll be very clear, we had to fight to get statewide discretionary money in that formula in 2015 because that didn't used to exist that way. Prior to that time, there was county money, city money, and district money. And what we effectively did is we took the county and city money and made it district money. And we took the district money and we made it statewide money. That was a huge task just to get to that level there. But we do, with half the money, before we ever start, we spread it across the state for better or worse. I'm not saying that's good or it's bad, but that is what we do. So even before we talk about high priority projects, and I know there's a huge focus on that, we take half the money and we cut it up 9 different ways. That also means within your district, because we've cut the pie in half and then we cut it 9 more times, no slice, even if you're the biggest district, is that big, right? And so that also, makes people say, well, I can't get a certain very large project funded. Well, it is hard with some of the constraints we put in there, even having 50% of the money being fully discretionary on a statewide basis. I mean, I get calls from legislators and some folks in this room talking about very, very expensive projects that in many rounds of Smart Scale, we can't legally fund, which means we have to go fund it through other ways. Because again, remember, this is also 8% of the, actually 7.7 something percent of the money that we have available. We have other programs, we have other kind of means of funding and financing that we have to think about for some of these very, very large projects because they're just not going to fit into Smart Scale. That does not take away from the point you made about round 6, which I expect we'll keep discussing as we go through this and make Mr. Davis slightly uncomfortable.
No, it does not. And I also want to say that the secretary, in previous rounds, when he was a deputy secretary or whatever it was, seemed to be able to come in the bottom of the 9th inning and put some things together that otherwise we thought were lost.
We always tried to work with the board to ensure there was a positive outcome for all members involved.
All right. The next concern that has been raised is complexity. And we hear you. We understand that there are concerns from a lot of different parties about this, and we're going to be working to make it better. First, I'm going to talk about the causes of complexity, and then I will talk about our initial plan to improve that complexity. So one cause of the complexity is that in the build-out of the Smart Scale program and throughout its life, there is a deep belief by legislators and by localities that we can't have a one-size-fits-all process, that different areas have different priorities. And again, the example, congestion is top priority in Northern Virginia. It's not the top priority in Bristol. And if congestion was the most important score all across the state, the folks in Bristol would not be very happy about that, quite simply put. But what happens when we try to accommodate these different concerns is, first, we end up with this weighting system, which we've already discussed, where you have your 4 different types and your 4 different weights. So that already takes whatever process you're running and multiplies it by 4 different paths it can go across. But another thing happened that I think is a little more subtle in accommodating regional differences. So if you look at the scores, many times, for example, within congestion, there's several parts of the congestion score, right? There's C1 and C2. And in safety, there's S1 and S2. That happened because in conversations setting up the program in these large stakeholder back and forths, people would raise, I don't want to call them local concerns, but sort of side case or but what if concerns, right? Because they were looking to accommodate lots of different situations. So for example, in safety, the first safety score says in a direct number, which is called equivalent property damage only, which basically turns fatalities and serious accidents into a central dollar measurement, which is an unpleasant way to think about it, but is the way it's done in the industry. The first one just says, S1 says whoever reduces the most, biggest score. That's pretty straightforward. But a concern was raised that if you had that would always favor projects on very large roads, because just by having more people go through it, even if it was very small safety improvement, that score would be huge. So to accommodate that concern from places that had smaller roads, a second score was added to it that is weighted, I think maybe 20% of the total, that says, but 30% of the total, but you also get points, a little bit of points, if you have a very high reduction per VMT. So if you're on a small road, but the reduction is extraordinarily big, relative to your small road, you can get some points. So that's an example of how in trying to take into account concerns of different areas, it added to the complexity through the development of the process, and that continues. And that is sort of a natural evolution of processes, is they tend to get more complex as people come in with special requests. The next thing that makes it complex, and in my opinion, it is the biggest driver of complexity, but also perhaps the most important part of what Smart Scale does, is that it looks at the impact the intervention would have. That means we predict. For example, there are many programs in other states that say, oh, this project is on a very unsafe road. Good, it's important for safety. Smart Scale does not do this. Smart Scale says this project is on a very unsafe road. And using well-established crash modification factors, we have a very reasonable belief that it will reduce crashes by 10%. That is a lot more complex than just pointing to where the unsafe conditions are or where the congestion is. Congestion is even more complex to predict the outcome of. But because we are committed to actually funding things that will have a big impact, we have a very complex set of mechanisms using different disciplines, because we have economic development disciplines, we have safety disciplines, we have traffic operations and traffic engineering disciplines that do those predictions across our 6 categories. So this is a major source of complexity, but it's also truly one of the real strengths of this program.
Mr. Secretary, can I put on my Scott Casperwoods hat and say, are we planning to actually then go and do some after action or afterwards analysis to
Why, yes,
see,
we are.
is it actually doing that, what it said it was going to do?
And you will see when the secretary hands out his agenda for the next few meetings, it's already planned. I am very passionate about the before and after studies, so I'm excited that we will be sharing those with you.
And just to reinforce a point I said earlier, nothing we are doing is perfect. So that it is incumbent upon us, after we fund something for a particular reason, to go back and see, did those things happen? If they happened more than we thought, we should try and understand why and look at whether or not the methodology we're using to evaluate the benefits should be modified. If we're consistently seeing that we said it was going to do 2x and it's doing 1x in terms of an outcome, the same thing should happen. None of that is to cast aspersions on what we did the previous round. It's just to say, in the future rounds, we want to figure out if we can do better. But the only way we're ever going to learn those things is by scoring, analyzing, talking, hopefully not yelling, but maybe disagreeing, and then moving forward and doing it again. And you have to wash and repeat over and over, and we still will never get to anyone's definition of perfect. But hopefully we can get incrementally better in that which we do. But it is very important that we look at what we do and whether or not it delivers what we said it was going to do.
That would be a first. We haven't seen that yet.
Well, it would be a second. It would be the first in a long time. We did present the first round of before and after studies in 2021, where we analyzed, I believe, 30 or 29 projects that were done. And we were only able to do 29 at the time because of the impact of COVID. And so we had to find like a subset of people where we could get enough post-COVID data along with enough pre-COVID data to be able to compare it. Because we didn't want to like look at COVID and be like, we did it. Look at that. All the congestion was gone in 2020. This is the best project we've ever built. So we'd like, make sure we could like distinguish a bit there from some of those effects. The great news is like we clearly have had enough time by now, right, to do that. And so it's obviously something that we'll need to work on as we move forward there. Yes.
The follow-up for these, there are projects that are still sitting on the books from that first round. Are we going to start looking at those and bringing them in and maybe saying, you guys have had a decade? You either need to finish this project or we're taking back the state money and it's going back. Because some of them are still in there and we're still not seeing movement. And I know it's not going to be I will absolutely get yelled at when I get home tomorrow, but
Are there any in Fredericksburg?
There are definitely some, at least there might be some in Stafford, but.
So, I mean, there's multiple ways where, as a board, I think we have a duty to the taxpayers and to those who have entrusted us with the money at the assembly, which is, one is to do things like this and have other policies. The other is then to focus on delivery, right? And so what I would ask is that, not today, but at a future meeting, we have a broader discussion about a variety of programs and where we're seeing things spend or not spend and try and understand that. Because I don't think, there may be some projects from round one in Smart Scale where the funds are sitting unspent. I think there's some other programs where on a percentage basis, we're seeing a much larger amount sitting around kind of waiting to be utilized. And so I think we would like to talk with the board kind of on a broader basis across programs, because I don't want us to make a decision for Smart Scale and then go look at another program and be like, oh, well, it's a little different than it was in Smart Scale. I'm not sure I want to hold people to the same kind of rule there. Because again, it's the same set of people out there that we're interacting with. And so I think we need to just look holistically as we think about some of those decisions. Commissioner?
Mr. Secretary, Ms. Sellers, I point us back to the conversations that we have with the local sustainability performance program that we bring before the board on an annual basis in reporting on localities' performance of delivery. That was a highlight of making sure that projects were moving, and those are valued. We have the criteria that's already been set up. I'd also point out the fact that what we've presented back to the board, and maybe we need to do this a little bit more fulsome, is the discussion on the portfolio approach that we have enacted in each of the districts for the VDOT administered projects that are really focused on removing the backlog of projects and focus strictly on the delivery of those projects that are in the pipeline that we have. And that's not just dedicated to Smart Scale. That's dedicated to all of the projects, the 4,500 projects that we have in the 6-year improvement program. So I'd be willing to do that, Mr. Secretary, at a future board meeting and be able to highlight what that, between LSPP and the portfolio program that we have, the focus in on timelines, target timelines for the size of the projects based upon whether there's right of way or not, or no right of way, required. Because, and I've used this with each of our districts and our chief engineer, that we have a $4 billion project in Hampton Roads that's building a very complex tunnel and can be delivered in 6 to 7 years. But we have some sidewalk projects that are $13 million or $7 million and takes 13 years to deliver. So, I'd be more than happy to present some of those statistics, but it does take, and we've had some conversations with individual board members to encourage those localities to deliver their projects in a timely manner. We've also had the same conversation on inflation and the effects of inflation, because as we've gone through this, $100 or $100 million does not nearly go as far when we've had 37% inflation. Our buying power is simply reduced each and every year. And when the projects sit on the books for 5, 6, 7, 10 years, that buying power is significantly reduced. And this is why we're back to coming back to the board and asking for additional monies just to be able to deliver. So why don't we put that, I know that'll be a topic of conversation later about board meeting, but we'll put that back on, and I'll look for just an abbreviated version of the LSPP, and then talk through what the portfolio project is and maybe some of the statistics that we've done. But we have cleared out a significant amount of backlog that we've been carrying on the books for a number of years. And the instructions to the district engineers are, the crosshairs are clear out the backlog and make sure that there is no backlog on an annual basis.
Well, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about that, and we haven't had the follow-up conversation of, okay, when does the CTD begin to act and say, we are canceling your project, you are not, this is not moving forward. And every time we bring this up, Stafford's been on the list, and so I do hear, but it just is. And at some point, you have to cut ties and say, you guys are not a good investment, and let's move forward and spend it on something that is moving forward.
Ms. Ellis, you get no disagreement from me that this board should have some sort of policy. So I think it's really important, one, that we get people to spend their money, both VDOT and our local partners. The other thing that's really important, though, is that we tell our local partners what the rules are and give them a bit of cure opportunity before we do that. If the quick retort then would be like, well, let's put it in place quickly so we can start the cure period as soon as possible. And I think we'll come back. We'll try and figure out how quickly we can come back, but sometime in the next 2 months to start that initial discussion to figure out what some parameters around a framework for a policy would be. And I hope someone is writing down what I just said about 2 months to make sure that we do that. Not you guys, one of them. So we will make sure we bring that back to you guys to have that discussion. I think it's very fair, right? We can pick what we think are the best projects all day long, but if we don't build them, like, did a tree fall in the forest, right? If we didn't hear it, so we've got to make sure we do both sides of this.
And they've had 2 years. I mean, the policy the commissioner's talking about is at least 2 years old, right? Or coming up on the 2-year anniversary. So at some point, we got to pull the training wheels off and say, sorry guys, you had 2 years to get it together, and now you got to figure it out. That project's being canceled.
And I think let's quantify what the issue is first before we start figuring out how we're going to cure it. I'm going to say there may also be cures that involve someone to my right doing something. They have a long track record of successfully delivering projects, and if a project is really, really good, it may be that we don't want to get rid of it. We just want someone else to build it, right? Like that has happened before, and I think it may happen again. But we will come back, we will quantify it, we will start that discussion, and we'll get something in. I have Ms. Green and then Mr. Mencho.
So as a recovering quality engineer, this reminds me of a Taguchi design of experiment where you've got the factors of us changing policies on a regular basis as well as the results. Will you evaluate both when you look at it? Like, what was the impact of us changing a policy on the results?
Yeah, I think we can certainly do that. Mr. Mencho?
Mr. Secretary, I should know the answer to my own question, but I don't. But when the smart scale factors were worked on, was there any thought done circa 2015 or 16 in appreciating the fact that the same project in different areas of the Commonwealth would cost more? For example, in the urban areas, asphalt, concrete, steel are more expensive, labor is more expensive, and you've got to deal with the very expensive traffic maintenance which sometimes forces you to do the project at night. And I was just curious, like, for example, if you want to, there's a 2-lane section of Route 29 in western Fairfax County and a 2-lane section of Route 29 in northern Pittsylvania County. If you want to do 1,000 foot of widening, exact same project, the one in Pittsylvania County will be a lot cheaper. It's like, was there ever any idea of having like a construction cost indexing given the different costs of the exact same project in different areas of the state as a part of Smart Scale?
Mr. Minshew, I could mislead you and say no, but that wouldn't be true. We had a lot of discussions about that topic. I think where we really struggled is everybody had something unique about their part of the state. So in Bristol, we had a lot of discussion about the mountains and how do we take the mountains into account. So like for those of you who aren't familiar, you should all go out to Interstate Breaks Park at some point and look at Corridor Q there. You'll understand what I mean when you go out there. But very difficult topography to build a road on. They did it. Flip side, it was very expensive, right, where they did it. Hampton Road said, what about our water? We have bridge tunnels everywhere. Northern Virginia said, what about our right-of-way? Because right-of-way is very expensive there. And so we kind of like went in circles with most people saying, but what about me? And I think at the end where we landed, which isn't to say it's where we should be or it's the perfect place, is everybody has something unique. And the one thing we have is a dollar. And so we should just look at what dollar you need to deliver it. Because I think in the example you gave, it would be my guess that doing something to a mile, I can't remember what distance you said, but a mile stretch of 29 in Prince William County, yes, that will absolutely cost more than most likely than doing something to a mile stretch of US 29 in Pennsylvania. But I would also assume that the benefits would be greater. And then the question is what are the benefits we're getting for that dollar we're being asked to spend there? There are also some who said, even if there are things that make it cost more, it's still a dollar. And now that opportunity cost of using that dollar somewhere else is gone. And so like discounting for the dollar is kind of saying, acting like we're not spending the amount we're spending. Because that, like we can say, oh, we're going to only consider 90% of the cost on Mars. So I'm not picking on any of your districts. And so then when we spend, we only count 90% of that cost on Mars, we still lost that 10%. Like it can't go back to any other part of the Commonwealth. Which is to say, I'm not sure if that's the right or wrong thing to do, but that was like the discussion at that time. And it was a real discussion at this body. I had the pleasure of standing where Ms. Schul is standing now for that. Now I get to sit while we have these conversations. It's a little bit better. But folks really struggled with that, but ultimately we couldn't figure out a way to do it in a manner that enough people thought was fair across the state.
Appreciate that bit of history. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
All right, I have more concerns. All right, so the third reason it's complex is because it's just really complex. We have 6 legislated components, each with their own approach. We have to work across different types of transportation modes. This has to cover a giant railroad and a tiny crosswalk in the same approach. We have to balance all of these things and educate tons of different localities who have their own staffing levels of expertise and levels of availability across this very diverse Commonwealth. It just is complex, and it's, usually $1 billion around. I'm not saying it's good or bad, I'm just saying it is. But now, what are we going to do about it? First, we understand that it feels opaque because of the complexity. That is very much not the goal. The goal is for it to feel transparent, though complex. So I think there's really 2 paths to follow when improving the situation. The first that we can do right away, and we have started to do right away, in fact, this presentation is part of doing right away, is to improve the materials that we provide to the board, to locality practitioners, to professionals, to the public about what this is and how it works, right? There's a lot of improvement we can do with explaining it more clearly and targeting our materials to different audiences. There is a giant technical guide which contains most of the answers if you look hard enough, but a 200-page technical guide is not the right thing for a county administrator, probably. Just as one example. So we will work to make those materials. We will feedback and iterate with the intended audience, whether it's y'all, SCTP, or a locality audience, to make sure we have materials that get people to that understanding quickly, more quickly. And when we do review in round 8, we can talk about and seek for places to reduce complexity without significantly damaging some of these strengths. That should be a focus of round 8. All right, so the last benefit is that, as we said, the CTB can make changes if we find our situation has changed or if something is not serving us anymore, and it has to be the majority. However, as I think you alluded to, those changes create a cycle of relearning for the applicants. That is something we have to be attuned to, and that is why we are recommending that the CTB minimize changes the closer we get to the round, and we are essentially within round 7 now. And so that's why we're trying to make any changes we do to round 7 extremely narrow and focused. Any other questions before we move on to the next slide?
Well, before you move on, Laura, I also just want to add a few thoughts here. So like, we are able to talk about how certain things in Smart Scale are complex. What I want to say to you all is the things that we are doing in Smart Scale that often can be viewed as complex were being done before, and no one was seeing those results. And so remember, before we had Smart Scale, a 6-year program was released in April and approved in either May or June. And why a given project was put in there or not put in there, there was nothing anyone could turn to understand why. There was public comment. You could come stand at that dais and you could look me or whoever was in this chair at the time in the eye and be like, you should have added this project, or thank you so much for this one. But there was nothing anyone could turn to have any sense as to why a project was added. That does not mean the folks at VDOT weren't looking at safety improvements, weren't looking at things like economic development, weren't looking at, congestion things. It just means that wasn't all put out for everybody to see. And so analyzing the anticipated benefit of a project is going to be complex just because we're trying to make it as accurate as we can. It's not precise, right? It's an estimate. So we know it is not right. Like when we do this before, 100% right. When we do these before and after, it's like we're never going to hit the bullseye. The goal is to be close, right, on all of those types of things. But trying to be close also means you have to do a lot of work. And that work, again, adds complexity. So like to Laura's point earlier, like if we wanted a very, very simple prioritization process, we could say, where's there very bad congestion? And we will fund any project where there's the worst congestion. We're not going to look at whether or not it solves it. Just doing it there will make it better. That's very simple. I would argue that we're not looking at whether or not we're achieving the intended outcome. We're not balancing or considering other things that people may value, but it's simple, right? And so, like, I think we also have to, like, Laura's been getting at this, we have to balance, like, how do we make sure we have something that is doing a good job at the things we are asked to do, while not making, like, and recognizing that some of those things are complex, of how do we communicate what we're doing? And how do we as a board reach a level of comfort with how we're doing it? But at the end of the day, like, I do not think we should be getting to a place where a county administrative CAO understands how the travel demand model works in detail. But I want to assure you, we've been using travel demand models for a very long time. You just didn't always see those outcomes. Now you see them. And that does make this feel more complex, but it's because you can actually see it. In the past, you didn't see it, and so it may not have felt as complex, but that complex set of tasks was happening. It just wasn't being shared. And so, like, that's kind of a trade-off here too, right? People can see all the inside work that before used to kind of stay inside the building, if you will, and didn't go out for examination. And that's a difference, right? And so that's going to lead to feelings, and that's okay. The question is, how do we make it so that people have a good sense of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and that this body has a level of comfort with how we're doing it?
Right. So now I'm going to move into talking about scoring more specifically. So let's talk about what impacts what gets funded. So right now I'm speaking from the perspective of an individual project. When we talk about which district gets more funding, that's a slightly different waterfall chart. But in order of descending importance, the most impactful thing to the odds that a project will get funded is how much money we have for Smart Scale. And as Ms. Pryor told you, there are pressures on that. There are pressures from the amount of revenue that the state brings in and pressures on the amount of money that is available for construction. By far, that is the most important thing. And that is not something that we necessarily impact in these discussions about CTB policy, but it is important to keep in mind. The next thing is which projects are submitted and by whom. Following that, how your individual project scores. Next, the order in which funding is sent out. And finally, CTB consensus at the end can change what gets funded. So we have coded in blue where the localities have influence. They can make a better scoring project. They can choose what they submit. And then in the orange where this group has influence in setting policy before the round begins, as well as, of course, during the consensus. So now I'll talk about each of these 5 items a little bit more. All right, how much money is available? So what you see up here is some data from round 6. On the left, you see what was available for DGP and HPP at the beginning of the round. On the right, you see what was funded and how much was requested. 8 times as much money was requested as was available. A lot of people are going to be disappointed. In fact, 7/8 by dollar count will be disappointed at the end of the smart scale process. We get a lot more money than we can hand out. That is what we talk about when we talk about operating in a really resource-constrained environment. I will also point out that before smart scale, no one knew that $8 million figure. We did not have a statewide view over how many projects, so to speak, wanted to be funded or had hosts that wanted to fund them. So that's a big improvement. In addition, I will point out that 4 of the districts applied for more money in smart scale for their district than was available for the entire state for that round. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's good that they have so much they want to do, but we're going to end up with a lot of people who get said no to. Any further comments or questions on that topic before we move to the next one?
Mr. Davis.
Will we get into, and you may be taking us there, will we? Well, I was looking back at prior rounds of smart scale, and that number seems to fluctuate considerably from round to round, which explains the reason why, percentage-wise, if you will allow me, that the Richmond district, in percentage terms, fared very well. But when you look at it in terms of absolute dollars, I think you'll see through the rounds, it was not the big winner through all of the rounds. So maybe you'll take us there, Laura. I don't know. So will we get to that or not?
I think we will get part of the way there, Mr. Davis, but I would also say this is not the last discussion on smart scale. So as we have this conversation, if we note things that might be useful to have further discussions on, like we're going to have discussions, guys. Like that. This is the whole point. The way we set good policies by talking it through, and that's what we're going to do on all of these things. And so to me, what we're doing here is kind of level setting, hitting some of the top things that we've heard to date from you all. And then again, like we have to keep working on this and all programs, right? As we move forward. So I think we get some of the way there, but we don't get all of the way there. One of the things that is interesting to me is Richmond also submitted $800 million more in request than anybody else. So you may also argue that they bought more tickets to the lottery.
They did, certainly.
I didn't know that until now. Honestly, I hadn't seen that. It's just
Big
like,
number.
huh.
And if I may add, sir, that we also contributed 72% of the leverage funding for projects. So that's, I think that's a big, you're looking at $87 million worth of leverage. 63 of it was provided in the Richmond district for projects. So I think when we talk about when projects get awarded in terms of studying the projects through the lifespan of the projects, refining those scopes, stripping out cost, and then adding leverage to it, it tends to up the benefit score, which ups the smart scale score and increases the chances that it will be funded.
And I feel obligated to jump in now. I know leverage funding is a topic of discussion. I would just ask that we maybe hold back on that particular thing, noting the need for additional discussion on that particular topic in the future, as I think I saw 3 members collectively reach for their microphone at the exact same moment there. So noted for future discussions, leverage funding is going to be a topic. Heard.
All right. Well, no, it was a great transition to the next slide. So the next thing that impacts your project's odds of getting funded is what other projects are submitted and by whom. By whom, as you may recall from our conversation last month, if an MPO submits a project, it cannot be eligible for DGP funds. Localities can be eligible for both. So that's what I mean by whom. But your cohort, the round you're part of, really impacts your odds of getting funded. The first impact is normalization. In our scoring, the best scoring project for safety gets a score of 100, and everything else is normalized to that. Let me talk a little bit about how we do this. So as I mentioned before, we're measuring something called EPDO. Let's say Project A has an EPDO score of 500. That's good. Let's say this is a round with only 3 projects in my hypothetical example. The next project has an EPDO of 250. That's half as good. And the third ranking project has an EPDO of 249. The way we do normalization gives twice as many points to project A as project B. So project A will get a score of 100 because it had the best. Project B was half, gets a score of 50, and project C gets a score of 49 point something. The reason we do it this way is because if you just did it by rank, then the difference between A and B, which is really significant, would get them as much credit as the difference between B and C, which is really minor. So we do this form of normalization to be fair to both Project A, which was extraordinarily good, and Project C, which was essentially as good as Project B. Any questions?
Sellers.
Yes, we've had a lot of discussion on this. I'm very intrigued by this normalization process. And if it was normalized at the end, so after you did all 6 of the 75 algorithms within those 6 algorithms and did it at the end, it would make sense to me. But there's an opportunity there where on EP whatever, you get 500 and then the next person gets 250. Well, that 250 project could be banking on the fact that in a different category, they're the ones at 500 and not at 250. And so now, so if you normalize it at the beginning, then it takes away some of that strategic advantage that they're building into when they put it together.
I won't make a value judgment or if it's good or bad, but I will say you are right that it happens in each of the 6 categories first and not at the end with all 5 categories together. And I do think we're happy to run scenarios, analyses on what happens if you change the timing of normalization. But I do think also that each would lend itself to a different type of strategizing.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I'm just wondering if you need the normalization at all, or if you could just have it be just, it is what it is, and put that forward. And then at the end, because we're also doing that 10 million or divided by 10 something, I don't know, I think it's 10 million.
Divided by the dollars,
Right,
yeah.
so we're normalizing and then normalizing again and then weighting it. And it just makes it really messy. And so I'm just curious, like, why can't we just get rid of that normalization step?
So the goal of the normalization step is to create, actually, I'm going to hold your question until I get to the next slide, and then I will address it because it will be easier then. How about that? All right, so the next thing that happens is ranking.
Laura.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Gribbin and then Mr. Smoot.
Okay, so my intrigue with normalization is second only to Ms. Sellers. And so are we holding normalization questions?
Oh, you can.
Okay.
I just want to talk about why we do normalization.
Okay,
Period.
I think understood, which is you're trying to not let number 3, you're trying to avoid having projects that have small deltas between them have larger gaps than that delta.
Right, and
I'm
what often
interested-
happens is you have a bunch of projects who are really good and then another cluster of projects who are down here. We don't want to penalize the projects in the cluster that were just slightly below.
So that's sensible, but what about the other thing? What if project number 3 is 5? So you have 500, 250, and 5.
It will get a score of less than 1
So
in the index.
or of less than 1. So the 500, so the normalization, you just take the top score and it gets that many points is worth 100, and then whatever fraction of next things. Okay, that's really helpful. So they're all numerically equivalent. You're just converting it from 500 scale to a 100 scale in essence.
And each round, the scale is set by the best project in that category.
And then it leads to the question like how do you get to the points, the total points? We can say that for later.
That's the next slide.
And then do you normalize the dollars?
No, the dollars are normalized because they are dollars, so we don't have to.
Okay, I guess the main concern I have, and maybe it's a poorly placed concern, is that if we're normalizing the benefits, but we're not normalizing the costs, will that distort the cost benefit analysis? And if it's directly proportional, I don't think the answer is no, that it won't be distorted. But I'd like to.
I don't think it's distorted.
So, Mr. Gribbin, if I'm following your question correctly, the goal is that in each measure, that there's no cap on how high you could go up to drive how high getting 100 might be.
Right.
And so a really big project can add a ton of points to the board in whatever category, which then help offset the fact that it has a really high cost that it's going to get divided for, if that makes sense.
Oh, but I think if you normalize it, this is exactly my point. So instead of getting 500 points, I'm getting 100 points. But my costs are not being normalized, so my high costs are still gonna be my high costs.
But so let's go back to the example you used, the variant on Ms. Schul's example, 500, 255.
Right.
Whether I keep you at 500 or make you 100, everyone else is proportionally pushed down relative to you. So the 250 is 50 instead of 250, which is still half of your score.
Correct. But I guess we're going back to Ms. Suller's point. Let's say I'm crushing it on congestion relief, but doing kind of middling on everything else. So I get like 1,000 on congressional leave. I'm just making this up.
Yeah.
Once you normalize it, you're taking away the one thing that's making this project sing.
I think the weighting is actually doing what you're concerned about, not the normalization.
Okay.
So again, if we say congestion is only going to be 40%, 45, I think it is in Northern Virginia, percent of your points, you can be crushing it in congestion and do nothing else, and the most benefit points you'll ever get is 45, because that's how much weight of the total maximum number of available points is assigned to congestion.
But I think both of those things are in play.
I will also
So-
say, if we chose to normalize the dollars, and the most expensive submission was $200 million, and that got 100,
Yeah.
the mathematical outcome would be the same as using dollars. So we could do it so that everything would be normalized, but it wouldn't change the ranking.
Because everyone would be proportionally.
Adjusted to $200 million.
I'm happy to have us follow.
I will
I think
spreadsheet
when
it
you
for
break
you
up into
then.
6 bits and one piece outperforms the other pieces, if you're significantly outperforming in one of those, normalization works against you.
If that is also weighted low in your area, I agree. Now, I don't know if it works against you. It's just going to be less impactful if that area is weighted low in your area type.
But you get the general point, which is, I think, thank you. This is, by the way, this is phenomenal. Thank you both. This is the best briefing I've had on Smart Scale. So it's really, really,
I really appreciate that, and because mainly Secretary Donahue made most of the presentations on Smart Scale in the past.
Okay, but the there you
I
go.
appreciate the shade.
Yeah. So I mean, again, this is an incredibly helpful conversation we're having right now. And so I would just throw out there at some point in the future, we'll get more detail. I don't need to take up the whole boards. I would like to understand this a little bit better because it seems intuitively.
I think I know where you're actually going. It's a BCA. In a BCA, you can have a bajillion congestion benefits added to whatever your safety are, added to the air quality benefits. I think the issue we ran into when we developed Smart Scale is we are legislatively mandated to quantify things that we don't know how to monetize. And so we can't just do that full summing of every type of benefit. I think have
Yeah.
gotten a sense of what you two are trying to say better than I was before, but I don't know, how do we monetize accessibility? Or like, how do we
Well, you just make it a score. It's a. Yeah, I mean, again, we're not.
How do we monetize economic development?
Well, how do you? What's the difference between monetizing something and measuring the benefit of it?
So we could have used dollars as the normalization, right? So as I said with EPDO expresses safety outcomes as dollars. We could have pursued a technical approach that did the same thing for the 6 other categories. I think probably if it followed the same mathematical path, just was expressed in dollars instead of points, I do think the rankings would still be the same. Again, assuming we had the same methodology, but it was dollars instead of points.
Well, maybe I know you've got some examples coming.
I do.
So maybe in the examples, we
Yes, we'll talk about through examples.
And maybe not, and if case, we will
Follow up.
keep talking about it.
All right. So the next thing that affects, again, we're in the perspective of a locality who has one project. Yes, sir, Mr. Spook.
With regard to impact 2, and to use DJ's phrase, this is probably for discussion at a later date, just want to lift it up now. We say the top projects in each district are funded first, then the top ranked state projects. Okay, let's deal with the first part of that. The top ranked projects in each district are not what is funded in the district grant consideration. It's the top projects in the district as they are ranked in the statewide evaluation of projects,
Yes.
not in the district. And if we really believe, as we said earlier, that different regions have different priorities, I would like to submit that we rank projects. This is not about getting somebody else's money, by the way. It doesn't change how much money you get, but you just rank your district grant projects amongst the projects in your district.
And Mr. Smoot, if I could just add more context to what you're saying, because I don't know if everyone received the letter from the Roanoke Valley TPO as I did. What we're saying is in the normalization that we do in each measure, we normalize against everybody within the state. What the Roanoke Valley TPO asked us to consider, and what you, I believe, are also asking us to consider, is when allocating district grant money, instead of comparing the congestion benefits of projects in the Salem district against all projects in the state, including Mr. Coleman and Mr. Gribben, we would only consider the congestion benefits to other projects in the Roanoke, the Salem district, excuse me.
So that would be in step one normalization. So you'd normalize against your district. Yes, I think that's what the Roanoke letter said, if that's what you're referring to.
Yeah, and the net effect is you would be ranked based on your benefits compared to your peers in your district instead of everyone in the state. Yes.
Without commenting on if it's a good or bad idea, I will.
Change the amount of money.
Does not.
No. I will point out that if the CTP does that, it will be another level of complexity that will double the number of steps. Again, just as an example of taking local conditions
Which
into account.
doesn't mean it's a
leading to
bad
complexity.
thing.
No,
if it's
just pointing
something
it
that
out.
makes this board comfortable with how the dollars are allocated, right?
But it was well played.
I know, but I want to stress, right? Like many of these like little increments where folks are saying, hey, there's this wrinkle of complexity. If my memory was better and I didn't have 3 young children, I could like source most of them back to a discussion in this room, right? Like the reason we have a reliability metric is because of William Fralin sitting where Mr. Stant is now, telling me over and over and over, you have to have a way to capture the issues on I-81, right? And so like there's a story behind each of those things. And they're all at some point like had a reason for it that at least 8 people in this room thought made sense. So again, I'll be quiet now, Laura.
So before we go into the scores in more detail, I also want to talk about something that Mr. Davis foreshadowed, district collaboration. Districts that coordinate submissions, share best practices, optimize for eligibility, and what gets funded by who, they do pretty well. I know there's been some commentary on the Richmond district's rate of success in the HPP program in round 6. I also want to point out that Stanton did pretty well too. They got 3 out of 14 total projects. Richmond got 8, and then 3 other districts got 1 each. Both of those areas have very public, very transparent processes to prepare their area for submission to SmartScale. We've linked you to them. There are, I think, video recordings of the CVTA sessions. It's all very learnable and approachable by other districts that might want to pursue that type of approach. One thing that was pointed out was, as we'll get to, a good indicator of a high SmartScale score for congestion is being on a VTrans Priority 1 road for congestion. If your district has flexible money and could submit something on a VTrans Priority road to SmartScale and save their money for something else, that might be a good tactic. That's an example of coordination. All right, now the big slide. Let's talk about the score. So I'm going to talk high level and then I'm going to dig into each of the boxes. There are 6 score components. You can remember them by the acronym SCALE: safety, congestion, accessibility, environment, land use multiplier, and economic development scores. When you add, so each of those, you come out with a score. The first thing that I think is casually called score is actually what is in SmartScale called a measure. A measure is the thing in itself. It is the amount of person hours of delay that will be avoided, as an example in one of the congestion. It is the EPDO for safety. It is the increase in number of jobs that are accessible within 60 minutes for accessibility, right? It is the thing itself. That is what we call measure. The measures are then normalized, as we talked about before. So now everything has a normalized score that is from 0 to 100. The benefit of this is that they are all comparable, right? If we had chose to express them all in the US dollar, they would have the similar benefit of all being comparable. So now we've gone from measure to normalized score. The next thing we do is the weighting. And this is where in Northern Virginia, if you have a high congestion score, because congestion is weighted at 45% of the total for Northern Virginia, you get a big boost. But in an area D, which is more rural area, I think it's at like 15%, right? So this just adjusts the way it's added to accommodate the 4 different area types, and that is the weighted score. Finally, because of a change that y'all made last time, land use doesn't work like I just described. Instead, you get a multiplier. So if you are part of an area that, because of its land use, will encourage extra activity without a lot of extra driving, then you get a little booster on all of your existing scores. That was the change that y'all made in December 2023, I believe. I'm going to go back into each of those individually, but let's stay high for now. That thing on top is called the project benefit score. Then we divide it by the number of dollars requested from SmartScale. So if project A has a project benefit score of 6, and project B has a project benefit score of 6, and project A is $10 and project B is $20, project A is going to win, right? And if you have a project that's twice as expensive, it will get half the overall score. Everybody okay with us thus far? All right. Now, we could do a presentation this long on each of these 6 boxes. Each box has a score that was developed through a lot of stakeholder meetings and is based on a particular discipline. Some of these scores are run by OIP. Some of these scores are run by OIP in conjunction with VDOT. Some of these scores are run by VEDP in the case of the economic development score. Some are run by DRPT if it's a transit project. There are lots of different agencies involved in running these scores. And the processes we used were developed in consultation with the localities. So I'll start with the practice I know best, which is travel demand modeling. I'm not going to do this for every score, but congestion weighted score. It's hard to predict congestion. Therefore, we have different methodologies for predicting the congestion impact depending on the type of project. If you've got an existing road and you're adding something to it, you can use a very well-tested approach called the VPRA, which is just a relationship between adding a marginal vehicle and how much congestion will come. Pretty standard approach. We do it all the time. If it is a bigger addition to the road, we run the federal CapEx tool, which is another modeling approach to predict congestion. And if it's a really big change, like a whole new road, we work with the locality to run their travel demand model to get the predicted impact. All of which is to say, a lot of people are involved in developing these scores, and to execute them, some of them requires actual, degrees in certain disciplines of transportation, which is another reason it's complicated. We decided not to do the full presentation on each of these 6 scores because it would take 6 days, but we are happy to work through them and talk about them individually. Any questions on the big picture equation before we move to the next thing? All right. And at the end of the presentation, I have links that can get you into more detail on each one as well, if you're very curious. All right, the next thing that affects your success rate, if you're a project, is the order in which we fund. I'm going to get to a scenario on this later, but right now, as was mentioned, we fund DGP first by local rank, and then we fund HPP. And lastly, the influence is CTP input. Of course, y'all make the policy. That's the major impact. But the other impacts is the CTP can collectively submit additional projects, a couple of additional projects for scoring at the start of the round, maybe if there was some amazing cross-district idea. And during consensus, the CTP may modify either the DGP and the HPP through formal action, majority vote. Our recommendation is that if this happens for round 7, it is completed by next May. Remember, the vote is confirmed in June for transparency purposes. In addition, the way the equations work is we fund until the next highest ranked project is bigger than the remaining bucket of funding. So as you will see on some future slides, usually that leaves a lot of money, like $100 million, unallocated, and the CTP has discretion on what to do about that and how to allocate that leftover bit. Any questions on this or anything to add? All right. Now we're going to go even deeper. How do you score well? In the past, There are three very clear characteristics of projects that score well. First, they were on a VTrans Priority 1 or Priority 2 road. This is not because they get preferential treatment. It is because the way VTrans is developed measures, using a lot of the same data and measurement techniques, significant problems, particularly in safety and congestion. And so basically it tells you where the problem that you can solve exists. If you have an amazing project for congestion, but the road isn't congested in the first place, there's no way you're gonna get a good congestion score. If you have a project that tends to improve safety, but it's not a very unsafe road, there's no way you can get a good safety score. So this is like your code to where you are capable of getting the highest scores, especially on safety and congestion, which are usually the highest weighted scores in most places.
Ms. Sellers?
How do these priority 1 and priority 2 areas, what's the relationship with corridors of statewide significance?
Ms. Sellers, Laura, if you go back really quick. So I think there's a few different things here. The first is we look at, in the priority rankings, to be a priority 1, you have to be in the 1% of worst areas. And so I think we do that both for corridors of statewide significance and then within each region. We do that as well for the regional networks. And to be priority 2, you have to be in the top 5%, but not in that 1%.
So there's really no relationship, or is there a relationship? I'm not understanding.
Relationship to, I'm sorry,
Corridor of statewide significance, you mean?
No, for something to be priority 1 or 2, they have to be on a corridor of statewide significance?
No, they do not.
Okay.
They have to be one of the worst areas in the state for a given metric. So if you are not in the top 5% in terms of problems, you are not a priority 1 or 2.
Okay, but if you're not on a corridor of statewide significance, whatever it's called, or a regional network, you can't screen in to smart scale in the first place. Or is this a way around that if you're in one of these and it's not on a corridor of statewide significance or regional network, you can get into smart scale?
So this is VTrans. So this doesn't help you skip that screening factor. But in smart scale, it's meet a need and long range plan. There are 4 need categories. There's corridor of statewide significance, regional networks, things that help address urban development areas or industrial development areas. Think of those as like locally designated growth areas, if you will. And then there's just safety on any road.
I think you mean screen into HPP. Because DGP projects do not have to be on a corridor of statewide significance.
They have to meet one of those 4.
If they address the urban development, industrial, or safety concern.
So I'm trying to figure out, why do we care if it's a priority 1 or priority 2 need?
Yes, it's
Like
not that
what?
we care emotionally or per se. It is that we have pre-measured where there's a ton of congestion. And if you want a good congestion score, you can only get a really good congestion score if there's congestion to deal with in the first place. So
Tells you where the problems are.
Yes.
And that's based on the INRIX data set, or are there other data sets going into that?
There are different data sets for different priority designations. I will also add that we have a VTrans primer session coming up on our meeting.
But there are a number of different data sources. When Laura gets to the next slide, you can see this is all mapped online, but for corridor of statewide significance, there's congestion, there's reliability, there's safety, and each of those have a different data source that is behind it. But if you're in those top areas there, that is what's making you top problem. You have the most problems relative to your peers as a road, because you're people now. You have a greater chance of getting more benefits than if you go to an area that doesn't have a lot of problems. I think that's the main point we're just trying to convey is when you do projects tailored to fix a specific problem in an area where a lot of that problem exists, you have a greater chance of getting a higher score.
And it's not because we explicitly link them. It is because, again, it's telling you where the scores are available. So if you are an individual locality looking to submit a project, you can go to this website, zoom into your area, and see the red, the yellow lines. Those are the priority 1 and 2 areas where, again, we're not guaranteeing. What we're going to show in a minute is that it's just far more likely that you'll score well if you're on one of those areas.
Again, you're far more likely to score well because there are more problems to fix. You get no bonus points, you get no attaboys or anything else for being a 1 or 2, need priority. It is just there's a greater issue that needs to be addressed, and so the project has a greater chance of driving outcome relative to its cost than if you're trying to fix safety where there's only one crash.
So what you see on the right is, again, a post-analysis looking at which projects interacted with ViaTrain's priority areas and their average total benefit score in round 6. You can see a direct line. VTrans priority 1, you tend to score nearly 2.5 times as high as a VTrans priority 4.
Mr. Gribben, were you trying to jump in? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. On the priority 1, 2, just to follow up on Ms. Seller's point. So are the criteria measured in the VTrans the same as Smart Scale in terms of the 6 categories we had across the top of
They
the
aren't
numerator?
expressed in the same way because Smart Scale is measured in benefit and impact, but many of the inputs, which are like total congestion and person hours of delay, are the same.
Okay. So I guess maybe I can restate this. So the point of the VTrans is to just quantify the benefits around certain characteristics that will then likely be used in the Smart Scale.
I would say the point of VTrans is to identify where we have problems and needs, not benefits. So where is something happening on the system that is suboptimal or could be improved, or there's a need, for lack of, again, of a better term.
I was thinking like, yes, there's a problem, so there's a benefit to addressing that
There's an
problem.
opportunity to get
There's
benefits because there's a need
yes.
to solve for it.
Yes. So this is just identifying problems?
Yes.
Okay.
The whole purpose of VTrans and the purpose of the link between VTrans and Smart Scale is we do a bunch of work to analyze the whole system. We tell the whole world where we think it has problems. We hope that influences where they choose to submit projects, because if you submit projects where there's problems, you have a greater chance of getting funded. And again, the other thing we did is if you submit a project where there's no problem identified, you don't screen in. And we're not going to score you because we analyzed the system and we didn't find anything wrong with that particular stretch of road.
And so how does this Priority 1, Priority 2 VTrans tie into the VTrans, which is the policy statement that we considered last year?
Mr. Griffin, I was not here when you considered that last year. I believe what you were dealing with last year is VTrans has 2 parts. One is the needs assessment, which is what this is explicitly about. You guys adopted that very early last year. At the end of last year, you were discussing the second part of VTrans, which I believe is the part you did not adopt. And that dealt with like long-term trends and risk registers and things that we need to be monitoring or developing policies on in the future. And so that candidly, that part does not directly relate to this.
I'll also say that bringing this VTrans concept in, this is our attempt to communicate in a different way. When we sat back and said, okay, what is the simplest way we can tell someone if they're likely to have a high-scoring project or not without them having to learn how to be a traffic modeler? This was from an analysis from the OIP team that said these are the characteristics. So this is how we've boiled it down of what are the odds, what can we tell somebody simply is an odds of getting a high-scoring project? Higher odds, not a guarantee, higher odds. 1, Priority 1, Priority 2 VTrans. 2, in particular, having a known significant safety improvement for the feature you're talking about. All safety features have something called a crash modification factor. All of these are readily findable. They're an industry set of standards. Virginia has one that prefers. All of this is very known, right? If you have this type of R-cut turn, right? It's a known crash modification factor. So aligning yourself with known big crash modification factors is very important. And having gone through a value engineering process. I'm going to come back to examples of that later, but Mr. Davis already referred to that process and how some of the Richmond region has gone through it for their projects. Those are the 3 simplest indicators in one slide of what is likely to be a high-scoring Smart Scale project. We also had a lot of questions about the size. So what you see here, I'm going to walk you through this matrix chart. Across the top, you see there's 270 R6 projects in this matrix. Across the top, we see the amount of money that was asked for from Smart Scale, from under 10 to 75 million plus. On the left, you see what VTrans priority did it intersect with, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6, which is not ranked in VTrans. And then the color and the number indicates the likelihood that a project got funded through either source if it was submitted. So what we can say is that if you had a project that needed under $10 million and was in VTrans priority 1, it had 50% odds of getting funded. That's pretty straightforward. But your odds didn't go down that much the more money we added on, right? $10 to $25 million, if it's VTrans priority one, you have a 41% chance. It's a very clear pattern. Again, these were not done, like we did not rate a project higher because it was VTrans priority one. It just had a higher odds. So you can see a very clear trend here. I should also say that just because something happened in R6 does not mean the exact same thing will happen in R7. There's always a new cohort, but this is something that I think people submitting projects should know and should look at.
Secretary, I'd be curious what those 6 that were funded in the 6 category are. Like, because if they're not, I would just be curious what they are.
We can get them for you by tomorrow. I suspect they're in DGP.
Oh, okay.
Not suspect.
Because on our next slide, we have HPP only. So what this says is for HPP, if you are a VTrans priority 1 or 2 area and you submitted between $10 and $50 million of needs, you had a 1 in 3 shot of getting funded. That again is a pretty simple boiling down of an incredibly complex process, but I think it's very useful. Now the difference between the 1 of 3 that got the funding and the 2 of 3 that didn't get the funding, that comes down to everything else we've been talking about. Like, how did it maximize safety? How did it do value engineering? How did it contribute to local accessibility benefits, right? Like, that's where you split between the 1 and the other 2. But overall, this is an important, helpful guide. Questions, concerns? Mr. Smoot.
Got to talk in the mic.
Mr. Smoot, can you lean forward to your mic?
What the previous chart was telling.
Ah, yes. This chart is the same layout as the previous chart, but we only are looking at HPP in this case.
Dr. Smoot, on the, go back, Laura. On slide 22, this is for all the money in Smart Scale in round 6, whether it's district money or high priority money. On the next one, because there's been a lot of dialogue about high priority and its distribution, we thought we'd isolate on that as that is the discretionary money, if you will, across districts. And this is what happened there. And like, let's talk a little bit about what we see here beyond just the points Laura made. You guys did a lot of changes to the Smart Scale policy, saying we're seeing too many really, really small projects funded in high priority. It looks to me like you changed the policy successfully if that was a goal you were going after at that time. What we still see here, though, is there's nothing being funded over $75 million. I just want to say, when there's less than $400 million statewide, you have to be a spectacular project to get that quantum of money. And again, that's not saying that that's a bad project. It's just saying you have to be spectacular, right? Because you have to have 4 times as many benefits or 10 times as many benefits as projects in that $10 to $25 million range, and anywhere from 4 to 2 times as many benefits as the projects in the $25 to $50 million range. That is a big differential. Like, so I want to be clear, there probably were projects submitted over 75 million that do more for either safety, congestion, economic, like, pick your measure, than one of the projects that were picked here. What they didn't do, though, was do more per dollar of requested funding. And like that, again, the General Assembly asked us to look at the benefits relative to the cost. What that does, though, is big projects have to be really good. And as Ms. Schul said, we have funded projects over $100 million. I-66 outside the Beltway received $300 million in round 1. It's a really good project. It had a lot of benefits, right? Like it impacted miles upon miles upon miles of roadway in Northern Virginia. The Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel got $200 million. Lots of benefits in that project. The high-rise bridge in Hampton Roads got $100 million. Lots of benefits. But here's also a funny story about the high-rise bridge is in round 2, when it received $100 million, it was the top scoring project for congestion. In round 1, because I-66 was there, it only got a 20 because it only had 1/5 of the benefits and congestion of I-66. So back to like Ms. Schul's point about cohort, those things really matter. But this process has resulted in very, very large projects getting funded, but they were very, very beneficial large projects that got funded. And so it's just a very high hurdle to get up there because you have to have 10 to 2 times as many benefits as these projects in the $10 to $50 million range. And there's a lot more of those $10 to $50 million projects. Let's just be honest. Scriven.
Just a quick point of clarification, Mr. Secretary. So, but this is just how much smart scale money was spent, not the project size, correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
So we actually could have a $100 million project
Oh,
in
touche.
there.
Yes, you absolutely could.
Yes.
Yes.
It was
Sorry.
the
I meant
smart scale
requested
request.
funding. My apologies. That is a
Yes.
very appropriate clarification.
Is the one over here?
Mr. Davis?
So prior rounds, if those projects are getting cleared and off and funded, if you've got projects in the pipeline in other areas of the state, those by natural evolution should elevate over time as these things get cleared off.
Absent a new competitor entering the arena, if you will. So again, it all depends on what else somebody comes up with and decides to submit. But if all things being equal, round 7 consisted only of unsuccessful round 6 projects, you'd see a lot of projects with much higher scores because the people who got better scores than them last time were funded. But I also think it's really important that each round we try and work with the communities to get new projects developed so that we're always dumping new stuff into the pool so we never end up in a place where all the cream has kind of been scooped off, if you will. Director Zimmerman.
I think we also look, are there other ways that we might be able to fund and move that project forward if it is a really good project and we couldn't get the smart scale? I know we have other funding resources as we talked about earlier in the day, so there might be another pathway.
Again, this is 7.7% of the money. It's really important to remember. We go to public meetings and we spend 90% of the time talking about less than 10% of the money. These other programs are important and really impactful to communities. And so that's also, again, like why I think these fall transportation meetings are important because we can talk with people when they're not like, well, what got funded in Smart Scale? I only want to talk to you about that. It's like, no, let's talk about bridges. Let's talk about something else. Like we spend a lot of time and effort in these agencies working on all of these programs, but we spend a lot of oxygen talking about Smart Scale.
So y'all in the prior meeting asked us to run some what if scenarios on round 6 based on some of the ideas we were discussing. I'm going to share those with you now. I want to note that all of these are simply reruns of round 6. They are not indicative or guarantee of what will happen in round 7. For example, I am not saying there's no way a VTrans Priority 3 will get HPP funding in round 7. I just said it didn't in round 6. So it's my statistical warning. All right, so we ran 3 scenarios. The first is rerunning round 6. All scores were the same, but HPP was funded before DGP. The next was we coded things that had innovative intersection, made them eligible for HPP, and then ran the process. And third, we did both of those things together. I have a lot of eye charts. I'll walk you through them at high level, and then we'll talk about what the implications really are. So in each chart, you see the round 6 base case in the first column, then the HPP first scenario, and innovative intersections, and then the combination. One thing I really want to point out before you get too into comparing the dollars for your district across the line is just because of the way the projects landed, the pool that wasn't sent out grew a lot in some of these scenarios, in particular the HPP first. What that means is it just so happened that in each district, the next highest project was fairly big and exceeded the available funds. So we had like a tail left over that was unfunded that in the real world, the CTB consensus process would allocate. So pay attention to that bottom line because it matters. So you see some interesting things. So as we talked about last time, when you fund HPP first, the biggest shift is that the Richmond district total dollars goes down, Fredericksburg goes up. Those are the 2 biggest shifts. What is also interesting, and I want to point out, is that the total number of Richmond projects actually remains the same. So I know we focused a lot on the impacts to the districts because you all represent a district, but if people who submit projects are listening, these changes also caused a lot of swaps. So the amount of dollars changing, the impact on the project itself is actually bigger. And then we'll show on some subsequent slides, a lot of Richmond projects fell out, other Richmond projects got brought in. And Richmond is a big district, so these changes will have impacts on different parts of the district. So that's the biggest change. There are other smaller changes. I will also say that Bristol and Lynchburg basically don't change in any of these scenarios. They're unaffected by these scenarios. or would have been unaffected by these scenarios. All right, next, we see the average project size and the average smart scale score in each of these scenarios. So the big picture, again, these are no value judgments. I'm just describing the impact. If we had done HPP first, it would have caused more changes than innovative intersections, right? It would have had a bigger effect. In each of these new scenarios, the average project size was reduced a little bit and the average project score was reduced a little bit. The HPP first scenario balanced the HPP funding more across the districts. But this is the thing I want to emphasize, especially for the localities listening. In any of these scenarios, 95% of the projects had the exact same outcome, funded or unfunded. So these scenarios are affecting a small number of projects, the ones at the edges.
And I just really have to stress this point. We're going to say like a lot, we mean in terms of something even happening. So from the vast, vast majority of projects, your life is unimpacted by these pretty significant changes to how we're allocating money. So 95%, nothing changes. If you weren't funded, probably still weren't funded. If you were funded, you probably were still funded. There's movement down around like the bottom. So those who either just didn't make it or those who did just make it, that's where you see some churn. But again, we're talking about 5% of the 270 projects submitted were what were impacted by these changes.
And 7/8 of applicants are still disappointed.
Mr. Secretary.
I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Griffin.
I like your math. Just keep saying that. Yeah, we're not going to make everyone happy. On the Northern Virginia, so I have been told, because we have the MBTA, which is funding, that they will fund the Tier 1 projects, right?
Do you mean the V-Trans Priority 1 project? Yes.
V-Trans Priority 1 projects, right. So they'll just strategically, and then strategically, the next bit, they'll do district grant funding because they don't want to run the risk of losing, like in a competition. So they'll use district funds of it. And therefore, by the time we get to HPP, we are looking at like our third tier projects, essentially. So I was encouraged, like if we could flip that HPP with the district grant program, that would be better because then we could put our key projects up for HPP, and if we lost, still fund them under district grant. But if I'm reading this correctly, you're saying that is not really what happens, or?
In this scenario, that's not what happens. And I would describe, I think, a strategy just depends on a district's own preferences. But with DGP first, there's a lot, the district, in a sense, if they're coordinated, controls what's put in for their districts. So they kind of know what are probably the best scoring fundings that will go through DGP. If you do HPP first, you're open to a lot more chance, right? Because you have less knowledge about what the other districts are doing. So it may be that there's an amazing $250 million project from Fredericksburg that takes out all of HPP, which has happened in the past, right? So there's just a little less certainty in the first ones you click off your punch list if HPP comes first. And I think that's the effect here.
But one second, Mr. Griffin, I think the thing I think maybe there should be a longer discussion with the authority about is not whether we switch the state ones, like I'm going to set that aside.
Yeah.
Is that first part you said.
Yes.
Regionally, with money they fully control, they are funding the projects in the areas where we have the greatest extent of problems. I would respectfully just say what we're seeing in this analysis is that those should be some of the things put forth here for the dollars you are competing for.
Yes, but I guess I'm not completely clicking with, you don't want to put your best projects in an uncertain category. So HPP is the category we have the least control over, right? So what I'm saying is if you did district grant and then HPP, obviously the HPP then district grant, we could put projects, more competitive projects than that. Secretary, I totally understand your point. Yes. Okay. 100% agree. Yes.
Okay, good.
But let's put that aside.
Part.
While we're still talking about this is, I'm not sure, I totally
I don't know
followed
if I'm
your
saying
logic.
what you would want to do. I'm just saying the implications for every district, if we go HPP first, is they will have less certainty over what happens to their top scoring projects, right? They might bet that, oh, I'm putting my top scoring project because I think it'll get into HPP, and then all these other projects will get funded by DGP. Whereas if you really want to make sure, for example, a certain large project gets funded, if we do HPP first, you're taking a bigger bet.
Mr. Secretary, if I could
Ms.
add
Ellis.
something. So there's HPP and there's DGP, and then there's this both category. And both are the submissions by our localities. So NVTA or NVT, all these groups, they cannot compete for district grant money unless a locality pulls that application and does it on their behalf. They can take the money from them and do it. But if these organizations, the MPOs, the PDCs, all these, you know, I think there's like 9 authorities or something in the Richmond area, in Northern Virginia, they can't compete for that district money. So the concern that, and everybody sees why I had such a concern, is because Fredericksburg, we did lose out because the strategy there was, if you think this is something that's going to score well and you want it funded, the locality could carry it. Because in that case, they could qualify for both HPP and DGP money. So what happened is you put the DGP money first, and those both categories took DGP money. When technically they could have also gotten HPP money, which is statewide money. So for the district, those projects that scored really high under the both category and could have received HPP money, that would have pulled in state money and given the district grant program more money to then give to smaller projects. And so what we saw in the Fredericksburg district, and I did bring this up months and months and months ago, what we saw in the Fredericksburg district is one project in Spotsylvania County, which was a great project. It's at Massaponax Exit, where we're going to go see next month. We'll see the area, and it's $52 million. What was the last one in? Under DGP, it qualified for both. So it took a whole big group of money from the district grant program, and had that actually received HPP money, which it technically could have gotten based on the rules, then it would have allowed the district to fund other projects in Matthews County, in Gloucester County. And so they're not going to compete with what is going on at Massaponax. And so that's the concern that I raised with doing HPP first. It's not just the HPP first. It is really targeting that both segment and saying, you know, if it qualifies for both, it should get HPP first, if it's high in the ranking, and not the way it's been going. So
Ms. Sellers, I hear your point there, and let's be clear, there's nothing in law about this particular topic. This is a pure creation of board policy. So just, I think we're asked earlier, please explain when it is within the policy arena of this body. This was within the policy arena of this body. I think I am very nervous about us telling you guys what we think this will do in the future. I think we can clearly tell you what it would have done in the past, right? And so I think the kind of question is, you know, do you want to do HPP first, and then what in your scenario, the outcome turns out the way you want? You could also do it, and the HPP money all goes to another district, and you still just end up with DGP money in yours, where those projects may have been funded by DGP previously in that district, and then you might have gotten HPP. The sword is sharp on both sides.
It lost me on if we have a very competitive project that gets district grant funding, how is a less competitive project going to get high HPP funding? Just because the cohort is just awful?
No, I may have spoken unclearly. What I'm saying is there are risks to both sides. And so what can happen is if one district has a ton of really, really good projects, today, they're not taking all the HPP money for those projects. They're taking their district money for those projects. And so if that one district has the first 5 projects, they can take all the HPP money. And then their DGP money is going to go to some other things. Those other things may be lower than some of the projects that you had that would have gotten funded with HPP otherwise. It's just a weird mechanic, right? I'm just saying the sword is sharp on both sides. And so we can We can run analysis to say in round 6, you and you win and you lose. But in round 5, it may have been like the inverse. I don't know. We can run that, right? I want to be very clear. I'm just saying it's a value judgment at the end of the day on which way we go there. And there's a variety of reasons why the decisions in the past were made the way that they were, right? And so we have flexibility in that. We're happy to provide more on it. I just really want to caution anyone around this table from saying, well, I saw this in round 6 and it looked great. And so that's definitely what I want for round 7.
I think the other important thing is that we be as transparent as possible about what will happen, because if we make changes, the districts that are paying attention will re-strategize to accommodate it.
Secretary.
Ms. Sellers?
But if they do that, then I'm fine with that, actually. And if you are a district that comes in with the top 5 projects in the state and they get the statewide money, well, hate the game. You figured it out. Then you get the statewide money and you get more money. Congratulations. But the way it is right now is projects that are scoring higher in the SMART scale for these rounds, at least in this round because of the change that was made, are not getting, it's not pulling any weight. And so the way it was in round 6 is it didn't matter if you were the top projects in the state about getting statewide funding. In fact, you did better towards HPP money if you were in the middle cohort.
Which is allocated second.
Yes, because it was allocated second. And so, the strategy there was, let me be mediocre and I'll get HPP money and it'll benefit my district. and that putting this forward first brought benefits to Northern Virginia, Hampton Roads, and Fredericksburg. And it is very odd that somebody from Fredericksburg is advocating for Northern Virginia, for that matter, because we are never in that position. But it just so happened to be that way. And again, it's clearly most beneficial to Fredericksburg, and it's because the one project in Spotsylvania County cost so much and we could have funded more.
I just want to throw out there, and you are welcome to disagree with me, Ms. Sellers, that I do not believe anyone said, let me be more mediocre so I can get a particular color of money. I think the group of people who care the most about the color of money are sitting at this blue table, and that for everyone else, the money is green. And if it's district grant money, great. And if it's high priority money, it's great. And if it's somebody else's money, it's even better. But I do not think the applicants personally care, except the extent to which their district got more or less than somebody else. I think when they get money for their project, it is green and they are happy.
I'll agree with you.
Okay.
Also, I'll remind you that 7/8 didn't get funded. So
Just gonna keep
mediocre is
saying.
the 50th percentile, we were still losing.
Yeah. Actually, there is no mediocre. The mediocre didn't get funded.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, some of them did.
All right, I'm not going to go through each of these slides, but these are useful for follow-up to understand what got dropped and what got added in each scenario. Again, just to demonstrate that behind these totals, there's a lot of project swapping too. That's important for individual localities.
But the other thing, Laura, just go back to the last one for a second. Again, there's 270 projects. We are seeing a change for 27 in this particular concept. So again, the vast majority of projects, no matter how we choose to chop things up or allocate the money, nothing is changing.
Okay, so getting even more granular. How can an individual project improve its score? So we had several conversations where this question came up. And to try to illustrate that as robustly as possible, we ended up with 3 projects that have been resubmitted several times across different rounds. So that means they've gone through the full scoring normalization weighting process a couple times. Of course, scoring methods have been tweaked each round and scores get normalized against the cohort. So it's not like a perfectly controlled experiment, but these changes are so big that they illustrate the levers that we want to illustrate. So we'll walk through them now. All right, this first project is John Marshall Highway. It was submitted, the same 1.82 mile corridor was submitted 3 times, 2015, 2017, and 2019. In the first 2 submissions, it was submitted as a reconstruction with widening, adding lanes. It was fairly expensive, medium $25 million, rising to $31 million. It got a congestion score of 0. This means they were pursuing widening in a place that had no effective congestion. That score stayed across rounds. And its safety score was okay. 12.9 EPDO, which is 146 per VMT. Its weighted safety score was 7. It ended up being one of the worst projects in both of those rounds. In the second round, it was 369 out of 404 and did not get funded.
Well, not worse, just one of the lower ranked
You're right.
projects.
Thank
They
you.
all
Lower
have
score.
benefits.
Good clarification.
So then between these two phases, the applicant said, hey, we think this is important. Why isn't it scoring well? So they did something that is available to many projects. They can approach different state agencies. We have a couple different programs which help do value engineering and deep studies, state funding with projects to help prepare them to do better, right? To score better, to be more impactful as a program. So in this case, they worked with the VDOT STARS program. There's also a program called the Pipeline, which y'all choose which pipeline studies get funded in a future meeting. So they went through one of these processes and they looked at the same corridor and they instead said, okay, if our goal is safety, and I think this was a big part of the conversation about this corridor, what can we do? So instead of a big reconstruction and widening and adding lanes, they did more targeted improvements. They added rumble strips, reflectors, signage, and lighting. The total cost was $1.6 million, which is extremely small. It still had a congestion score of 0, but its safety score got quite good. That's really high. That's a lot of crashes avoided for $1.6 million. And that is the type of thing that SmartScale rewards. So you can see as it cascades through, it got much higher scores and ended up 13th out of 433 in the 2019 round, and so got funded. So that is an example of one of the two of the characteristics we talked about. First, it leveraged safety, and safety in this area is a big impact on score. And second, it did value engineering, which is to look through and say, how can we get the most benefits for these lower cost investments? Any questions on this example? Yes.
Mr. Dunlap?
Thank you, sorry. Who put this, whose proposal was this, John Marshall Highway?
This was submitted by Warren County.
Warren County, thanks. Warren County.
Yeah, so this is just south of I-66 and west of Front Royal. Where 55, like just off the map there, 55 has that last interchange with I-66 before I think it dead ends. Or merges onto 66, is probably more accurate. But
All right, next project. This is an example where the project effectively got more expensive, but got funded. So we want to point out it's not just about taking out all the costs. So this project is in Richmond, submitted by City of Richmond. There were several applications on the same 0.7-mile corridor of Belt Boulevard. In round 4 and round 5, it was submitted with a bunch of stuff: new turn lanes, center median, access management, sidewalks, shared use path, a little bit of improvement to the bus stop, just a whole bunch of stuff on this 0.7-mile corridor. Cost rose between round 4 and round 5 from $21 million to $37 million. It got decent congestion scores and middling accessibility impact scores. It ended up with a middling SmartScale score of 1.93. And I'm sorry, I forgot to put its rank in those rounds. But it didn't get funded, didn't score all that well. Then, without a state-sponsored study, but perhaps taking advantage of some of the work that Mr. Davis referred to, they sat down and said, okay, how can we maximize the benefits for these dollars? And instead of taking away, they actually added a few little things that leapt their scores forward. So what they did is, instead of just a small bus stop improvement, they put in a few bits of bus-only lane, and that allowed them to increase bus frequency from 15 to 10 minutes. That alone increased their accessibility score so much that it 5x'd their SmartScale score and took them to 17th statewide in the round. So again, that was a thoughtful approach to say, what small money can we spend to drive up these scores? That's value engineering. And it doesn't always mean taking away.
well, and then the other thing is their congestion score went up, and in between rounds 5 and 6, congestion was weighted more highly in the Richmond district.
And I think congestion got worse in that time too.
Okay.
All right. We're going to go to Petersburg. This is a big series of interchanges between I-95 and I-85. So there were 11 applications submitted to SmartScale about this red spaghetti you see in the map. It started in round 2 with App 1485. This included a flyover ramp and an interchange improvement, South Crater. Then subsequent applications had portions of this. They did 1 or 2 interchanges at a time, got those scored each time. The first submission was $119 million. And each of the component studies, the 10 that were submitted thereafter, cost somewhere between $10 and $45 million. I want to point out that at the time, this also was not a congested place. So it got a congestion score of 0 back in round 2. And the safety scores were decent. But the first submission in round 2 was one of the lowest scoring of the entire state and was not funded. It was not funded for the 10 subsequent applications. So in round 6, they looked at the small components they had selected and looked at the ones that got the biggest impact for the buck and brought them all together in a new value engineered approach. It had interchange improvements. It did not have a flyer. They also took out the park and ride, which added a lot of costs, which without adding a lot of benefit. And the total cost was $46 million, which is a hefty, it's a sizable smart scale project. It had much better congestion scores, vastly better safety scores. This is also because congestion itself changed in the 8 years that this process took. And ended up scoring really well and getting funded in round 6. So there are lots of different ways to improve the score, but the fundamentals of first, choosing the right location, second, emphasizing safety and emphasizing value engineering come out. Any questions on those? I should say on the congestion, the other thing that changed is the congestion year horizon was changed by CTB over the course of these rounds, which is another reason the congestion score could have changed.
Mr. Secretary, with
Tellers?
this one, where in round 6, it was if you did a STAR study or a pipeline study and you chose to only put forward projects for some of the study, it couldn't compete in the same way that it had in the past.
It couldn't be, if the only reason something was HPP eligible was because it was the preferred alternative for a pipeline or STARS study, that was a way, if you didn't have the HPP feature list, you could still become HPP eligible if you were preferred outcome of a STARS or pipeline study. This project, because it had interchange improvements, would have been HPP eligible
No matter
no
what.
matter what.
Well, we'll have to come back to that because there's a project in Fredericksburg that I was told something otherwise. But so then this would benefit that it didn't go through that STARS and pipeline study process because it wouldn't be held to that criteria.
No, did it go through a STARS or pipeline study? We will check. Yes, so this met the HPP features because of the innovative interchanges. The reason being part of a STARS or preferred alternative of a STARS or pipeline study matters is if you are not HPP eligible because of the features, it's another way into the program. So it wouldn't have affected this project at all because this project didn't need to go to that last step.
Does not clear things up for me, but we can talk offline.
Okay. And I'm happy to talk about your specific
I would love to know in the
project.
technical guide where that's explained because I haven't been able to find it.
Sure.
Well, and Ms. Sellers, just in full disclosure, we pushed the consideration of the modification of the HPP eligibility from this meeting to have this discussion. I think we want to bring that back next month for the board's consideration, and so we plan to keep talking about that.
But questions, concerns?
All right.
This is the last slide. So let's wrap up where we began. Things to remember are that we're trying to maximize ROI. The legislators set out some big pictures, but the CTB gets to apply your judgment to how we measure return on investment. That's the job. And our job as staff is just to execute that policy. And our goal is to make this increasingly transparent despite its complexity through first, better communication, and second, modifications in future rounds. Did I hit the 30-minute mark?
You know, while this presentation was called better than many of my presentations in the past, you actually did not exceed the length of time I've spent at the podium. So you still have a chance in the future.
How much time does she need? We could come up with.
I've got a lot more questions.
But I do just want to say, so guys, this is not the end of this discussion. This is the beginning of this discussion and on these types of topics. I really do want to stress, though, that we spend a lot of time talking about smart scale. We need to spend equal amounts of time talking about these other programs where if you sum them up are a lot more money than what we are allocating through smart scale. We are going to work on the materials we have about how we communicate this to local policymakers, to elected officials, and other folks. I think we demonstrated in this meeting that, what is complex when you're seeing it after the fact is often addressing a concern raised by somebody else before you. That doesn't mean it's not complex, right? And complexities can be hard, but there often is a reason for them. Some of them are statutory, some of them were policy decisions made by previous members of, this body here. I think what we have to do is kind of get to a place where we can comfortably message what we're doing and how it works to people so that they understand it. I don't think people are going to understand the mechanics of the various measures that we're doing. Somebody will, right? I don't mean to say like people won't understand it. I just don't think we should have the expectation that everyone can understand how a travel demand model works. If you like put a gun to my head, I can like go through the 4 steps and probably get them in order. And then if you say, and then how does it all work? I'll be like, can I phone a friend? Like, I don't know still, right? Because it's just complicated, but we've used them for a long time. Again, we just never shared that type of insights at that level with people. And so you guys never saw those types of guts, if you will, in the past. My goal is to get you all comfortable with how we are doing it. And then again, we'll work on how we message it to all the stakeholders I interact with, you interact with, that are out there that participate in this process. The other thing I would say is like, again, this is not going to be perfect. Please do not come to these meetings expecting we are going to make some sort of change that where you are going to stand up after a vote and be like, oh, it's perfect now. That is not going to happen, but we can incrementally improve it, and we will keep doing that over time. And so again, I really appreciate you guys taking the time today to have like this longer discussion about this. I'd also love feedback in the interim as to like whether we hit the right level of detail, whether obviously we have some notes on areas where you have more questions. But again, we're going to be coming back to talk about pavement and bridge conditions, coming back to talk about the State of Good Repair program, to talk about the safety program, to talk about the interstate operations and enhancement program, to talk about the transit programs. Like, we have a lot of money. It deserves, those programs and their money deserve some love as well. And so we'll be doing that kind of at future meetings. So Laura, also thank you. OAP, thank you guys for what you've done. Mr. Coleman?
Yes, thank you, Secretary. I feel somewhat like a kindergartner speaking to the college professor, but probably a good amount of time was saved by me not chiming in, and I kept quiet because of your commitment to have ongoing discussions, probably to surprise a lot of my colleagues here. But, it's a wonderful program. I think it obviously there's some ideas on the table by a number of members that feel like it at least deserves consideration to improve. But I appreciate your willingness to listen. This is got to be very near and dear to you. I appreciate also you saying that there's many other things we need to be focused on, but I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thanks, sir. So guys, I want to do a time check. I have to turn into a pumpkin at 4:15. That means we are not talking about safety today, because there is no way we are going to get through that in like 20 minutes there. We have a legislative update that we can do. We also have Kim's presentation. I'm sorry?
The bonds.
The GARVEE bonds, and we also have the FOIA policy. My question is tomorrow, what do folks' time constraints look like? Because that should probably determine what we pick next. And I think if we want to be out of here in 15 minutes, the FOIA policy is the thing to discuss. If we want to run right to 4:15, it's probably GARVEE's. And I think the legislative and safety are probably on tomorrow's docket no matter what. Well, I'm going to go with FOIA then, just since we had a very long discussion there. And then I have some other issues that I need to deal with. So, Josh, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Secretary Donahue, Commissioner, members of the board. I am relatively new to VDOT. This is my first time addressing you. I've been at VDOT since October. No one replaces Joanne Maxwell, but I succeeded to her position. And so one of the exciting things that I get to talk to you about is FOIA, and we will do it briefly. A bit of general background on FOIA first, which I'm sure you're all aware of. It has both a records portion and a meetings portion. There's a little bit of information up there about what falls under each portion. What is a meeting is one of the most frequent questions. Also important to keep in mind the default rules there and the overall purposes that FOIA is trying to achieve. FOIA then goes on to set forth duties of public bodies. The CTB, like other boards, is a public body. It is a separate public body from the agencies that are overseen by the CTB, such as VDOT. Public bodies have a number of responsibilities, one of which is to post on their website certain information about FOIA requesters' rights and what the public body's responsibilities are in responding to FOIA requests. We have that on the CTB website at the address that's shown up there. Over time, of course, FOIA, like other statutes, is amended, and there was an amendment in 2023 that required public bodies to adopt a particular policy related to charges. The CTB has that information posted on the website, but has not formally adopted a policy. So what we're trying to do here is fill that gap. Specifically, what FOIA provides is, as a general matter, that a public body can make reasonable charges not to exceed actual cost and has to endeavor to supply at the lowest possible cost. Those are kind of the three pillars in play with charges. And then the policy that it requires is a written policy explaining how the public body assesses charges and noting the current fee charged, if any. So what we propose in the materials for you to adopt is a policy that uses the established rates of VDOT and DRPT for staff time, because it is VDOT and DRPT staff that are going to be supporting CTB FOIA requests, as you may have experienced on occasion. There would be no charge for member time other than ex officio members' time. The reason for that is ex officio members have a salary that can be readily applied to charges in the way that other state employee salaries are applied under FOIA. Other members, it's different. And then the policy will allow, in appropriate circumstances, an ability to waive charges, which can sometimes be effective on matters of public interest or where there's a desire to work something out with the requester. It's just good to have that ability at least. Yes.
Quick clarification. Do I serve as an ex officio member?
Yes, my understanding is that you and the commissioner and the director would be the three members who are in your on the board as by virtue of your positions.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I've had the pleasure I would fall into one of these categories.
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's the policy in a nutshell. It's not very long. One thing I did want to kind of close here with how to make everybody's life easier, your life easier, our life easier in fulfilling these responsibilities, and also how to help out requesters with lower amounts of charges is with email in particular, and this is one of the good reasons to use email as opposed to other forms of communication. There are several, but this is one of them, is that it is easy to act with email in a way that makes fulfilling FOIA requests simpler. And you have a couple of options for how you can do that easily. One is that you each have a CTB email account. You can use that. If you don't want to, just copy the board administrative address. That's a new address that we created that's not tied to a particular person necessarily, but it does go to Carol, as you would expect. So copy that address on your emails about the board. And then whenever we want to go look for records that are emails, we don't have to ask each one of you if you're able to tell us, yes, I always copy the administrator on my board-related emails. Then we can just go check that single place and we'll know that we're gathering your records. So the next step here is we will present you with a resolution to formally adopt a policy on charges and fill this gap. And that's the end of this one.
Mr. Coleman.
My question is this, is some of the people on this board are personal friends before ever being on this board? That's not something that Carol wants to see or you need to see, is it? I mean, if I communicate with somebody,
right?
if it's
No,
not
so
related to CTB,
Exactly. So you'd be trying to distinguish between, if I'll be in town, I want to, get together for a beer sometime with your friend on the board. That by itself is not public business. You don't need to copy Carol or anybody on that. If you are telling your friend, I'd like to talk to you about this board matter, then that would be, copy the administrator on that. I'm not going to tell you there's no gray area in any of this stuff, but if you can try and keep that basic distinction in mind and err on the side of copying Carol, that'll make everybody's life a lot easier.
Hope Carol got a pay raise for that.
Mr. Smoot?
Not a part of this, but apparently there is some requirement that a board adopt a policy with regard to when members, or if members may participate virtually.
Yes, sir.
We had a situation with Mary Hines, who's no longer on this board, where she was caring for a very ill family member, and she was told she could not participate virtually. Do we need to do anything to close the loop on something like that?
That is a decision for this board. You would need, if you do want to allow members to participate remotely through electronic means, you do need to have a policy in place beforehand to facilitate that. It then needs to be applied even-handedly, not differently to different members. Years ago, I understand the CTP did have an electronic meetings policy. That expired. Those do have to be readopted every year. So if in due course, now the CTB is fortunate. A lot of boards struggle to get their members to attend. You guys are enthusiastically here to talk for 8 hours. So you have advantages, but if you do want to allow electronic participation, you would need a policy in that regard.
So we could define the circumstance under which one could do that.
Generally, yes. There's some constraints in FOIA on when that is
I
allowed.
generally like everyone being here and be here myself, but a situation could arise for a person where perhaps it would be appropriate to let them participate.
Yeah, Dr. Smith, let us, I'll coordinate with the team and we can come back next meeting and have a briefing on that. So this is just a policy before you in April. I know has a lot of moving parts compared to some of the previous things we were discussing, but it is something we're required to have. And so if you have any questions, please just shoot a note to Carol and we'll get you, any answers before the April meeting. But thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Now, I was promised by Ms. Pryor that her presentation is much simpler than her previous one, so we're going to indulge her and see whether or not we can trust her in the future and let her give her final presentation of the day.
I can definitely get through it quickly.
Famous last words.
So I have a presentation for you about our GARVEE program. I spoke a little bit about it this morning, so some of this will be a repeat. I can kind of skip over. Chapter 830 and 868 of the Acts of the Assembly authorize the issuance of GARVEE bonds. This is a successor program to a previous bond program called FRANS. The code limits the outstanding GARVEEs to $1.2 billion. The maturity is limited to 20 years. The debt service must be 4 times, or the debt service coverage must be 4 times. And the debt service is secured first by project-specific federal reimbursements and then by legally available revenues from the TTF and any other such funds designated by the General Assembly. We have a MOA with the Federal Highway Administration that outlines some of the administrative components of this program. It was executed in December of 2011 and updated again in July of 2025. There's an attachment to that MOA that identifies all of the GARVEE projects that you all have approved, and we update it annually as necessary. To date, the CTB has issued 7 series of GARVEEs from 2012 to 2024. Issuances have totaled about $1.5 billion over that period. Beginning in 2017 and through 2024, GARVEEs were used to support projects selected through the Smart Scale program. We no longer do that. Proceeds from the 2026 issue will provide, the issue that I'm coming to today, will provide support for those projects previously funded through Smart Scale. As you will recall, in November, this board allocated $300 million of GARVEEs, not through the smart scale prioritization process, but to projects that were identified as priorities. The estimated outstanding GARVEEs after this sale is about $627 million. This is a summary of the offering that we will be having. These are CTB bonds. The Series 2026A will be projects with GARVEE allocations in the 6-year program. This will be funding new money that is used to support project activity on previously funded projects. We will also be doing a 2026B series, which is a refunding of the 2026 GARVEEs to generate debt service savings over time. We anticipate ratings of AA+. We plan to price in June. Again, the debt service is backed by the federal reimbursements, the TTF, and other funds available from the General Assembly.
And Kim, just Ms. Pryor, a quick point of clarification. The refunding is of a 2016 issuance.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I might have misspoke. Sorry. We anticipate new money of $59.1 million that will result in a deposit of $67.5 million. We also anticipate the refunding to generate savings of $9.8 million. Again, these have level debt service, and the final maturity will be 15 years. So in terms of process, I'll bring to you next month approval for the refunding and the new money issuance. We will have rating agency updates in April, Treasury Board approval in May. We will receive final ratings in May, seek the governor's approval in May, and then price and close in June. You may recall this board adopted a shelf resolution giving the department the authority to do refundings, sort of pro forma, with just a notification to the board, as well as a follow-up after the sale. Historically, this debt is structured with a 10-year call date. And with our financial advisor, we review outstanding bonds and bring forward opportunities for refunding as they become available. The board resolution will expire this year. So we will be bringing back to you a resolution to extend that shelf resolution. The terms won't change. Minimum debt service savings threshold for refunding bonds would be no less than 3% or another amount authorized by the Treasury Board. And again, the final maturity date would not be later. We wouldn't extend the term, in other words. I kind of spoke about this before. Once we identify an opportunity for a refunding, we'll either bring a presentation to you like this today, because I'll be seeking your action for approval, or we'll send you a memo like we did with the recent CPR refunding that we brought. And then after the refunding, we'll notify you of the actual results of the refunding. So I will bring to you in June a new shelf resolution for us so that I don't have to come back to you whenever we have these opportunities. It will terminate on June 30th of 2028. So it'll cover a period of 2 years, which is how the existing resolution is structured right now. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Pryor? Mr. Gribbin?
Ms. Pryor, thank you for this. Totally agree with the refunding. That's makes sense. On the GARVEE bonds, I mentioned a couple meetings last year. When we're incurring debt, it would be helpful just to have some type of analysis done of why this debt incurrence for the project, the benefits exceed the cost of the additional interest payments. As I understand it, this GARVEE bond is for past decisions already made.
Correct.
So I'm not asking for that now.
Thank you.
But in the future, because this is in the past and it is what it is. But I think it'd be really helpful anytime we're incurring more debt for the Commonwealth. It doesn't need to be super exhaustive, just relatively high level. Hey, we're going to pay this much in interest expense, and that is exceeded by these benefits, and that's why we're doing the debt issuance.
Understood.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, Ms. Pryor, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members of the board, thank you very much. I'm going to suspend the workshop meeting momentarily. We are going to reconvene tomorrow at 9 a.m. for the action meeting. We're going to start with public comment, suspend the action meeting, come back, do our final 2 workshop presentations. Again, Mr. Hutchinson on the legislative update. I know we had a few questions about things that happened during the General Assembly. He will be prepared to answer that. The reason you haven't seen him as much is he's been in that building more than anyone else in this room. And so he will be able to give us a flavor of some of the things that happened there. And then we'll also be talking about safety. This is the first of many discussions on safety. We'll get into that more tomorrow. But this is going to start kind of a regular cadence that we'll get into. And then we'll also have, again, during at least the secretary section, a discussion about a draft kind of calendar for the rest of the year. Again, it's not going to be all inclusive, but it's to give you a sense of the big things coming up, when they're coming. And so you have some visibility into that, as well as the communities that you represent. So again, appreciate all of your time today, all of your engagement, all of your interest. I hope you have a nice evening, and I look forward to seeing you in the morning. The workshop meeting is suspended.